Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep Talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep Talk.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Hello, good afternoon, and welcome to PEPAGANDA. I'm your host, Pep. Nice to meet some of y'all and see some of y'all returning. I appreciate having you guys here. You know how it is. Hit the like button on the stream if you guys can help get this space going. I really, really appreciate it, and I'm sure that the rest of the creators on the space also appreciate it. I cover this on my own show where you guys should just make that part of your media diet, where if you guys are enjoying any content, just give the little like. It's free and it really helps out everybody. So today we're going to be covering more protests, and I actually want to start the show off by discussing what we can do. Don't want to step on Jake's territory here, but unfortunately, I'm going to be covering what we can do during the No Kings protest coming up on Saturday. Now, if you guys are planning on attending a protest, please shout it out in chat here and let me know about what areas you guys are in, obviously within the parameters of no self-doxing. But I want to cover how you guys need, how we all need to be this coming weekend and what we need to be aware of. I kind of covered this a little bit on my show last night, but to have a little refresher for some of y'all, we need to emphasize peaceful protests. And right now, I know how easy it is to give in to our emotions. Unfortunately, we are having situations in Chicago where every time that you hear a framing of like arrested protesters, as much as I would like to say that it is ICE being completely heavy-handed, I have seen a few instances where somebody was like throwing rocks, and that's where you need to step up. And if there is a protest marshal, which there isn't always, but usually there is a protest marshal around, you have to go and let them know what's going on. Now, I understand also how there is a no narc mentality. Like I kind of have that already where, you know, it really depends on what's going on, but there is also the no absolutes in that, especially in protesting, where you guys need to, you see something, say something, because you need to put the, to quote Spock here, you need to put the needs of the many over the needs of the few. And when you have somebody being overly emotional, and they are showing signs that they are about to escalate, you need to, number one, try and step in and get them to calm down, like literally just a little tap on the shoulder, chill, dude. Or, you know, because also you don't want to go around just even touching people without their permission. That should go without saying. But realistically, it just needs to be de-escalated in those moments. And if it can't be, you need to make it perfectly clear that he does not represent the broader protest. And this is where we're going to have challenges, especially coming up this weekend, man. Now, the benefit is, and I've also covered this, why they have the curfew here in Chicago, which I do disagree with. But I understand why they set it at 6 o'clock, because that's about the time that the sun's going down, and they are trying to make sure that there isn't any escalation and people coming in doing the, you know, pulling some opportunistic bull crap, because that happens a lot. That is something that is also not discussed a lot, where you need to be on the lookout for people who are not even there to protest. They are there to seize the moment and have all of those people essentially as a tool, where once they are in the crowd, they will do something to escalate. This happened in 2020. I will always remember the AutoZone guy, where they were following him with cameras, and they're like, "What are you doing? What are you doing?" Just one dude, and he had a hammer, and he's just going around going, dish, dish. And then cut to the media coverage. They go to that AutoZone. Nothing about the single guy, but they're just like, "Look at this AutoZone they busted out. Look at what these violent protesters did, the riotous protesters." Yeah, this is, again, we can combat that very easily. And this is where I really appreciate what they're doing in Portland. I had a bunch of people coming on my stream yesterday kind of trying to call this out, where they were like, "Oh, they're making a mockery of protest. Look at them. How are we supposed to take them seriously?" And I have to say that there was, we had a bad actor in our chat, go figure, that he was talking about how he wants the best for the left. So he keeps, you know what his proposals were? Pretty much all liberal talking points about just like, we need to take this more seriously. Honestly, they shouldn't even be there. Oh man, we really just need to kind of tone it down and but not look so ridiculous. But totally missing the forest for the trees on this one. Also, you know, forests are where frogs reside. Wait, kinda, right? I have frogs in my space. Actually, I found a frog literally just the other day. I was kind of surprised, and also thank God that I didn't have to deal with the dead frogs, because I'm not sure if you guys have ever had that. I had a pool when I was growing up, and above ground pool, and this is still to this day, I have no idea how they found their way in. But at one point I had to clean a pool filter that was just filled with dead frogs. That was one of the worst days of my life. Oh, not really. That's being hyperbolic, but anyway, back to protesting. I do really appreciate the fact that they are going out and showing just how the narrative of the Trump administration and everybody that is against these protests are ridiculous, because anybody who's against the protests are already using the language of rioters. They're already doing that. Like, so just, this is the way you combat that. And it's genius. It's working. And I love it. Actually, you know what? Let's just go right to this. This is a little summary of what's happened in the last 2 days in Portland. Let's take a look.
Emergency naked bike ride as hundreds of riders made their trek across
Portland, I love you.
Across the city to outside the ICE
Emergency naked bike ride. Those are words that you never really thought you'd hear strung together.
building to gain attention, sending a message they don't want the president to deploy the National Guard in Portland. Our Ariel Salk is live right now outside the ICE building. Ariel, I have to ask, how did that naked bike ride show go over there with the federal agents?
It was a really incredible sight to see. I mean, we saw hundreds upon hundreds of people, roughly 700, really packed the streets all around this area. People cheering, dancing. At one point, they kind of got off their bikes and really showed.
We've watched a lot of protest coverage from this very specific area, to the point where that was that right turn only. You have a guy that is one of like two counter protesters who has been just an absolute D-bag. He got in trouble yesterday for having his little megaphone and shouting out curse words, and he was engaging with people in the apartment complex. And this was brought to my attention that this is the reason that the cops actually singled him out and not the other people with megaphones, is because he was specifically shouting to the people in the apartment complex.
Showed support for the other protesters in this area, so really something to see. Right now, we've got
a few dong and boobas as far as the eye can see.
Protesters still remaining out here, a lot in inflatable outfits. We see the ICE agents on the roof as well. We're just monitoring the scene at this moment, Lisa. Protesters flowing to the ICE building throughout
a banana band
the day. Hundreds.
Again, guys, these dangerous rioters
gathering. Some
their banana costumes with trombones
came together in groups like this. Quickly assembled band, complete with bananas bringing up the backside. Then hundreds of bicycle riders braving the 50-degree weather wearing
Oh, fuck that.
nothing or just a little something.
Dude, I don't care. All right, I appreciate the commitment, but
Part of what they called a pre-planned emergency bike ride, showing that Portland was definitely not a war zone.
The naked bike ride.
50 degrees and rainy. That's
It's always about showing the vulnerability of like the cyclists, and really we're kind of like this time there's more about showing the vulnerability of our citizens, and you know, it's a peaceful protest, but none of us expect it to be treated like we're here just exercising our First Amendment.
We should have no reason for President Trump to be able to call in the National Guard to our city that is not at war with itself or anything else. Like, stop playing videos of 2020.
Later, federal
That is exactly what they're doing, by the way.
agents detained several protesters that were there today, but that did not stop the festive protesters. A man who goes by Robert Ross painting the scene around him.
I am so proud of my city for coming out and protesting with.
We're just going to paint a little happy chicken. I'm just going to use a little cobalt blue here to signify the sky around us. And then I want to, our lighting's coming from the left over here, you see. So I want to make sure that we get a little brighter yellow over on this side of the chicken.
With frogs.
Chicken guy's a hero. Specifically in Chicago, one of my favorite things that came from this was when Kristina was doing her little photo op of her staring down Antifa. There were 4 people and a dude in a giant chicken suit with a rubber chicken.
With dancing, with music.
Oh man, history's gonna look back on this and just be like, what in the actual F?
I just wanted to come and join it and help out. I think I did 6 paintings. I did the scene of them up on the roof while the stormtroopers stormed out and tried to push people back.
For weeks, we have been seeing more and more people dressed in inflatable costumes. That
Now I actually kind of want a Robert Ross painting.
is partially due to a new organization, Operation Inflation, purchasing over 100
Yes, and they set up like a small tent. I thought that they were selling them. I was like, oh, that's kind of a genius move. But no, they're giving them away. They're literally just like, here, go do this. I'm not sure if they're, because it looked like they hung them up after they were done, which with help from online donations. These things get sweaty.
Giving them away for free.
Donald Trump is trying.
Oh, if they're just giving them away and you get to keep them. Okay.
To say that this is a war zone, that Donald Trump is trying to say that he wants to invoke the Insurrection Act. He wants to send troops down here to
talking about that specifically in Chicago, for Chicago,
to squash the terrorists. And we want to make it clear that this is not a war zone, and that if he wants to invoke the Insurrection Act, he's going to have to point at people in in inflatable chickens and inflatable frogs and inflatable unicorns.
I mean, this is where I had to explain it to somebody where this is perfect because it's breaking the narrative of the Trump administration and they're getting pissed. Started responding to the No Kings protest coming up this Saturday too.
Yeah, so we're going to continue monitoring what it's like out here and bring you the latest. Reporting live in South Portland, Ariel Stalk. Back to you, Lisa.
Yeah. That bunny was having a hard time yesterday. It was funny because they were hopping around, they were bopping around for, going on almost 6 hours. They were there for the majority of my stream, and at one point you just saw the head just go. It's like, oh, they ran out of charge. Unfortunate. That was also where there was a little joke in our chat that was just like, oh, do the protests end when the air runs out? So you just have a dude with a bike pump just, we will keep this protest going. All right. So now I want to kind of pivot over to Chicago and what's been going on in my city here. Also, I want to address this because the news media really played a part in conflating this. Broadview is not part of Chicago proper, guys. Like, Broadview is a suburb of Chicago. I've been saying this on my own stream. I've been trying to emphasize this, that every time that they say something about Chicago, the protests in Chicago, the CPD, because this is where the conflation is starting to kind of take hold, where they're saying that CPD has agreed to not cooperate with ICE. This is still true. CPD does not patrol Broadview. So when you're seeing these videos, you're seeing state police, which, again, they answer to the sheriff and eventually the governor, you would think. But I'll be honest, it is kind of a little wonky there. And also, I have to say that J.B. Pritzker, he has been doing a good job, but there's some confusion. where we thought that he was going to utilize his powers to kind of do this thing where he was going to use like this, again, the CPD or like our local police departments to kind of protect, us. And now the optics are, again, of the state police showing up and protecting ICE has really, really soured some people, where you have people from the Broadview community just coming out because they're pissed. They are here. 1 second, guys. I'm sorry. I gotta let my dog up and. There we go. Oh, what did you say? If you like the fun coverage of from Pep Talk Show us some support. Hey, yes. Also, hate to do a little cheap plug here, but you guys can also follow me over on my own channel of Pep Talks TV for some longer streams and some fun coverage of some, just good old fun stuff. And not so fun stuff, like what's going on in the news. Although I have had a lot of extended protest coverage. But with that protest coverage from Portland, like I was saying, I want to go over to the story from Chicago to kind of emphasize what's going on and to really emphasize the peaceful protest thing. So, rearrested. There we go. All right. So this was from yesterday, or from 3 days ago. Excuse me. Man, time has been flying, I have to say, because I thought that this was literally yesterday. Sorry for the mono. For some reason,
Christians coming together this morning near the intersection of 25th and Harvard in Broadview to pray and share communion as Operation Midway Blitz continues.
I think Jesus would be right here on the front lines, saying, "No, this must stop. This is wrong."
Yeah,
faith leaders
you have a bunch of commenters already being like a woman priest,
sharing a message of love amid the immigration crackdown.
This is exactly where Jesus would be. Jesus would be speaking truth to power and making sure that the people whose voices are being silenced that their voices are being heard, and that when people are being harmed, people of faith need to be standing in the way with our bodies and our spirits and our songs.
This morning's demonstration wasn't void of some conflict, however. At least 3 people were arrested by Illinois State Police after some sort of scuffle near concrete barriers. Yeah. Troopers could be seen.
This is where one of them, I do know, he took a chunk off the barrier and like chucked it at one of the cops. That was where I was bringing him up specifically, where it's like, if you see that shit.
Holding the line as some demonstrators shouted expletives at law enforcement.
It's very scary to be out here. I have a gas mask in my pocket. I have water. This hole here is from a rubber bullet that was shot a couple weeks ago.
Julianne Michaels, I'm not, there's like maybe 2 people here that will get this joke, but Julianne Michaels would love that jacket.
This morning's demonstration also comes as a federal judge granted the state's temporary restraining order, barring National Guardsmen from taking part in immigration operations. That's in effect for 2 weeks and could be extended. The Trump administration saying the Guard is needed for public safety.
Yeah. So this is where we're having some issues. Now the Trump administration is toying with using the Insurrection Act, which, thank you, NBC Investigates, by the way. I covered this a little bit yesterday, where NBC Investigates, for some reason, has taken it upon themselves to be like, hey, you know what Donald Trump could actually use? There was this Insurrection Act from 1807 that he could totally use, that they also they used it during the Rodney King protests. It's like, oh my God. It's either that Sinclair media just being like, you will cover this, or because I did find out that it is a Sinclair station, even in Chicago. Or I think that they're kind of setting something up here where, like, they're not getting the reaction that they wanted, and they're not getting the riotous coverage. So they want this to escalate so badly, and it's obvious at this point. So I'm just gonna say that and re-emphasize that the peaceful protest angle needs to be the message. We need to stay on course with that. This is where the inflatable the inflatable movement is perfect for this because a few things actually. I'm gonna just say that it ruins the optics. It does give you strangely a layer of protection from like pepper balls. What it doesn't is if they do spray it like the way they did the frog, dirty, real dirty, by the way, where they sprayed the air hole. Yeah. I couldn't believe they did that. And that poor guy, he took it like a champ, I'll say that much. But at the same time, when he was interviewed, he was just like, I've had spicier. That was a masterful line. I have to say, I really appreciated his response to that. Stay peaceful and mindful. Yes. It is very important to stay peaceful and mindful. Like I said, try to coordinate with your protest wardens when you get there. There should be multiple ones. Usually they will be wearing orange, like the reflector jackets, and I don't know if they might have it listed on their reflector jacket. Who knows? But the few that I have been able to go to recently, I was able to coordinate with the protest warden. By the way, cheers. Who knew inflatable cartoon suits would help to fight fascism? Yes. This is where, again, ridiculousness and pointing out just how silly these people are. They can't respond. Like, they're not creative, so they don't know how to respond to funny. That's why, actually, you know what? Here, I'll show you. I should have done this earlier. Signs like this go a long way. There we go. Yes. Signs like this go very, very far with these people. This was from my last protest. Gotta make a new one. But that's where, yeah, they're afraid of mockery. They do not like being mocked. They don't know how to answer it very well. I will also say this, that I've already seen some counter protests or counter protest posts going around. I try to keep an eye on those, which, you know, for all these MAGA heads that are just like, I've been in your leftist group paying attention. It's like, vice versa, dude. Yes, we kind of want to know what's going on here. So, like I was saying, if you guys can put a little funny sign together, which definitely point out their inadequacies. People like Kristina, the South Park face thing. I saw somebody, they actually made the South Park face. That was hilarious. That stuff goes a long way, pointing out all of Trump's inadequacies. It goes a very long way because remember, a lot of these people tie their identity to him, which again, that's just weird, but whatever. My sign says empathy is our superpower, and the other side has the No Kings logo. Nice. No, that's a good one. See, I do love some heartfelt signs. Obviously, that's usually where I see this, like the messaging is, you know, what people are really focused on in whether it's their life or the empathy that they have for other people. But as I was saying, don't be afraid to get some pointers. Like, ask some of the funnier people that you know how, like, what they would say, or you could go online and maybe get a few ideas. I always liked taking some of like the wrestling stuff. One of my other signs is Elon eats corn long ways, which was it's like something that we would put on wrestling signs to, like, MJF eats corn long ways or bananas long ways, because that stuff, again, they're homophobic, and it does get to them. Like, they cannot process the fact that you're making other people laugh and you're making them the butt of the joke. That's my favorite stuff to watch, though, is just how they they react so poorly, and usually they'll just go they'll either go back to their side or they'll leave. I have seen this with the last protest, actually, where I was carrying that sign. There was like a small gathering of like 5 Trump supporters that they all left by the end of the protest because they realized that they were not getting the responses that they wanted. Nobody went over there, and that's what they've been saying on these sites, by the way, is wait for these guys to come to you. They're going to try and instigate things. They're kind of saying the same things, ironically, here. It's almost like people understand that our First Amendment rights do have the barrier of like once it crosses into, assault or something like that, that could be an issue. So they're going around saying, try to instigate them to come to you, which I will say, do not take any of that bait, guys. Do not go to any of the counter protesters. Don't take their bait. If they are on your side and they're doing, if they are instigating, you can point that out. Like you really should oh, okay, cool. Here I just realized that my other video disappeared on me. So that's how I react to when I have a little minor technical difficulty. It's just, oh, fun. Yeah, but also, Manda, I like that sign. Empathy is our superpower, and the other side has no Kings logo. I'm a big fan of the flip sign. As you can see, I had Trump is on the Epstein list on that one, which that one got a lot of responses from MAGA chuds. Actually, you guys can go to my channel. My protest videos are pretty easy to find. The thumbnails are obviously the different ones. Also, there's like 5K on one of them, which... but at one point I interacted with this truck full of MAGA dudes, and at one, like, they lost the whole like bully aspect and got genuinely curious because they're like, what are you guys even protesting? And we're like, no kings, dude. Like, that's what this is called, the no kings protest. He's like, what do you mean by no kings? It's like, yeah, there's like this thing that happened in, 1775, 1776 that kind of, kind of pushed our country to this whole thing where we now are the country that we are, right? Right. Well, during that, we kind of just agreed that we don't want kings. And it's kind of scary. Like, I had to reflect on this. The dude did not really comprehend this because he was just like, wait, I thought that what's the president then? It's like, oh, no. This guy doesn't understand the difference between a king. Like, any person that is a figurehead to him is just like, yes, big, strong leader, I will follow. Like, holy crap. Number one, that makes me wonder about like his whole family structure, where it's just like, oh, dude, how bad was your father? Or is he one of those dudes that's just like, he has, like, a lot of MAGA dudes seem like this, where it's the idea of masculinity, where they just hold on to that, but meanwhile, they're overweight, usually are very insecure. They seem to be lonely, which I've had this conversation a lot recently about the loneliness epidemic. And at one point, somebody on the left was even like, yeah, you know what? We can be a little more caring for that. I'm like, no, not necessarily. Like, I'm not here to kids glove people that don't have emotional intelligence. I'm sorry. Like, I will try to explain it to them, but it always it devolves into them being insecure, so they need to get their trolling out or whatever the hell. They don't listen. They actually don't care to have like introspection. So my biggest advice on that is don't waste your time. But here, let's we got a awesome video here. There was a interview from the Status Coup. Shout out Status Coup. They have had amazing coverage, on the ground coverage of the Broadview protests and the Chicago marches. I'm looking forward to actually covering their coverage of some of the protests coming up next Monday. So if you guys are, if you guys want to have a little reflective day, half my stream is probably going to be dedicated to going over the Chicago protests. And I'm going to try and also pay attention to some of the ones all across the country. And if you guys do attend a protest, please, if you're not already part of my Discord, you can send your name actually to Pinkerbell. Send your name, your Discord name to Pinkerbell, and she'll make sure that I add you to the Discord, and we will we'll get you all the fun little perks of that. I'm stalling because this is happening again. This link does not like me. There we go. As I said, Status Coup is amazing with their coverage. I got stun locked, and so let's just play it.
We've heard a lot of from the protesters out here. We've heard a lot of dismay, a lot of anger, a lot of rage. You're the first one who I've seen like really fight back with ICE with some humor here in just the last few minutes. So first, can I,
as I said, I emphasized humor.
Can I get a sense for what your sign says?
Yeah, of course. So basically, reminding them that there wasn't a war here before they brought it here. They call Chicago a war zone. Well, before this administration, we weren't having Black Hawk helicopters hover above buildings and raiding people. We didn't have uniformed gangs disappearing people in broad daylight downtown with.
Oh, wow. Have any of you guys seen Alien Romulus? He looks like the synthetic brother.
About holding guns.
To the main character.
We didn't have federal agents literally murdering people as they're resisting being kidnapped. So if anybody brought the war, they brought the war.
Safe to say you feel less safe with ICE in your community.
All right, I have to say, as a wrestling fan,
100%. 100%. They're not protecting any of us out here. They're scared of us. That's why they have the guns. That's why they have the tactical vests, because they're scared of us.
Well, it's also, why do you think that they're wearing the gas masks in preparation for them firing the pepper balls?
We've heard, I've been able to hear, and I don't know if it's come across on camera, but some of the lines that you've been yelling have been pretty funny. I'm not going to attempt to describe exactly what it was, because nothing ruins a joke like explaining it. But why are you fighting it with humor?
I'll take that pointer, thank you.
And with just kind of pointing out the obvious absurdity of what's happening here.
Because it breaks through. It breaks through, makes them maybe realize like how ridiculous they are, how ridiculous this looks. Like honestly, they're probably used to being called fascists or used to be called Nazis, all this. But if I tell them something a little bit funny, I'm like, hey, like, is this fill the hole in your soul? Is this like, where did your life go wrong? I don't think you grew up wanting to be an ICE officer. Like, which police academy did you fail out of?
Yeah, I mean, it certainly sticks with me. It's different than a lot of the stuff I'm hearing out here. Yeah. Why did you?
I mean, come on, guys. I'm not trying to be mean. I'm really not. But look at just the physique of the ICE agents, and then just wonder. It's like, oh, well, if they were in law enforcement, what type? Because I have found out that apparently, like they scoured the earth for a bunch of ex-law enforcement or disenfranchised law enforcement. If you've seen the ICE commercials, they actually say, "Are you in law enforcement? Are you mad about what's happening to your country? Do you want to arrest illegals? Well, come and join ICE." I'm getting the vibe that most of these dudes worked in administration before.
You feel compelled to be out here this morning?
Because of what they're doing. I mean, look at where our country's at right now. The government's shut down. They're literally disappearing people off the street. Like, we are in the throes of fascism. And people think fascism is going to come to them with swastikas, goose stepping, and with a German accent. No, fascism is going to come to us in a suit, gripping the American flag, holding a Bible upside down. That's what fascism is going to come to us looking like.
Yeah, as making a reference there to President Donald Trump during his first term, holding the Bible upside down during when he dispersed a Black Lives Matter protest to be able to have that photo op. Yeah, so I'm reading that your shirt says "Veterans Against Trump." Are you a veteran?
Yes, I was in the Marine Corps from 2013 to 2017.
Is this the country that?
No, he has. Seriously, isn't that kind of like in the territory of stolen valor?
Serve to defend.
It's looking less and less like it every single day. I mean, every single day there's some new atrocity, there's some new violation against our Constitution. I mean, everything from violations of free speech, violations of unlawful search and seizure. I mean, you name it, they are breaking it, and they're breaking it at record pace. and I swore to uphold and defend the Constitution, and that's what I'm out here doing, upholding and defending the Constitution.
One thing that I have constantly just like been pointing out is how it is. Isn't it an issue that you can't really tell the difference between the ICE people, like aside from their masks, and the rest of the stadies?
So with that shirt, saying veterans against Trump, why is it important to showcase that you are a veteran? Why do you feel like that's an important part of your identity to showcase in this moment?
Because so often the right wants to co-op veterans, co-op the military, and say like,
well said.
Military conservative, Marine Corps is conservative. No, they're not. I know a lot of people in the Marine Corps, a lot of people who are veterans, a lot of people who are even active duty, who talk to me every day saying that they are disgusted about what's happening.
Yeah.
And
a lot of these guys, like when they are in the like when they're active in the military, they, for the most part, will put their politics aside because they kind of understand that if they let that take over, because this is they are trained on this, by the way, that could lead to them questioning orders, which I'm not sure if you know this about the military, but that's not exactly a good thing.
And I want to make it clear that
dishonorable discharge is not something you want on your record.
Veterans are here too, and we are absolutely disgusted about what's happening in our country.
Are there any particular instances of ICE activity here in the city that really come to mind when you use the words like disgusted? What has been that's really
paintball with stakes
really grabbed your attention or stuck in your heart over the last few days, weeks that we've seen Operation Midway Blitz underway?
I mean, everything seems like it's topped every single day. Before the raid that happened in South Shore, where literally they took American citizens.
I really hope the humor angle will works on people who don't follow politics. I think that it is because it's bringing the attention to, like, as I said, the inflatable stuff in Portland is bringing a lot of attention, and people love it. Like, your average moms love seeing an inflatable frog stand up to a bunch of, jackbooted goons
without producing a warrant out of their homes in the middle.
But according to them, we actually had somebody come into our chat yesterday and say that like 57% totally support this. It was 87. He was like, there's 87% support for this. It's like, wait, what? Because no, when you actually look at his approval ratings and then why his approval ratings are so bad, this kind of plays into it. However, they did bring up one good point, that the Democrats are still just as unpopular, if not more. You know who's growing in popularity? People like DSA. So
light them up on the street. For what? For what? That's the type of raid you do in Iraq and Afghanistan. You don't do that on the streets of the United States. And before that, it was them marching around in downtown Chicago in full battle gear. Like, there are literally people walking around, walking their labradoodles right past them. That's what I mean. Like, they're bringing the war here. There is no war here until they showed up.
Is that...
Yes, and this is the whole point of it. They want escalation. This is why Trump, instead of going to places that, actually have known gang members and, like, known crime, which, I'm going to just say it, like, places like Inglewood and Old Block, in Chicago, it is just well known. Everybody knows. So the fact that they're not targeting areas like that is sus as hell.
You see it as a war, like in those explicit of terms?
Well, they want to keep painting it that way. Mm-hmm. And so if that's the language that they're going to use, that's the rhetoric that they're going to use, then I have...
Oh, my broader point to that is that's why they're going to, like, Trump Tower. Optics. It's all about optics.
To take them seriously. I have to take them at their word that they say, oh, this is a war zone. Well, what part of it makes it a war zone? Because I've lived here for 7 years now, and it hasn't felt like a war zone
transplant
until literally they showed up.
We've seen a lot of folks here in the crowd afraid to talk to press, not because they don't feel like they have something to say, but just because they are afraid of reprisals of some kinds, of being singled out in some way. You're standing up. You felt comfortable. I don't know if I should say comfortable to talk, but you felt willing to talk. Why do you feel like it's important to speak out and be out here publicly in the way that you are?
Because just the same as fear is contagious, courage is also contagious. And maybe I should say infectious. So when people see other people standing up and actually doing something about it, when people see veterans showing up and actually doing something about it, then they'll feel like they have the courage as well to show up and do something about it.
One question I've also been asking everybody I talk to out here is just the emotions that you're...
Well, it's also like how they're not going to places like, and again, I hate to say this, but like Midway.
You're feeling...
Where... There is definitely gang activity in those areas.
In this moment, being
Belmont and Cicero is literally one of the hottest blocks, and they haven't touched there.
in this crowd right now, seeing the state violence being carried out, what's been reaction? What's been going through your mind, through your heart right now?
I mean, a lot of just anger, but also a lot of hope. I mean, I literally see people who weren't even part of this protest necessarily, but live on this street, who are outside their houses right now.
They actually started getting people to side with the protesters because they start, like, when they put the concrete barriers up, it made it so they can't even park in front of their houses, and they're not for this.
Watching what's happening.
They think it's ridiculous.
And I think there are...
and I'm not talking about not being for the protests.
The majority of people see what's happening in our country and are absolutely disgusted.
And Edgar Cervantes is getting some free publicity here.
And even though they might not be here for whatever reason, that's fine. You know, everybody shows up in their own way, but they need to see that there's a resistance. And I feel encouraged knowing that there are other people who feel likewise and are going to come out here and be bold and put their bodies and lives in at risk, honestly, because they're the ones, like I said, who...
Anybody, you know what, just a complete random thing. Anybody have it when you're drinking coffee? The last sip is always the one where it's just like, and it doesn't matter how much is there. It's just like, oh, this is going to create a mess, especially when you have a beer.
Have rifles and have guns trained at us, and we're just not going to stand for it.
Is this your first anti-ICE protest? No. Okay, that's kind of the sense I got. But like, really, what I'm trying to get a sense for is, do you have? They've got the full backing of the federal government to continue to be out here.
Yeah, he's definitely not. Like, he's actually been featured in other videos at Broadview. He was on the front lines with Kat.
Enacting this.
Kat Abagazale, if you didn't know, has been there almost every Friday.
Violence on the Chicagoland area. Do you have the energy, the strength to continue to go the distance in resisting it?
Of course, we live here, you know, and they are under the foolish notion that they will always be in control, they will always be in power. No, they won't. They absolutely will not. It will shift. It will come back on them, and they will have to answer for it someday.
What do you want? What do you want that answer to look like?
I want the full force of our laws to be in. I want them to feel the full force of our laws. You know, I want them to feel the fact that they violated the unlawful search and seizure. And this is not just ICE as well. I'm also talking about the Trump administration in general. Hey. You know, we're talking everything from the bribes, the corruption, all of that. Like, we have a Congress right now who is paralyzed to do anything because the Republican Party only belief right now is whatever Donald Trump feels. And so we need
you, Hercules. I can go to dude.
Need the
Tinkerbell. I randomly had the song from Meg. The kind of like the 60s vibe one.
Democrats would be back.
She's like talking about being in love. Like, for some reason, I randomly had that in my head today.
And them to actually hold these people accountable, because that's the only thing that'll keep our country together is actual people being held accountable. And also the Democratic Party doing better than it has, not just saying nice platitudes and then not actually fighting.
Yeah, I won't say I'm in love. That, yeah.
We need them to fight. We need them to show up.
Not going to do the whole thing. But yeah, no, that guy is awesome. And he is a true leader in these movements, which trust me, he's not trying to be, but that's always good to see somebody that is, you know, a experienced vet who understands the rules of engagement. And when he sees these things, he's just like, no. Yeah, Go the Distance is a great song too. Hercules is just one of the better Disney movies. It's one of my favorites. But whatever. I'm not going there. I have here. We have some good news. So if you guys are not paying a lot of attention to the Broadview thing, don't blame you. But there was a fence that they put just right across the street, and they're blocking off the Broadview facility, but they're also blocking a few other businesses that they have to go around to another side, which again, not convenient when this is technically a dead end, so they have to cut through other people's parking lots. We won our case. So here, let's take a look at them taking this fence down soon. because the deadline has passed. And now
And more changes are on the
it's coming
way
down.
in Broadview. Protesting right outside that facility is about to look a little bit different than it has in recent weeks over the next coming days.
And the changes come as the deadline to remove the fencing is quickly approaching. Gabriela Primus joins us live from Broadview with the latest. Hi, Gabby.
Hey, good morning, Natalie, Anthony. Well, really, that countdown has started already for ICE to comply with the judge's ruling to take down this fence in front of the Broadview facility. They have until midnight tonight. Now, remember, the village sued, saying that the 8-foot fence is a risk to public safety, saying that emergency vehicles aren't able to access this area. Well, it's causing a lot of attraction.
It's causing a lot of attraction. And dude, all right, some of these reporters really are insufferable.
Including from Democratic
We get it. You're a failed influencer.
Congressman Raja Krishnamurthy.
Do your job a little bit better. Get that right before you actually, like, do you guys remember when reporters actually, like, there was a standard in reporting? God, I miss that.
He arrived in Broadview yesterday trying to get into the ICE facility. Cameras captured him talking to an assistant field office director for ICE on the phone. Roger was trying to.
I also can't get over how much I love that our state police do literally look like they were ripped from Super Troopers.
Get answers to who's in the facility, how many holding cells there are, and how long people have been held in there. Another change around
The dumbest, the fact that they parked that ICE vehicle right there too.
the ICE facility concerns
Doing
the
that on
designated
purpose.
protesting
They're just like, look at our new Trump graphics.
area. As you said, the mayor of Broadview, Katrina Thompson, signed an executive order permitting protests only within the safety zone at the ICE facility on
Wait a
Beach
minute, I
Street.
can't ignore this. You thought that Cake was in Hercules' soundtrack with Going the Distance? He's going
can
the
no longer
distance. He's going
Protest
for
on
speed.
25th Avenue between Lexington and
He's
Fillmore.
all alone in his time of need.
She cites the chaos.
I mean, it actually does kind of like fit Hercules. Huh.
And arrests from over the weekend for the move.
He just met Phil.
This is a public safety issue. It's not to take anybody's rights away. I'm a part of that amendment rights as well.
Can I just say how much she has failed as a leader in this?
So I have to protect the integrity of our village, protect the integrity of journalists and the
Yeah,
protesters
you've done a lot for
that
that.
come here. So it's not a division.
Like, I'm glad that the fence is coming down, but she also has kind of like backed up the whole like putting the barriers on the road. So like her own people are really pissed.
You know, so we've been trying to look around the facility, one, to make sure that nothing has happened with the fence yet, so that we can relay that to you. But also we looked on 25th where
What? An ICE agent just cracks, you boys like Mexico!
there's no longer that protesting area. We were
Too soon?
driving by and saw just a couple of photojournalists, a couple of people snapping pictures of a new no protesting sign, traffic sign up there. And a squad car quickly came over and asked them to leave, even though they were press. So it seems like they're taking it very seriously.
Whoa, I just realized it's the Rare Burnett on a Fox affiliate. Holy cow.
We're here on Beach Street. No protesters here yet. They don't start, or the designated hours don't start until 9 a.m. So we'll keep you updated to see if they comply with this new rule. Live in Broadview, Gabriela Primus, Fox 32, Chicago.
All right,
I mean, that's what we're all waiting for. If you guys want the follow-up on that story, make sure that you join me at 4 o'clock. I will be covering that. And I'll also be covering something that I usually don't do, but it escalated so much that I'm going to be covering the Hassan drama. Yeah. It's going to be a little bit of drama tube over on Pep Talks today. I'll admit it. I finally, like, when you see enough people coming out of the woodwork and you're just like, I think that this should be covered. Oh no, not Hassan. What's up, Brian? How you guys doing? Hey, shout out everybody in chat right now. Rich P, Etch, Pinkerbell, Natchacat, and Bryant. Appreciate you popping by. Did I miss anybody? Hermit, what up? And Johnny. Save Johnny for last, since you have been modding like a mofo. And I appreciate, just shout out to all the mods for keeping this space clean and pure of all the shenanigans. Hey, Hey, Farvo. What was that? That was that place that you really like? Oh, you've been shenanigans? Oh, dude, I need to watch that fucking movie. It's one of my favorites. All right. What else we got here? Oh, okay. So this is exciting. Now, you guys are probably accused me of being a little too charitable to MSNBC. Well, too bad. Because I have to admit, when Rachel Maddow has some good segments, well, she's covering the No Kings protest. So let's cover this real quickly before I have to hop on off. So we are expecting a historic turnout at No Kings, and she is covering that.
It was an almost unimaginable number. More than 5 million Americans turned out in small towns.
And by the way, this matters. Like, these optics matter. Do not get dissuaded by the whole, oh, well, this isn't getting your average voter to care. Yeah, it is.
And big
they see what's happening. Trump is not popular. This is just going to make it even more, like, it's going to ingrain itself.
Cities all across the country for those No Kings protests against the Trump administration back in June. That No Kings Day protest, that one day in June, is considered to be one of the 3 large.
I'll be honest, Brian, I stopped signing up for protests because I do think that RSVPing, like, there are good things about RSVPing and bad things.
Largest days of peaceful protest ever in U.S. history. There were so many demonstrations on No Kings Day in June that when we covered them here on this show the following day, we had to show them in batches of 20 to even scratch the surface of how many of them there were.
Yep.
Well, now
but nobody showed up.
Second No Kings Day is just around the corner. It's this Saturday, October 18th. And the organizing effort around it so far indicates that it might be even bigger this time around. In June, for those huge protests, they got like 20.
What, doesn't that require more people to support the message? Doesn't that mean that a whole bunch of people are starting to feel a little bit disenfranchised?
100 different protests. This time for Saturday, organizers are expecting more than 2,500.
That little spot right there is a desert, by the way.
Even more than we saw in June. Joining us now is Ezra Levin. He's co-founder and co-executive director of Indivisible, the group that has helped lead the organizing for the No Kings rallies.
Hey.
Mr. Levin, it's nice to see you. Thanks for being here.
Great to see you, Rachel.
What are you expecting for Saturday?
I'm expecting it to be huge. I'm expecting it to be boisterous. I'm expecting it to be joyful. It's going to be the place to be, Rachel. I mean, it really is. I hope people are, I mean, we're doing big things here, right? We're collectively fighting for democracy. That's big, that's serious. Trump is saber rattling, and that can be scary. But fundamentally, what this is about is everybody coming together and demonstrating we don't do kings in America. And they're going to have funny signs. There's going to be chanting. There's going to be dancing. There's going to be singing. We want this to be a place where anybody can come out. And it doesn't matter your ideological persuasion. It doesn't matter who you voted for before. It doesn't matter if you've never protested before. This is a place for you if you believe we don't do kings in this country.
We're in this moment where Republican leaders, particularly House Speaker Mike Johnson, but also other Republicans, have tried to really fearmonger.
I just realized I don't really have a soundboard right here, so I can't tell if you can hear my dog or not.
About the No Kings protest. He said it was a planned Hate America rally, which made me laugh out loud. But I have to ask, obviously they're trying to scare people into not protesting or trying to make it seem like
science,
a scary thing.
It's science.
On the other side, we've got protests in Portland erupting into dance parties and everybody with Cher on the boombox and dancing inflatable frogs and everything. How do you, what do you make of the Republican effort to really demonize protest against Trump?
Look, on the one hand, I welcome the free publicity. I'm glad they're talking about what will be the largest peaceful protest in modern American history coming up on Saturday. And it's also funny that they can't actually say no kings. They've got to make some other name up for it because they understand it. They say no kings. How is that objectionable?
Right.
How can anybody say that that's anything other than the most American thing since apple pie? But I do think we have to hold two things in our head at the same time. One, anybody who's been to a protest this year that's been organized by Indivisible or No Kings has seen moms and grandmas and kids and dogs and funny chants, and it was a feeling of joyous power out in the streets. And on the other hand, we've got an authoritarian regime who wants to crack down on free speech. So we should show up in force and we should take care. We should attend the security training briefings. We should attend the how to de-escalate briefings and training. We should do that work so that if anything happens at these protests, we're ready to do it. But if your First Amendment rights are under attack and you decline to show up because of those threats, you don't have First Amendment rights. So if anybody is out there watching this and is like, well, I don't know,
Hey,
I've never
Carly.
been to a protester, I'm hearing a lot of gnarly stuff from this regime, and maybe I won't come out. Let me tell you, it's going to be fun, it's going to be powerful, and it's going to be part of history.
What about the trainings that you have been doing? We talked about this last time I spoke with you. We talked about it. That
We covered this at the beginning of the show. If you guys are interested, I covered how to engage at your protest this Saturday.
in addition to organizing demonstrations, in addition to organizing political action where you're asking people to, contact their elected officials about something they're doing right or something they're doing wrong, you've also started doing this movement building work of training people in nonviolence, training people in communications tactics, training people to organize other people along those lines. How are those trainings going?
I mean, pretty incredible, Rachel. So coming out of the first No Kings protests, we had 2,169 events. There were 5 to 6 million people out. And what we funneled folks into was a training series on strategic non-cooperation. So that means not just focusing on your elected officials. That's good. Look, I like that. We call members of Congress. We show up at members of Congress's offices. I think that's good advocacy. But we have to recognize this regime is not just passing laws or issuing executive orders. It's threatening media institutions.
This guy, yeah,
universities,
10 out of 10 hand movements. This guy knows what to do with his hands.
Business.
Wait a minute.
Law firms, and we've got to wield our power to buck up those institutions that might otherwise fail. I think case in point is Disney and ABC News with Kimmel, him being bullied off the air, mass protests, mass opposition, and suddenly Disney finds some courage.
Yeah.
If you want courage to spread, you've got to spread that courage yourself. But that means focusing where you actually have leverage. So doing trainings coming out of these big protest events are a way to go from one day of protest to sustained opposition to the regime. And that's what we need.
Absolutely. Dude. I'm starting to understand why Indivisible is really good at organizing that. If that is one of the main guys, I do have to say. Alrighty. And then, real quick, before I head out today, we're going to do something that I started the show with. So, the ACLU has some rules for protesting that are great if you guys are looking for some just basic rules of knowing your rights and also what you can do. Again, not to step on Jake's bit here. Actually, you know what? I should probably go with the smaller one. Where'd it go? Yeah, whatever. No. All right. Well, this is the page that you guys can find. Just go to ACLU. It will give you a breakdown on whether you're organizing a protest or you are attending a protest. Obviously, I clicked on the I am attending a protest. It will cover your rights are strongest when in what are known as traditional public forums, what to do if you believe your rights have been violated, and what happens if the police issues an order to disperse the protest. Now, this last one, I think that this is a good one to cover. Shutting down a protest through a dispersal order must be law enforcement's last resort. Police may break up a gathering, may not break up a gathering unless there is clear and present danger of a riot, disorder, interference with traffic, which I keep emphasizing, stay out of the streets. Unless you have a march planned, stay out of the streets, or other immediate threat to public safety. If officers issue a dispersal order, they must provide a reasonable opportunity to comply, including sufficient time, a clear, unobstructed exit path. Individuals must receive clear and detailed notice of a dispersal order, including how much time they have to disperse, the consequence of failing to disperse, and what clear exit route they can follow before they may be arrested or charged with any crime. Now, that is very important to understand that. And like I said, stay out of the streets, guys, because that is just one of the best ways to have them try and enforce some of this. And they do actually have the power to enforce when you are blocking a public street. Now, I know that the laws are a little bit different in places like LA, but I did look it up because I saw that they were protesting in the streets in Portland. There is a law against having obstructing, a place of traffic, as far as they didn't block off these streets. They don't have permits or anything like that. So technically, you're putting yourself in law enforcement's crosshairs when you do that. The broad consensus of today's show should be, don't do that. Protest smart and make sure that you watch out for everybody around you. And when I say watch out for everybody around you, I mean also look out for your fellow man and just be aware of your surroundings. With that being said, guys, I hope you guys have fun at the protest this weekend. Please, if you guys can join my Discord or just send me some stuff via the chat next week. I hope that you guys have fun and are safe. Stick around for the Humanist Report. No Jake today, but again, got some good old Humanist Report action coming your way. I will catch you guys later.
Who the heck is Pep Talks? I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Who the heck is Pep Talk? They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
China consumes 61% of soybeans produced worldwide. The rest of the world is 39%. Of the soybeans that American farmers produce, 25% currently have been going to China. And right now, we have zero sold for this crop that's starting to be harvested right now. So it's a 5-alarm fire for our industry that 25% of our total sales is currently missing. And right now, we are not price competitive with Brazil due to the retaliatory tariffs that are in place. Our prices are about 20% higher, and that means that the Chinese are going elsewhere because they can find a better value. And the American soybean farmers and their families are suffering. There's 500,000 of us that produce soybeans, and we desperately need markets, and we need opportunity, and we need a level playing field so we can compete.
You just heard from Caleb Ragland, a soybean farmer in Kentucky who also serves as the current president of the American Soybean Association. And you might have missed it since he just kind of glossed over it, but he just said that America's #1 customer in the world, China, has purchased 0 soybeans from America. September is harvesting season, for those unaware, so they're ready to go right now. And the fact that China has agreed to buy none has sent shockwaves of panic through the community of 500,000 or so American soybean farmers. And this is, of course, all because of Donald Trump's tariffs. And Scott Brown, a soybean farmer in Arkansas, explained on MSNBC that farmers never fully recovered from the last trade war that Donald Trump sparked when he was president the first time. And he suggests that the permanent loss of China as a customer could actually be a death blow to the soybean farm industry in America.
China is the largest importer of soybeans in the world. They import 61% of the world's market. Last year, we sent around $12 billion, I think $14 billion worth of soybeans the year before. For the first time in 20 years, China's bought 0 soybeans and 0 new crop corn out of this country.
0?
So we went from 12 billion to 0.
Where are they buying the soybeans?
Brazil. You see, we lost 42% of our market share in the first tariff war. In Trump's first tariff war, the Chinese went to buying their soybeans from Brazil. They invested billions of dollars in Brazilian infrastructure. They have moved into Africa, and they're going to commercially farm in Africa. Since we left with USAID, they moved their Belt and Road program into Africa. So we've pretty much lost the Chinese market share.
Damn. So this was the final straw for China, and now they're just done with us for good. And part of the problem is that exports are seasonal. They're ready to go right now, as I said. So if farmers don't get a solution fast, either through an end to the tariffs and some sort of deal with China or a government bailout, these farmers are all screwed. And China has the advantage right now because all they have to do is wait out the clock. And by early next year, soybeans will be ready to harvest in Brazil. So needless to say, Americans are at a competitive disadvantage here globally, and Trump just doesn't seem willing to relent. And in a different interview with ABC News, Caleb Ragland, the first guy that we heard from, explains what the loss of China as a customer means for American soybean farmers.
We can't simply snap our fingers and replace this valuable market. Our farm families are dependent on this market. There's 500,000 soybean producing farmers across the United States, and the China market is vital for our livelihood. Many farmers, such as myself, have no other income other than our farms. And suddenly, when your biggest customer just disappears, that's a dire circumstance.
And to be clear, this isn't just going to affect soybean farmers, even though they're going to feel it the most. This is going to affect all Americans in a variety of ways, and I'm not just talking about the cost of soybeans and agricultural products more broadly. This will devastate the American economy as well, which is why I voted against the far-right fascist who is explicitly running on tariffs. Farmers like Caleb Ragland, however, did not do that. In fact, he voted for Donald Trump 3 times. And in an op-ed that he wrote in April for Zionist rag The Free Press, he explains, like many of my fellow farmers, I voted for President Donald Trump in the past 3 elections. The president won me over with his commitment to business-friendly tax cuts, as well as his track record of reducing regulation and cutting government spending. Oh yeah? Well, how's that working out for you now, dipshit? Maybe you should pull yourself up by your bootstraps. It's what your party always says to my generation and poor people when we struggle to get by, so maybe you should take your own advice. Maybe you should have listened to Donald Trump when he talked about imposing new tariffs, especially given how in Caleb's ABC News interview, he explained that soybean farmers never even recovered from Donald Trump's first trade war. Prior to that trade war, 33% of U.S. soybean exports went to China. After Trump's first trade war, it was 25%. And after Trump's second trade war, it's now at 0%. So you would think that he would have learned his lesson the first time, but he did not. In fact, he blames Biden for the policies that Trump imposed. Writing in his Free Press op-ed, back in 2018, President Trump negotiated a trade deal with China that would have been very good for our farmers. We had one problem, though, that derailed its effectiveness. Joe Biden. The Phase 1 deal went into effect in 2020, but when Trump lost the election, President Biden refused to enforce it. Now, the source that he links to, proving that Biden supposedly didn't enforce Trump's trade policy, actually says the opposite. It's an NPR article that explicitly states President Biden has, for the most part, continued Trump's trade policy towards China. That's despite growing evidence that the policy has harmed the U.S. economy, while also not doing a whole lot to damage China's economy or change China's behavior. So Biden continued Trump's trade policies despite knowing that China wasn't complying with the demands that Donald Trump was making, which was for China to buy an additional $200 billion worth of American goods. But why would China do that? Trump initiates a trade war with them, but then expects to be rewarded by China for that? I mean, come on. You know that America would have responded in the same way that China responded if the shoe were on the other foot. But Caleb is arguing that it's actually somehow Biden's fault that Trump's first trade war with China failed, even though Trump just froze funding earlier this year from the Inflation Reduction Act that Biden signed into law that was intended to help farmers just like him. In fact, a different farmer, who also voted for Trump, of course, went on TikTok earlier this year to explain how Trump's funding freeze hurt farmers.
I need your help to save my farm and many other farms. We are possibly going to lose our farm if NRCS doesn't hold up their contract with us on the EQIP program. So the reason that they're not able to hold up the contract is our EQIP program, which is cost sharing on fences, waters, a well, and some seedings, was funded by the Inflation Reduction Act. Because of the executive orders, there's a pause or a freeze on the funding through the Inflation Reduction Act, and they're not able to pay out on the stuff that we completed or anything going forward.
Doesn't matter, though, because everything is Biden's fault and nothing is ever Trump's fault, even if he directly does something that screws them over. Trump could literally kick them in the balls and hawk a loogie in their faces, and they'd still find some way to blame Biden and Democrats for it. But up until this point, we've only heard from a couple of farmers. Other farmers who voted for Donald Trump are still holding out hope that he has their best interests in mind, despite royally getting fucked over by his policies. In a BBC article titled "Farmers Are Being Squeezed and It's Testing Their Loyalty to Trump," they talked to multiple delusional farmers like 65-year-old Tim Maxwell, a farmer in Iowa, who says he is sticking with Trump despite his own financial worries. He says, "Our president told us it was going to take time to get all these tariffs in place. I'm going to be patient. I believe in our president." Well, hope in one hand and shit in the other and see which one fills up faster. But there's also John Maxwell, a dairy farmer in Iowa, who says, "We think the tariffs eventually will make us great again. We were giving China a lot, and previously we paid tariffs when we sold to them. Let's make it fair. What's good for the goose is good for the other goose." Never mind. They're just fundamentally disconnected from the reality of the situation and seem to not realize that America is not the only country on the planet. But tariffs are just the tip of the iceberg, because there are so many other policies that Trump ran on that would fuck over farmers, and I have to imagine that they knew these types of policies would fuck them over. One of them being his opposition to climate change and anything to mitigate climate change. Climate change is causing drought right now, which obviously affects farmers who need water for their crops. We all need it to survive, as a matter of fact. There's also fruit flies who are becoming more resilient as a result of our changing climate, which poses a risk to strawberry and tomato farmers in particular. Also, there's the inconvenient fact that none of their farms would be able to exist without a habitable planet. In fact, we'd all die without a habitable planet. But Trump doesn't care about any of that so long as his fossil fuel donors are able to increase short-term profits. But that's not all, because Trump's mass deportation policy was also a major threat to farmers, seeing as how they rely on immigrant labor. And as Politico reports, Trump's mass deportation policy has caused a labor shortage for farmers in deep red Pennsylvania, who are now struggling to find Americans to do the hard work that immigrants were doing now that their immigrant laborers have been deported. And these farmers are just as oblivious as the rest of them. Quote, "The whole thing is screwed up," said John Painter, a 3-time Trump voter who runs an organic dairy farm in Westfield. "We need people to do the jobs that Americans are too spoiled to do. If they're here working and paying their taxes," Painter said, "they are not troublemakers that we should be focusing on getting rid of." Painter voted for Trump 3 times, but he said he's very disappointed in how the president has handled immigration policy this term. If only he gave us some indication as to what he'd be doing as president on the campaign trail. Jesus Christ. Tim Wood, a Tioga dairy farmer who also voted for Trump, said he has been unable to find a consistent workforce for several years. Quote, "People don't understand that if we don't get more labor, our cows don't get milked and our crops don't get picked." Right, because we don't understand this, not you who voted in favor of mass deportation. And what is so wild to me is that Tim Wood said in this article that he has a heart condition and his doctor urged him to do everything that he can to reduce the stress that he's feeling. And he claims that the number one cause for all of his stress is whether or not he's going to have workers. But what does he do? He votes for the guy running explicitly on mass deportation, even though he knows that will affect him personally. It just sounds like a self-inflicted problem, if you ask me. And even though this whole story centers around them, I want to be very clear here. These farmers are not the victims. They're immigrant employees that they voted to deport. Those are the real victims, because they didn't have a say in the last election. But despite complaining about the impact of Trump's policies, most farmers and rural Americans, more broadly speaking, they have not abandoned Donald Trump yet, despite getting royally fucked by him. Luke Mintz and Anna Jones of BBC report, despite financial pressures, the rural Americans we spoke to are firmly sticking with Trump. Experts say they haven't seen any evidence of meaningful change in support among rural voters since last year. A survey by Pew last month found that 53% of rural Americans approve of the job Trump is doing, far higher than the 38% figure for the country as a whole. In other words, they mostly still support Donald Trump because they trust the plan or whatever. All right, then stop complaining. I don't know what to tell you. If you don't like the policies that you voted for because they negatively affect you, yet you still support the fascist authoritarian who imposed said policies on you, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to say if you refuse to learn from your own mistakes. I voted against the policies that harmed your farms. You didn't. So if you're not going to be introspective and learn from your self-defeating political choices, I don't know, maybe shut the fuck up. You knew his policies would directly affect you in a negative way, but you voted for him anyway. And now you want our sympathy? Fuck off. You made this bed for yourselves, and now you have to lie in it. In fact, it's not that simple. I wish it was. We all have to lie in the bed that you made for the rest of us. So spare us the pity party. If we have a free and fair election in the future, that's in doubt because of your vote, by the way, maybe don't affirmatively vote for the fascist authoritarian next time. Just a thought.
Will you actually...
I swear to God, the Republicans who are trying to impose a Christian nationalist theocracy on all of us would be some of the first people thrown into the gulags that they want to build, because as much as they say they hate gay and trans people, they somehow always end up inadvertently revealing how much they love gay and trans people when nobody else is looking, if you're picking up what I'm putting down. For those not keeping track, there's Bridget Ziegler, the co-founder of the notoriously anti-LGBTQ organization Moms for Liberty, who was having sex with women. There's Matt Schlapp, the chair of CPAC, who was accused of groping multiple men. In fact, he settled with one accuser for nearly $500,000. There's Randy McNally, Tennessee's lieutenant governor, who voted in favor of anti-gay policies despite leaving heart and fire emojis in the comment section of an Instagram twink's thirst traps. There's Jesse Lee Peterson, the anti-gay radio host and pastor who forgot to log out of his main Twitter account before liking gay porn. And by gay porn, I mean the gayest porn imaginable. Like, we're talking men eating each other's asses gay. There's also Alex Jones, who's been transvestigating former First Lady Michelle Obama for years, but he forgot to close the tab that he had open with trans porn before filming a wellness segment for his show InfoWars. There's Ethan Schmidt, Kerry Lake ally and right-wing provocateur who threatened to hunt LGBTQ supporters, only to get busted hunting for cock on Grindr, specifically one that would be smacked across his big dumb face. Then there's Steven Crowder, an anti-LGBTQ conservative podcaster who's a little bit too comfortable in drag, who was accused of sexual harassment by his former staffers. One in particular, Owen Benjamin, bemoaned how Crowder would force them all to wear really degrading and sexualizing outfits, and asked, how is dressing like degenerate fruitcakes owning the left? On top of that, Crowder once admitted that he was worried that his former bisexual phase would come back in a segment where he was vocalizing his fears about himself.
I'm afraid, frankly, that he used to have a bad temper. I'm afraid of it coming back. I'm afraid of Mr. Hyde rearing his ugly bisexual head. That was a short phase. No, I'm afraid. Afraid of getting angry.
I'm sorry, but if one of your current fears is that your former bisexual phase will come back, it's not a phase. Like, by your 30s, you should have that sorted out. The fact that you don't is a little bit telling. But I'm not done. There's also Oklahoma School Superintendent Ryan Walters, who banned LGBTQ material from schools on grounds that they were tantamount to porn, only to get caught screening pictures of naked women himself. Now, before that, a local publication found old photos of him and his old friend, where they were wearing matching flip-flops and sitting conspicuously close to each other, and the hand on the leg really says it all. But if that wasn't gay enough, he was also a big Swiftie, apparently. And the only thing that could possibly make that photo of him look gayer was if he had a dick in his mouth, literally. Although, to be fair to him, he presumably is a 4 on the Kinsey scale, which makes him bisexual, assuming that the straight porn that he had on his computer wasn't some form of exposure therapy that he was forcing himself to consume in order to become straight. Listen, I've been there, Ryan. Spoiler alert. Women are not an acquired taste, my friend. You are not going to make yourself like it by watching it. But keep in mind, like, these are only the more recent examples of high-profile bigots getting exposed as closeted homosexual or chasers. If I named all of them, we would be here all fucking day. In fact, the website Gay Homophobe, which kept track of them up until 2021, just stopped doing that, because at this point, why even bother? We all know that if somebody is vocally anti-gay or anti-trans, it's probably because they have something to hide about themselves. And this keeps fucking happening. Just last week, Bill Berrien, an anti-trans Republican running for governor in Wisconsin, got caught following multiple kink-related accounts on Medium, one of which was a trans porn star named, wait for it, Jizz Lee. I take it because they're the Jet Li of jizzing. I mean, I don't know, but you can't make this shit up. but they refuse to understand that their obsession with hating LGBTQ plus people makes them look more suspicious. But what makes it all the more hilarious is when these idiots end up telling on themselves inadvertently. I'm of course talking about one of the biggest right-wing influencers right now in the game, Benny Johnson, whose initials are BJ, who notoriously outed himself literally while he was being anti-gay. I know you saw this, but in a now deleted tweet, he complained about the advertising on the Military Times website, and as you can see, there is indeed an ad for the world's largest gay cruise. But if you look at the little icons in the top right, you can see that these are Google ads based exclusively on his own search history. Will never not be funny. But this man has a wife and kids. So, like, I couldn't imagine the look on his wife's face when she sees this and finds out, oh my God, I'm this man's beard. What the fuck? Although odds are she probably already had a hunch that this was indeed the case based on what fellow right-wingers have alleged. Back in March, so-called ex-gay Milo Yiannopoulos tweeted, which happy-go-lucky podcast host gets trashed and has sex with young boys in the latter's hotel rooms at Turning Point conferences, leaving his wife weeping in the arms of other men downstairs amid the APAC leaflets and trestle tables? He follows up by saying his initials are BJ, and that's how 1,000 20-year-old male Turning Point volunteers will remember him. Now, 1,000 might be a bit hyperbolic, although on second thought, maybe he's making a more conservative estimate when he says 1,000. But even though Milo Yiannopoulos isn't the most reliable source, someone who is reliable corroborated that this is conduct from Benny Johnson at large gatherings where there are other men who like other men, specifically back in his BuzzFeed days. So Saeed Jones explained on Blue Sky, I made out with Benny Johnson at an empty dressing room at a BuzzFeed holiday party in 2013. It haunts me to this day. Anyway, it's funny that he's done literally everything but come out of the closet. Men will literally become traitors to their country rather than go to therapy. He goes on to explain, everyone got sloshed because of the open bar. Benny and I went into a dressing room and started kissing. Would have gone further, but he said something cringe enough to snap me back to my senses. I rolled my eyes and left. Okay, this is like 100% confirmation that this happened because that does sound like Benny Johnson. He adds, I'm not naming names, but I was just informed I wasn't even the only guy Benny made out with that night. So Benny Johnson's former BuzzFeed coworker spills the tea, and then his other coworkers reach out to that coworker and say, yeah, you're not the only one, man. But look, I am so incredibly sorry that you had to visualize Benny Johnson making out with other men. It almost makes me feel homophobic, if I'm being honest. But I mean, I'm still glad that Saeed shared that information. But if I were in his shoes, that information would have gone with me to my fucking grave. Having said that, though, I am thankful that he spilled the tea, as painful as it was, because we have to expose these hypocritical pieces of shit. But it's just so annoying that we even have to do this. Like, it's absurd to me that so many right-wingers are making their repressed sexual desires the entire country's problem. They could be using the power that their side has to push for peace or healthcare, but instead, what are they doing? They're doubling down on anti-queer policies in hopes that, I guess, Republicans will ban them from doing something that they can't stop doing on their own volition. I guess they want big daddy government to save them from themselves. Perhaps they fear that, like, if they would actually face penalties like jail time for homosexuality, then that would convince them to stop doing it. But that's not going to do the trick, whether they admit that or not, because they're not going to stop fucking men, because even though they know they could be exposed as hypocrites, they're still doing it. And some of them aren't even really trying to hide it that much. And even if, like, they went back to a pre-Lawrence v. Texas status quo in the United States where homosexuality was illegal, that's just going to make it all the more enticing to them. They think it's hot because they love sexualizing people that they view as inferior. But if they really wanted to throw people off of their scent, they should probably stop talking about how much they hate queer people, because it's not convincing anyone at this point, certainly not themselves. They've apparently never heard the phrase "doth protest" too much, because these motherfuckers never stop protesting. They never shut the fuck up. But you know who does shut the fuck up? Lindsey Graham. Everybody knows Lindsey Graham is gay, but nobody really talks about him being gay because he doesn't go out of his way to bash gay and trans people every second. Look at his face. This is not the face of a heterosexual man, but he's at least self-aware to know that the loudest homophobes are always the biggest closet cases. So what does he do? He just goes on about his life. He inconspicuously lets men fuck him while he finds ways to fuck all of us, politically speaking. But most of these right-wing closet cases are just not going to stop bashing gay people, regardless of how sus it makes them look. So I think that what we need to do is weaponize their own homophobia against them and try to use it as a sort of deterrent to the extent that we can. Let them know the next time they spew this bullshit that their hatred and bigotry makes them look really gay. And that actual straight people don't spend most of their time thinking about how much they hate gay and trans people. Hell, gay and trans people don't think about gay and trans people as much as right-wingers think about gay and trans people. So let them know that their bigotry looks like a self-report, because it probably is. That might not persuade them to stop bashing queer people, but maybe it'll at least get them to think twice before they spew hate again, or at the bare minimum, make them feel a little bit more shame the next time that they privately get barebacked by someone that they publicly claim to be disgusted by. If you're not plugged into gaming news, which I suspect is most of my audience, these last couple of weeks have been wild because Xbox, which is owned by Microsoft, for those who don't know, they are currently imploding because they announced a 50% price hike for their monthly game subscription service, Game Pass Ultimate. Now, every streaming service has raised prices at this point, but usually it's by a buck or two, which is still bad, but it's incremental. Game Pass Ultimate, however, went from being $20 a month to $30 a month, which is sad because it used to actually be a really great deal. In fact, it was once cheaper than Netflix, and you were able to download and play as many games as you wanted to from their catalog, and it was really cool. So it was a consumer-friendly option for gamers who couldn't afford to cough up $60 to $70 for new release games. But now it is one of the least consumer-friendly options that may very well lead to the death of Xbox altogether, because so many gamers were canceling their subscriptions after the announcement of this price hike that their website presumably became overloaded because of all of the cancellations. And this cost increase is directly correlated with Microsoft's acquisition of Activision Blizzard, even though they explicitly told the judge overseeing the merger that Game Pass prices wouldn't increase if the merger was approved. Yet, here we are. And there was one person who was warning all of us against this sort of a thing and tried to actually stop it. I'm talking about former FTC Chair Lina Khan, and back in 2021, here's what she said in general about the effects of corporate consolidation on consumers and workers.
Significant market consolidation deprives consumers, workers, and independent businesses of choice, further enabling dominant firms to engage in unfair practices. As the wave of privacy abuses in recent years has shown, market dominance often allows companies to renege on commitments, evade the law, and repeatedly violate commission orders.
Now, she was talking more broadly about mergers and acquisitions right there, but that, of course, applies to Microsoft as well, as time has proven. But I've got to say, Lina Khan is by far and away the best thing to come out of the Biden administration, hands down, because she actually tried to enforce antitrust laws for once that stop these corporations from gobbling up other corporations, because that sort of thing is extremely harmful to everybody but the corporations. I mean, just think about why that is. If you're unhappy with your internet service provider, for example, and they just raised prices by $5 a month, and you don't like that, well, I mean, odds are you can't do nothing about it, because internet service providers have a monopoly in the areas that they service. So if Comcast, say, raises the cost by like $5 a month, you kind of just have to suck it up and pay it, because if you don't, then you don't get internet. There's nobody else that you can go to. So this is happening in virtually every sector. Amazon is gobbling up companies. Most news organizations are now concentrated into the hands of just a couple of billionaires. And when it comes to Microsoft, before they acquired Activision Blizzard, which itself used to be two separate entities, they bought ZeniMax and Bethesda and Ninja Theory and Mojang Studios, which owns Minecraft and Twisted Pixel and so many other game companies. And it's amounted to what Ethan Gatch of Kotaku called the total enshittification of Game Pass. And he's right. And in response to the colossal price tag of Game Pass, Lina Khan explained on Twitter, Microsoft's acquisition of Activision has been followed by significant price hikes and layoffs, harming both gamers and developers. As we've seen across sectors, increasing market consolidation and increasing prices often go hand in hand. As dominant firms become too big to care, they can make things worse for their customers without having to worry about the consequences. And that's exactly what happened in this instance. But cost isn't the only issue here, because Xbox as a company has gotten demonstrably shittier following their buyout of Activision Blizzard. As Andy Chalk of PC Gamer reports, the deal was closed in October of 2023, even though the FTC's legal action against it was still pending, and it's been one shitty thing after another since then. Just a few months after the deal was sealed, Microsoft laid off 1,900 workers at Activision Blizzard and Xbox, and they canceled the studio's long-awaited survival game. Then, in September of 2024, another 650 people were shown the door. That was followed by the layoff of 9,000 more employees across Microsoft in July of 2025, a spot of unpleasantness that also saw multiple game cancellations, the closure of the initiative, and knock-on impacts on other studios, even as Xbox boss Phil Spencer said the company's gaming business never looked stronger. So both consumers and developers were harmed in the immediate aftermath of this acquisition. And I'm not saying that all of these negative things wouldn't have happened had it not gone through, but the effect was obviously exacerbated by this acquisition. And guess what? This was something that was predicted by, you guessed it, Lina Khan. Here's what she said about the acquisition in an October 3rd interview.
I mean, we talked about the impact on game developers as well, right? One of the arguments in the case that we made was that Activision had been a platform neutral company. And as a result, game developers also had more pathways to kind of get to market. And one thing we argued was that if you allowed this merger to go through, it would basically allow Microsoft to become more of a walled garden. We may see more layoffs. We may see more price hikes. We may see kind of more degradation of certain games. And that just generally the way that competition encourages companies to kind of, just be fighting it out in the marketplace, that all of those factors would just make it so that Microsoft didn't have to try as hard. Even before the final appeals court had issued their opinion, Microsoft actually started announcing some of the layoffs, and the FTC was like sending letters to the court saying, they told you that they weren't going to do this, but guess what? They're already doing it.
So this is why her phrase, too big to care, is so accurate. But I'll admit, even I wasn't overly pessimistic about this acquisition because Activision Blizzard was already one of the worst companies in the gaming space whose CEO, Bobby Kotick, exploited employees and covered up alleged sexual abuse. And compared to Microsoft, whose reputation was better at the time due to the quality of Game Pass and in part because they were seen as the underdog when compared to Sony and Nintendo, it didn't seem like the worst thing in the world, and to a lot of gamers, it was ostensibly a good thing if they were able to acquire Activision Blizzard. But it's important to remember that the cost of these acquisitions, they're very high, obviously. And in order to offset that cost, these companies are going to make cuts in other places to make sure they get back to as high profits as they possibly can have. And the problem is that workers are almost always the first on the chopping block after these companies make big purchases. And one of the other reasons why Xbox was able to avoid public scrutiny was because gamers were mostly focused on the anti-competitive element of this acquisition. And the fear was that they would make Call of Duty, which is owned by Activision Blizzard, an Xbox exclusive and cut off PlayStation to the franchise. So that turned out to be false. In fact, Xbox has ported many exclusives over to PlayStation, like their new Indiana Jones games and even Gears of War. But that doesn't mean that all of the typical downsides that we always see with these mega mergers didn't materialize, because they in fact did. And this is always the case. And this is the lesson from this particular news story. Now, prior to the merger, both Microsoft and Activision Blizzard were arguing that this would actually be great for consumers because it opened up their catalog of games to Game Pass customers, which is awesome, right? Because we all loved Game Pass at the time. But Lina Khan also sniffed out that bullshit too when she was FTC chair.
One question that came up as we were pursuing the lawsuit to try to prevent the Microsoft Activision merger was this question of whether an independent Activision would have made its content available through subscription or cloud gaming services itself. And the trial suggested, yes, that they would have. And under oath, executives admitted that, yes, if they could make the commercial terms work, they would. And so you can imagine a situation in which if Microsoft had actually been more constrained in the market by other players by other firms that also had, big gaming libraries, would they have been able to do this? It will be interesting to see if they have to backtrack here. But the series of price hikes that they've done suggest they feel pretty emboldened.
Yeah, I would say from a gaming perspective, there really is no competitor in the cloud space. And at the time of your lawsuit, I think the court ruled it that it was such a nascent industry that they didn't think it was a big enough deal. But as it becomes more and more important, it's very clear that there is nobody challenging them. And so they can raise prices at will. So yeah, that is what gamers are noticing.
So basically every single thing that Lina Khan predicted came to fruition, not because she has a crystal ball, but because this is a predictable pattern of behavior for corporations motivated exclusively by capital. They don't care about consumers at all. There's no such thing as an altruistic business. Xbox was never planning to keep Game Pass costs low, especially after they acquired so many fucking companies. They weren't just like gonna eat the cost because they're a great company who cares about gamers. They were gonna pass that cost on to you. It was inevitable, and they're trying to make that money back by milking you for everything that you've got. At least that's what they're going to try to do, assuming like they don't go under because so many people are now canceling their service. And it's just really unfortunate that we no longer have a regulator like Lina Khan in a position of power to rein in these corporate giants, because that would be helpful at a time when there are so many acquisitions and mergers taking place. But one thing that I do appreciate because of the story is that gamers are now starting to realize how important the work that she was doing at the FTC was. And she says that they're sending her flowers now as a result, metaphorically speaking. But listen to what she says.
I fully remember the general consensus of the gaming community around the time of this lawsuit was that the FTC's lawsuit was frivolous and that Activision Blizzard's a failing company. Microsoft will prop them up and save them and bring back all the great games we love and help the employees do good things. And that was the general idea. And people thought, oh, I'd love to get Call of Duty for a cheap price on Game Pass. And I remember all of the comments being mostly positive for this. And now, as the layoffs continue, the new games haven't been what were promised and the prices go up, people do understand what you were saying. And so I hope we can like help hammer that home for future situations like this. People can remember they got burned before. This is a relevant example. Yeah, that
Totally.
Yeah.
Honestly, sometimes the way I learn that Microsoft is doing another price hike or layoffs is that gamers start posting like apologies to me on Twitter. And that's how I learn. I'm like, oh, I guess Microsoft must have raised the price again.
And she's not lying. If you look at the replies to her tweet about Microsoft, the largest one is a meme of people lining up to apologize to her, and others vocalize the same sentiment. Sorry, Lina, you were right. Game Pass in Brazil increased by 100%. Sorry, Lina, we were blind. Fuck Activision and Xbox. You were a hero. I just couldn't see it back then. I apologize. Lina Khan was right about everything. Sorry times 1,000. Forgive us for not believing in you. Hey, so funny thing. Forgive me. You were always right, but nobody wanted to listen. And that's just a few examples, but some gamers who couldn't fight through the cognitive dissonance were actually attacking her because she was FTC chair and they claimed that she didn't do enough to fight Microsoft. I mean, Trump fired her back in February. She no longer has a job there and she did everything that she could. So the fact that you would blame her for this is absurd. But at least the honest people are understanding that she was right about everything and nobody wanted to listen. Like, she was actually trying to stop gaming from getting even shittier, which is important because the trajectory of this industry has been bleak for quite some time. And anybody who's been following news of this industry knows that. And I would highly encourage you to watch that full interview with Atrioc that she did, because about antitrust in general, it's very informative. And she even touches on the Jared Kushner Saudi Arabia acquisition of EA, which is another gaming company that once gobbled up a bunch of other companies. So it's a complete mess. But keep in mind that corporate consolidation is just one of many reasons why prices are on the rise in gaming. Xbox also raised the cost of consoles twice this year, and their flagship system, which is the Xbox Series X, is now $650 when it was $500 back in 2020 when it launched. And I, for one, am old enough to remember console prices going down over the course of their lifespan, but these days they're going up. But Microsoft is by no means the only offender here, because PlayStation also announced the price hike thanks to Donald Trump's tariffs, which gamers were also warned about, by the way, and companies are still finding other ways to nickel and dime consumers. EA, for example, just released their free-to-play Skate game in early access, and if you want to play as a cardboard version of the protagonist from Dead Space, you have to pony up $35 for this cosmetic change. And as this Twitter account points out, it's $40 if you want the entire Dead Space bundle with the skateboard and stickers and whatnot. And let's not forget about Nintendo raising the cost of games like Mario Kart World to $80. And if you want to experience all of what Donkey Kong Bonanza has to offer, which is a phenomenal game, you've got to pay $90 in total, $70 for the base game and another $20 for the optional DLC that they could have easily released with the game, but they didn't do that because now they're making more money off of you after already getting $70 from you. It's just like a complete mess, but this is capitalism. It saps all life and joy out of everything in order to maximize profits. It's why we see so many sequels and remakes, because reselling us successful franchises that they already sold to us a million times is less risky than giving us new franchises that gamers might not be receptive to. Capitalism incentivizes these companies to feed us the safest, most sanitized, formulaic slop in order to appease shareholders because they're too afraid to take any risks. And on that note, we just learned this from journalist Steven Totillo. Last year, Ubisoft canceled an Assassin's Creed game set during Reconstruction, was to feature a black assassin who, among other things, fought the clan's rise. Sources say leadership nixed it, concerned with U.S. political climate and Yasuke backlash. Yasuke, for those that don't know, is a black character featured in the last Assassin's Creed that gamers threw temper tantrums about. So, so much for DEI killing art, right? Turns out racism is what's really killing art. But me saying that is blasphemy to gamers because a lot of them are reactionary and anti-representation and pro-Trump, and they don't understand how their political philosophy is killing the hobby that we all enjoy so much. But with regard to Assassin's Creed, it's actually really sad that they canceled that project because I actually would have been interested in that. I used to enjoy Assassin's Creed games, but just kind of lost interest over time because they all started to feel like soulless cash grabs after a while. But I mean, that's what happens. They, introduce something that's successful and then they milk it and beat it into the ground and then nobody cares anymore because, them milking franchises is just the safest bet. But, we're not going to get that now. We're not going to experience that because leadership is too afraid to take a risk. And it's because, that might hurt profitability. They think that offending racists hurts profitability potentially, which is a sad state of affairs. But I mean, it speaks to how art and creativity are stifled under capitalism. But reactionary gamers, they're never going to acknowledge that, which is so frustrating to me. I wish that they would acknowledge how their own ideology is undermining the thing that they love so much, the thing that we all love so much. They're probably going to keep blaming industry woes on representation and DEI instead of the main culprit, which is capitalism. But until they wake the fuck up, things are only going to continue to get worse and the industry will keep being the dumpster fire that it is.
Mom, are you a fascist?
I don't think so.
Are you against fascism?
I would say yes.
Then you're Antifa. Dad, are you a fascist?
Wait.
No.
Are you against fascism?
I'm a Republican.
Are you against fascism?
No, I'm for Republican.
Are you against fascism like everybody who fought in World War II was?
Everybody who fought in World War II was not against fascism.
That's literally what we were fighting against.
You're confusing me.
Wasn't.
Huh? Do you think Hitler was a fascist?
No.
No? Wait a minute. You don't think Hitler was a fascist?
No.
How about Mussolini?
No.
Mussolini literally made the first fascist party. Okay. Woo!
You just watched Chad Colgin try to reason with his MAGA parents, Bob and Mary Lou, but there was just no getting through to them, as you saw. And across social media, there's this growing trend of creators like Chad who talk about the difficulty in maintaining a relationship with their MAGA parents, while others directly just challenge them on camera, as Chad did. And this niche form of content is incredibly popular because I think that it is cathartic to see others experience something that they're also struggling with. And when I say struggling, I mean they really are struggling. One Reddit user in the therapy subreddit described how depressing it was to feel like they had to mourn their MAGA parents who were still alive. So it's got to be incredibly validating to see other people talk about how their parents also became increasingly cruel and detached from reality, because our parents have such a formative role in our lives, obviously. They help shape who we are as people. So watching them get sucked into this fascist political cult has got to be extremely traumatizing. So the kind of content that Chad and others like him produce probably helps a lot of people to cope. But aside from the usefulness realness of this type of content. It's also just really entertaining because it exposes how goddamn fucking stupid these people are. And on that note, getting back to Chad, he has an entire YouTube channel where he has long-form discussions with his MAGA parents and tries to challenge their beliefs and tries to get them to see the flaws in their own logic. But it just doesn't work because they're basically glorified NPCs only programmed to spit out the latest Fox News talking points. For example, listen to their take on the government shutdown. It's going to be as predictable as you'd expect.
Mom, who do you blame for the shutdown?
The Democrats.
Why is that?
They wanted to include, it was an ungodly amount. I don't even know what the amount was, $1 billion for aid, healthcare to illegals.
That's not true.
Now, if you don't think we're paying for illegal healthcare right now,
What you've said is not true.
what Republicans do not want is the people that came across the border that are healthy, that are illegals, to be given, here's your card, go get your free health care.
They don't do that. That does not exist. That doesn't exist.
Okay.
You believe it does because the Republicans are saying that, but that is literally a lie.
Pure insanity. Most Democrats still don't support free healthcare for American citizens, but you think that the entire party literally shut down the government to offer healthcare that's free at the point of service specifically to immigrants? That's what you believe? Have you seen one of these free healthcare cards that they're supposedly giving away? Can you describe one of them? It's just their entire system of belief is based on fiction. But at the same time, even though they know nothing, they are extremely arrogant. It's Dunning-Kruger in effect. But this is consistent with all MAGA parents. A different TikToker who posts 20 to 30-second clips every day where he asks his mom different questions about politics demonstrates how, like, she just refuses to believe anything that contradicts her worldview. He'll give her a fact, and she just denies that fact. Case in point.
What do you think about Trump being best friends with Epstein, Mother?
That is bullshit, and you know it.
It's not.
It most certainly is. He had nothing to do with Epstein.
So he ain't on the flight logs at all?
No, he's not.
Yes, he is.
No, he's not.
What do you think about groceries being up since Trump took office?
Nick, groceries have been high since COVID.
But why aren't they coming down? What do you think about Trump cutting Medicaid, Mother?
I think it is a great thing. People need to work if they're able to work.
Do you think also cutting 30% from NOAA and NWS is good?
No, I'm not doing this. You want to go straight to NOAA because you're a punk.
That's what I thought.
You're a... I won't say what you are.
That's what I thought.
No.
Oh, you say he's on the Epstein client list? No, he's not. Oh, you say that grocery prices are still high? Well, you know, they've been high since COVID, so it's not Trump's fault, even though he promised to lower prices on day one. In a different TikTok that I didn't play for you around April, he was asking her about the stock market after it crashed when Donald Trump introduced his first round of tariffs. And he asked his mom, who do you think's responsible for the stock market crash? And she blamed Biden and Kamala. In other words, there's just no getting through to these people. They refuse to engage with facts that challenge their worldview, which is why it's so hard to get them to leave the cult. And that was the experience of this TikToker who had dinner with her MAGA parents that she hadn't talked to for 8 years. Just listen to what she has to say.
We had this like weird dinner with my parents, and I was very shocked and also reassured to find that 8 years later, zero personal growth has taken place. I mean, we're talking like, this is almost a decade, okay? And everything that happened economically and everything that happened politically and even just like what we may have gone through in 8 years as individuals, they are the same people. Just total problematic behavior. Racism, homophobic, fucking sexist, misogynist, the whole 9 yards. Like, they are completely brainwashed by legacy media. Completely. There is zero critical thinking going on at all. And you can see where my mom, like, the gears are kind of trying to grind, but they're not quite making the cut because the machine is just so very old and outdated, and those skills have never been utilized. And I just, like... For anybody out there who's wondering, like, when this whole nightmare is going to be over and when they're going to get their parents back, like, when are we going to see the end of this train wreck? It's when the boomers expire. When the conservative boomers expire, that is going to be the end of it. Your parents are not coming back. Those people are gone. you may as well go ahead and let that shit go.
That is so bleak, but I understand why she feels that way. These people pushed away their own family to be part of a political cult, and it doesn't matter how hard they try, they simply cannot get through to them. A different TikToker talks about how she tried to maintain her relationship with her MAGA parents by creating boundaries, specifically where they don't talk about politics whenever they're around each other, but she explains how that actually made things worse somehow, and explains that during the Hitler salute that Elon Musk did at Trump's inauguration, that was kind of the breaking point for her. And she decided to, change course at that point. But just listen.
I can't decide if having the boundary not to discuss politics with my parents was a good idea or a really bad idea. It was a hard line in the sand my brother and I both had to draw a few years ago. I think especially after J6, it was like we can't even discuss the two different realities we live in, so let's just not discuss it at all. And it did appear to make things better because we weren't arguing about politics. To be clear, it's never my brother and I arguing with our parents about politics. It's my dad making everything political, even like your favorite type of cookie is a gay liberal choice, apparently. And by saying, like, do not talk about this stuff, do not bring anything up, I feel like it just made my dad more radical and isolated him from probably the two only sources of his life that have like an actual perspective on reality. By the time inauguration came around and Elon did his Roman salutes, I could not stand it anymore. I had to ask my dad, like, tell me you saw. Tell me you know what that is and that you acknowledge that that's what that is. And he couldn't do it. He actually got mad at me for even making the suggestion. That's not a, like, ask your fiance, he'll tell you. Oh, ask a man, he'll tell you. And he actually said to me that Kamala is the fascist. Kamala is the one who's going to oppress, would have oppressed. I can't even form the words to like replicate what he said to me. I guess the whole point of me saying this, if anyone like is familiar with my little corner of the internet, I talk about emotionally abusive, neglectful, emotionally unintelligent parents and that effect it can have on us. And I haven't posted a lot of content because I decided that day that until you can tell me what's happening in this world with like an ounce of reality and realism, then I'm not speaking to you because I cannot associate, I cannot be around fascist sympathizers.
That one was really hard for me to watch because you can actually hear the pain in her voice when she talks about this. Her and her brother tried to find some sort of a compromise with their parents so they can have some semblance of a relationship with them, at least with their father. And it still became untenable. He seemingly became antagonistic towards his own children. And this is another thing that is driving the pain that people with MAGA parents are feeling. Just the complete lack of respect for their kids. No concern whatsoever. A different TikToker explains how disrespectful her MAGA father was being to her after she reached out to him after the big bullshit bill was signed into law because she was worried that he would lose his health care. And the response that she got really frustrated her because it illustrates that these people are so rotten to the core, they don't think about anybody but themselves, don't care about anybody but themselves. Just listen.
So this all started because I sent him a video of someone that was going through and reading the sections of the big beautiful bill that are going to negatively impact people. And I did this because I care about him and I wanted him to be like informed if this is going to affect him, you know? It's like, I don't know what medical care he has. I just wanted him to be aware. So I sent it to him and all I said is, this is a long one, but important. Nothing else. And this is what he had to say. I'm sorry, honey, but I can't believe that you believe this bull. This is exactly the same lies that the Democratic Party has been telling you for the last 10 years. I don't know who you is in this scenario because I was 15 10 years ago, all right? I was worried about my relationships with boys and my grades in high school. Every time you hear something, it's doom and gloom, and every terrible thing is going to happen, but it's all lies. Please wake up and quit being one of the sheep that follows the herd and believes everything you hear. Now, this clearly upset me because I don't speak to people like that, so I do not allow people to speak to me like that, and so I responded with, Dad, do not speak to me that way. I sent that because I care about you and don't want you to be negatively impacted. Do not speak to me in such a belittling and disgusting way. I'm your daughter. Your daughter. He then responds with, I'm sorry, honey, but I don't believe a word they say anymore. Who is they? Who are we talking about? Because I'm pretty sure the people in that video that I sent him were, number one, not politicians. Number two, do not side with either Republican or Democratic Party. Like, they're just people reading the bill.
This is why it's so difficult for them to have a relationship with their MAGA parents, because you can't talk to them. They take everything as an attack. And she goes on to explain in that TikTok that she didn't send him that information as some sort of a gotcha or to belittle him or to prove that she was right and he was wrong. She sent it to him out of a general concern because she was afraid that he would be affected by the big bullshit bill. And in a different text that he sent to her that she shared, he says, well, look, how about this? If it negatively affects me, I'll admit that I was wrong. But she didn't want him to just be like, oh, okay, if this negatively affects me, I'll concede that it's bad. She wanted him to care about other people that this affected as well, and explains that it's wrong to just not have regard for the well-being of others. I'm paraphrasing, but you can watch the full TikTok. I'll link to her channel down below. But like what she's dealing with is the unabashed cruelty of MAGA parents, which is so hard for children to digest because a lot of people idolize their parents and try to embrace the values that they've instilled into them. So it's hard to watch the people who raised you and taught you everything turn into these spiteful assholes. And that's something that Chad showcased about his parents in a conversation about Greta Thunberg.
How about Greta Thunberg? How about that? Patriot of the Year.
What are you laughing at, Dad? Do you know what happened to her?
No.
Yeah. She got hosed down.
She was on a boat carrying aid to people in Gaza.
She got hosed down.
The Israeli military stopped their boat, detained them all, beat the shit out of her, made her crawl on the ground, kiss an Israeli flag, and have now detained her.
Good.
She's only 22, by the way. Was she American?
She's that dipshit that started all this crap a long time ago.
What crap did she start, Dad?
All that woke business.
What woke business? What did she do?
You know what she did?
Do you know what she did, is what I'm asking.
Yes, I do.
Then what was it?
I told you.
Woke business?
Yeah.
Oh, gosh. She protests for it's climate change advocacy. It's the genocide in Gaza.
And Dad, you're shitting on her. You don't even know what she did. That was clear.
Yeah, I do.
That clip is crazy to me. Seeing your dad gloat about a 22-year-old activist getting abused and humiliated by a genocidal government has got to be rough. And look, I have many MAGA family members, but thankfully my parents and in-laws aren't like that. But like if my dad, when he was alive, behaved in that way and relished in the suffering of somebody else who is trying to stop a genocide, I don't think I would ever be able to look at him the same way again. And I've got to imagine that it's so much more difficult as it is to have MAGA family. It's so much more difficult to see your own parents exhibit such cruelty after they showed you the love that they wanted you to show to other people when they were raising you. Like, it's a completely different side of them that you're seeing that you never wanted to think existed. And I would imagine it feels like a betrayal to these people with MAGA parents. And that's kind of how these next two TikTokers characterize the situation. And you can see them struggle with who their parents became after they were raised by their parents to not be the way their parents are now.
If I would have said to my mother when I was a child that I thought that everybody from a different country was a bad person and deserved to be deported, she would have smacked the shit out of me. If I would have come to her as a teenager and said that I was thinking about dating somebody who's on tape talking about grabbing by the and hanging out with PDF files, she would have smacked the shit out of me. If ever in my life she heard me mocking a disabled person, considering she has a disabled child, I have a disabled sister, she would have smacked the absolute shit out of me. Now, friends, guess who voted for whom in these last couple elections? Because I'm sitting here trying to understand where that disconnect came in. Because what I am out here doing is fighting for the values that were instilled in me by somebody who no longer has them. Not only no longer has them, while I am out here fully ready and willing to die for these rights and values. She would unalive me, her daughter, because she is now against these things so much. See, she has been conditioned by a party and right-wing media to believe that I am the enemy. I am against fascism. I am anti-fascist. Her new gods would call me Antifa. But Mom, all that means is I heard every word that you told me. And I am still fighting for the person that you were, the person that you raised me to be, and the future that you made me believe that we can and will have.
Have any of you other millennials had to look your parents in the face and tell them that because they support Trump, that they no longer have any moral standing in your life? Like, I was raised in church to the point that I even helped start a church. I used to be a pastor. Now this whole Epstein situation is blowing up in Trump's face. And my mom literally looked at me and said, oh, Pam Bondi had a different version of the Epstein files on her desk when she said it was on her desk. It's actually deeply painful, you guys. Like, these two people raised me, and they raised me in church. They do not know right from wrong now. It's deeply unsettling to watch this happen to your own parents. I don't know if you guys have any advice or words of comfort because this is, it's actually deeply painful. I'm 41 years old. I've been my own person for a while now, ever since I escaped the fundamentalist Christian cult I was born into. This is wild, man. How did this happen to our parents?
Damn. And assuming that their parents ever leave the Trump cult someday, they're never going to be able to unsee their parents behaving that way. And their parents just don't seem to have the self-awareness to care about the way that the fascist cult that they're in is affecting their own children. And another theme that I spotted across these videos is that the children of MAGA parents always seem to express genuine concern for the well-being of their parents, whereas the parents don't reciprocate that concern at all. In fact, it almost feels like they have contempt for their own children because they view them as the enemy since they're not in the cult with them. Regardless, you can still see the glimmer of hope in the eyes of these TikTokers that we've watched, because it's clear that they really desperately want to get through to their parents, as hopeless as that feels right now. And even though they probably can't, I understand the desire to never stop trying, because losing a parent, I've got to say, is one of the worst things a person can go through. My dad was never MAGA, thankfully. In fact, he hated Donald Trump and was shocked by the cruelty towards immigrants that he exhibited. But he passed away in 2020. And to me, things have never really felt the same. Like, things are normal again, but it just feels so different now. Even though I'm obviously an adult, I still feel like I need him as much as I did when I was a child. He's always been there for me as a moral foundation and encyclopedia on random shit from cars to plumbing. And when you lose a parent, it feels like the foundation has been pulled out from underneath your feet. And as hard as you try, you can never really regain your balance fully. It's like you're taking your first steps all over again, but this time they're not there to catch you. And that is such an unsettling feeling that I can't describe unless you've experienced it. And I think that the way that I feel about my dad is probably a similar way that these TikTokers feel about their parents as well. Like, they've lost a parent that they can't get back. And that feeling of like, wow, you're really on your own now. Shit's going to get real. Like, it's setting in, and you can kind of see it in their faces because, you know, they still lost their parents. Like, their parents are still alive. Nonetheless, they still lost them. And you can see them acknowledge in real time that they know things are never going to be the same again. And that's a really hard pill to swallow. So I really sympathize with them because you can see the pain in their eyes and the hope that things might still get better. And I certainly don't begrudge anyone for going no contact, but I understand the ones who choose to keep trying as well, because every now and then you do still see a little bit of the old parent in the parent that has morphed into a MAGA dipshit. On that note, I want to share this TikTok from a guy who explains that his dad is a gay Republican who is anti-trans. And he describes the conversation he had and how difficult it was for him to get his dad to make that connection between him being gay and somebody being trans. And this was a post from last November. Nonetheless, it's still really fascinating, and it speaks to like what we're talking about. So let's watch.
He was talking about how he went to the VA, and I don't understand why there's tampons in the men's bathroom. So I asked him, what do you think about trans people? What do you think about the trans issue? And he goes, well, I think it's a mental illness. And I was like, interesting. Do you think you're mentally ill? You like men? Are you mentally ill? And I go, well, that's what people say. People say that you're mentally ill. Your best friend said you're mentally ill. So are you? And he was like, no, I'm me. It's normal for me. And I was like, yeah, that's how they feel. And then he goes, well, I just don't understand how a man can do that to himself. And I go, Dad, I don't understand how you can do that to another man, right? I'm a straight guy. I don't understand how men are attracted to other men. But I don't have to understand because you understand, right? I'm going to trust your word that that's how you feel. I was like, well, yeah, that's true. That's true. And then he goes, well, I don't want to be associated with those kind of people, the LGBT, the way he says it too, LGBTQ. I don't want to be associated with them. And after like 10 questions, we got down to it, is that he was embarrassed, right? He was afraid. And I was like, yeah, Dad, like, that's why you stayed in the closet until you were 60 years old, because you were afraid. How you felt when you were in the closet is how trans people feel now. And I go, aren't you happier now that you're out of the closet and you could live your authentic life? And he's like, well, yeah. Yeah, Dad, make the connection. Make the connection. That's how other people feel too.
Yeah, I would imagine that conversation was extremely tiring. But by now, you're probably seeing yet another trend emerge. They're all extremely selfish and simply cannot fathom walking in anyone else's shoes ever. Even when you personalize it and you draw it back to their own human experience, they still struggle to make the connection. And that is so frustrating, but not surprising, because a lot of older people, they had this hyper-individualistic mentality pumped into their brains for decades. And you can see the toxic effect that's having on society now. Like, it's this fuck you, I got mine, out of sight, out of mind, so I don't have to care about it mentality that is poisoning American politics. And it's frustrating how they are totally immune to the suffering of others, yet only wake up to it once they experience said suffering firsthand themselves. It's the common trope about like the Republican politician who all of a sudden is supportive of gay marriage because his son came out. We also see this with the farmers recently who voted for mass deportation but suddenly oppose mass deportation because their workers are getting deported. They simply do not have the capacity to think about how their actions impact others. It's just me, 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 me. They're the main characters, and nobody else exists but them. And they also don't have the ability to have foresight whatsoever, so they can't even anticipate how something they do will end up hurting them in the long run. It's so frustrating because it's all vibes. Like, it's a vibes-based cult, and it's tearing apart our country. But in conclusion, if you have a MAGA family member, or in this case, a MAGA parent, as hard as it may be, understand that you are not alone. Your parents aren't the only people who've been infected by a political brain parasite. But the good news is that there is going to come a day when the Trump era is over. And my hope is that all of the brainless cultists who succumbed to the MAGA brain rot wake up one day and feel deeply ashamed of themselves. It's probably not going to happen, but it's a nice thought at least, right?
Hello, humans. This is your power report for today, October the 9th, 2025. I am Dan. I'm here with Bam, who is on screen with me now.
That's me.
That's you. Good to see you, as always. I don't know if the feeling's always mutual, but we out here. Yeah, so here's the schedule for here's the schedule for today. As Bam has noted in the chat, I'm sick. Apparently, I have the opposite of what Michael Jackson got, if you will, and
death.
As no, lack of interest in children. Yeah, it's the opposite of what Michael Jackson. Anyways, I'm Bill Maher when the crowd is forced to laugh at his jokes. Anyways, my voice is just barely coming back. Yesterday, I was not able to speak this much. Today, my voice sounds like a shell of its former self, which should be everyone's dream, honestly, on the show, for me to be having not the ability to speak so everyone else can. But what the plan going into this episode was anyways, because of October 7th, because of it being 3 years of this atrocity officially, 2 years, sorry. Really, 2 years? Oh shit, gotta change the title. We're entering our 3rd year. How about that? Let's say. And I was looking over the previous 2, well, not quite. We did an October 7th episode after October 7th. I remember I was traveling at the time. I didn't necessarily watch the episode. I remember I had things to say, and I remember food poisoning off a burrito at the time. But we did a recording of an episode about a month later in November of 2023 with Ben Dixon and Emma. And that was a real joy to rewatch again. I hadn't seen that episode in a while. So I'm going to play a little bit of that. And then in 2024, for the October 7th episode, we did an interview with Kumar Saleh, and you and Bam and Kumar's got to debate a little bit about Iranian politics as it relates to October 7th. And then myself and Kat Abu-Ghazaleh, who at the time was not running for congresswoman in for a seat just outside of Chicago, but now is. She was on the show, and we were talking about her Palestinian identity and how she brings that to October 7th. And it's so funny watching that interview in retrospect, knowing what happens with her in the future and how she's talking about politicians and politics. And I don't want to spoil it, but I'll say it's a nice moment to see someone who's just like, yeah, no, she said it. That's pretty much what she's doing. She's about her words. So that's cool to see. So for Bam wanting me to run for office one day, maybe there's hope there. Maybe there's a model. But yeah, I kind of wanted to throw to you, Bam, and about overall thoughts. That'll come a little bit later, basically. I'll be playing those in an hour or so. I'll start playing through those. But I wanted to start with your thoughts. 2 years out. There's actually a really interesting time to speak because today was announced just before the Nobels get announced. So, you know, he was really trying for it. Trump, it was announced that a ceasefire deal had been reached. Finally, something that Biden was never able to do. I'm gonna try to get through it, I swear. A ceasefire deal was reached between Hamas and Israel. They have signed it. As is customary with a ceasefire, Israel has already broken it. And so we'll see how long it quote unquote lasts. But yeah, I want to get your thoughts on it as far as it's going right now, and in the context of it being 2 years and 2 days of this genocide.
Well, I mean, I'll just keep it current, and maybe we can talk about all the things that have happened in these 2 years. But you know, this whole peace deal has been announced, and the way I'm seeing it is that it's going to be similar to the one that happened in January. There'll be, I think there's like 30 hostages left, maybe 40, and like 20 are dead. I can't remember the numbers, but
that's about the proportion.
Right. Like, I think that there will be some hostages released. There will be some Palestinian prisoners. I'm sure most of them like former Hamas members or like Hamas family members released from prison. And then they'll get back to fighting, because this peace plan doesn't address like what's supposed to happen in Gaza or even the West Bank. Like if Israel does, withdraw the troops from Gaza City, which I doubt they will, but if they do withdraw, the last time there was a ceasefire, they just like amped it up in the West Bank. So we'll see if that happens again. I feel like it will, because I think that the goal in Gaza is still for there to be some kind of new situation where Tony Blair's the governor and whatever. Like, I don't think that they are done with that dream yet. I did watch some videos of some different like Palestinians celebrating the ceasefire, and I did have a horrible thought.
I'm not gonna. This is gonna go even the beginning.
I'm not gonna do it because I did have a thought, and I was just like,
"Bam, just say it."
I'll wait a little bit. Because it's too early. People are still listening right now. But
I was gonna say, like, people were celebrating the ceasefire, and I saw a video where, and I teased about this just 2 minutes ago. I saw a video where an apartment building had been hit by an Israeli like missile strike. They were trying to pull a child out from the rubble, and the reason they were back in that apartment building was because they had heard about the ceasefire, and so they were like, "Oh, we're good then, right?"
No, of course not. Like, Israel's gonna break the ceasefire. I'm sure they're still breaking it.
Also, keep talking. I'll be right back. I have to adjust some stuff because of my heater.
Okay, pause. Israel's probably going to be breaking the ceasefire like for every single second, but I think the real issue is what's supposed to happen, because like I want everybody to understand. Is that a spider? No. I want everybody to understand something about what's happening in Gaza and like what Gaza is. Because I think that it is easy for people to, although this is like Israel's line, like everybody in Gaza is Hamas, I think it is like easy to kind of fall into that mindset, to think that like Hamas is like the real representation of the people of Gaza. And it's like not for real. Like Hamas just wants their people out of prison. So like they're gonna get like their people out of prison and give those hostages back, and like it's like, okay, like that's good for us. Like they don't really care if civilians are gonna die and like babies and apartment buildings get blown up. Like they don't really care like that. So like what's a benefit for Hamas is not necessarily a benefit for the people of Gaza. Hamas has already said that they are willing to forego any governance in the future of Gaza. They already said that a long time ago. I feel like they said that in the first ceasefire. So if it ends up being that, the Trump Gaza Riviera plan happens, like Hamas doesn't care, like if it gets to a point where there's just like, okay, like, y'all got to go, like they're just going to leave, they're going to go to Egypt or, Iran or Qatar or something like that. Like they'll be fine. Oh, going back to the Nobel Peace Prize, I did see something that said that the submissions for the Peace Prize were supposed to be done by like the end of January. So I don't know if he actually got his thing in, but we'll see. But like Donald Trump is the only person that cares about the Nobel Peace Prize. Like who the hell cares about that? Like nobody, like we don't know, like nobody cares about that, dude. Like give it to the fucking Taliban. Like who cares? But yeah, this ceasefire peace plan, so to speak, I am not very optimistic. I don't think it talks about like some kind of full withdrawal or like a rebuilding plan, like it's not about that. Like, it's just like really just Trump's ego. Like, hey, I want there to be peace, even if it's for like 2 days, and then we can say Hamas broke the deal, and y'all can do whatever you want, and then we can invade freaking Oakland after that. So yeah, I'm not too optimistic, unfortunately. But I do want to kind of talk about how we got to this point. Like, I want to revisit. I mean, we're going to talk about October 7th in the stuff that we play later, but I do want to like recap, this terrible genocide.
Please do. Yes, I know there's a hissing noise happening behind me. That's just the way my heater works, apparently.
Oh, I can't even. I can't. I don't know if I'm hearing it or not.
Seriously, you're not hearing it? Wow.
I can't tell if it's just my computer. I can't tell if it's just my computer.
Well, I'm sure people can tell because it's like crazy loud. But I'm like, if you can't tell, I'm going to say this is an incredible microphone, and I'm going to become an unpaid sponsor. But yeah, the heater in my building, it just started kicking in because like it's now starting to get cold in New York, and I'm like, oh yeah, this is a pre-war building. So like, there's no way I can control the thermostat. There's no thermostat, dude.
Turn this shit on and turn it off when you're hot.
No, there's a valve somewhere in the basement of this building that's been painted over 5 times that is set to whatever is the legal requirement for heat. And like, that's what controls the building for however many 100-odd units are in this bitch. So
that's hilarious.
This is not gonna because if people can hear this, I'm sure that people are saying that in chat they can't hear it. So okay, that's great to know. I'm also holding it really close to my mouth just to be careful. But I knew it. One of these days, Bam is gonna outgrow the Diddy jokes. But
I'm not.
No. But yeah, you were talking about recapping how we got here, and so
quickly, just quick.
Yeah. So 3,000 years ago, there. No. In 1940,
I wasn't going to recap it that far.
I know. But I'll tee you up like this. One of my, I think this was a thing that was really obvious at the moment, but it's been lost to time since then. But I think, to the extent that historians exist or are cared about or, will be useful in the near or distant future, if we want to look back on what led Hamas to do their attacks on October 7th, the normalization of relations between Israel and Saudi Arabia is probably going. That's funny, bad lefty. Bam's history of Judaism. But the normalization of relations between Saudi Arabia and Israel were likely a catalyst, maybe not the catalyst, probably one of the bigger ones though. But I would say like those talks were happening in the backdrop of September, August, just months in the weeks before then. And yeah. And it was a very similar 9/11 situation from what I remember. Mossad, Israeli intelligence, were supposed to be aware, and I haven't seen this much coverage, but I think I saw some coverage that like Netanyahu may have even been aware of the October 7th attacks. And of course, there's this whole like Hannibal directive that the Israeli military has that's like, if Israelis has to die, like, it'll come out in the wash. So
the Biden administration confirmed that Egyptian intelligence informed Israeli intelligence about the impending October 7th attack. Like the Biden administration confirmed, like Egypt said it, and then the Biden administration confirmed that. So, I mean, the prevailing evidence, and I think like one of the biggest fears for Netanyahu, and one of the reasons why he's keeping this war going is because the one thing Israel will do is put a former leader on trial. Like, yo ass will end up in court if you are a former Israeli prime minister or president. They will do that. Because I think one of them fools is in jail right now. Is it Barack? I can't remember, but
don't tease me with a good time.
So yeah, but it was my opinion that was the reason why Hamas did the October 7th attack. I did hear some other pundits say that also, like after not after I said it, like they saw it from me, but like after I said that, I did see some other pundits that I believe know what they were talking about say that, but it wasn't something that I saw very much. But I think a lot of that is because either a lot of people don't know much about like what's going on in the Middle East like that, or it was like pro Hamas people who were like, they just want to make it seem like Hamas was freedom fighting when they did that. So
well, also, and I want to like just stick on there because to the media aspect of things, there was also, we don't have media in America right now. What we have are the connections of maybe formerly once great journalists, right? Like, a journalist retires, but their son gets the deputy version of their job, or the daughter does, or like a niece or cousin or whatever. You look at half of the roster on the New York Times, and a lot of people in like there have parents who are former journalists at other big publications, right? And the New York Times has been historically problematic. Like, you can go back on any issue and you can see them being on the wrong side of it. And like, for every article where it's like, oh, they let someone on the opinion section with like, half a conscience, it's like 10 other things for like, why teaching your daughters phrenology will help keep them away from vicious thugs like Emmett Till. Like, you'll have shit like that in the New York Times the whole time. But like, I mean to say this because in thinking about where I am right now, I think about the Fareed Zakarias, the Friedmans, like all these people who are like in these high positions, who are supposed to be deconstructing global international relations for a Western American audience. Nowhere to be found, and mostly peddling the Hamas ripped unborn babies out of pregnant women and use the babies to do unspeakable acts. And it's just like, we were never going to get a real view of that story. And that was even before you saw the Trump administration come in and do this really full court press assault on the media. This was when the media was already kind of like being sold for parts behind the scenes by the private equity world, by the tech sector, by a lot of really wealthy interests, etc. So like, I think the reason why you're not able to see a lot of these, like why these things happen in the moment, which is why I like having these things documented, so I can go, oh, we were talking about that back when it was real fresh, but now no one talks about that anymore. But that's like real key information. I think that's a factor too. Like a continuing story you can't tell the story of Israel-Palestine from, literally 1947 onwards without that part of that story being about, the Chomsky-Herman propaganda model and how the media manufactures consent for all types of different stuff and how none of us are immune to it.
Yeah, I mean, for sure with this with this situation, you definitely got to like know some history. I will say this though, I can't remember what channel it was. It might have been like the Times of London. I can't remember, but I did watch a woman. She was talking to John Bolton, and she referred to what's happening in Gaza as a genocide multiple times, and he did not push back on it. And I think that she was willing to say it because the UN said it. And if he would have pushed back, she'd be like, well, look, that's what the United Nations said.
Was this a recent interview?
It was probably last week when I watched that.
Yeah, I thought so. Yeah, because like to that media point, to like put a bow on it, 2 years later, now you have a lot of journalists who are willing to use the genocide word. Like you're still getting knocked on YouTube for saying it, but so many people are saying it now, and so many mainstream outlets who don't have to censor themselves as much because they have a special whitelisting thing in YouTube. Because it's become socially acceptable to say that, everyone's now saying it. And you're seeing former Obama officials too, who, because they don't have to, I mean, all the way up from as high as Kamala Harris to people who are in the Biden, Defense Department apparatus, they're saying like, yeah, we at a certain point we realized we shouldn't have done that. That was, a problem. What's going down there is horrific. We weren't really grappling with that. To find, like it's on deaf ears because these are the exact people who could have done something about it on day 219 or day 119 or day 19, right? Like, but I think history is already turning on this. And not completely, but history's already turning on this to the point where the people involved want to get themselves on the record as putting them some distance from it so that their kids want to keep their last names when they get older.
Well, I was going to say something. I forgot. Anyway, going back to just like the beginning of this situation, like definitely Hamas like had an agenda, in my opinion. And I feel like for their own kind of goals, it was they feel like, or they felt like it was achieved, but I think like now they're probably seeing that it's not going to deter whatever relations that Saudi Arabia and Israel are going to have. Like it just doesn't matter. Like, genocide or not, like the governments of the Arab world don't care about, 60, 100,000 Palestinians dying. They just don't care. So, at this point, it's just like, okay, like we'll see what happens after. Like, are we going to see a full withdrawal? Are we going to see, a bunch of people from Gaza getting expelled? Where are people going to live? Like, who's going to rebuild in Gaza? Like, I don't know. It's going to be it's going to be a long time before we see any real change. Like these, I'm thinking about like the young people, like the young teenagers who have seen their homes demolished and are just not going to see any hope for their lives for at least like 10 years, I don't necessarily think that, there's this notion that, you can't destroy Hamas, like it's an ideology, and there's kind of like that notion, like, you're breeding more terrorists. Like, I don't believe in that. But it's just like, what kind of lives are they going to lead? Like Trump and the Trump idea was just like have them serve the drinks on the Riviera. Netanyahu's cabinet and them, Netanyahu's like cabinet and them, like they want to get like Israeli settlers there. I don't feel like Israel though is powerful enough to expel all those people into other countries in the region. Like Israel or America. Like there's no level of force that they can put on Egypt or Jordan or whoever to get like 1 million people out. It just can't happen. Like, so obviously the situation is still very unfortunate. I saw the people in Israel celebrating the ceasefire. I saw the people in like Khan Yunis celebrating the ceasefire. I seen some of them guys in Khan Yunis celebrating, and I was like, "Damn, you got a nice fresh haircut." Well, okay, that was the thing I was gonna, but haircut kind of fresh, dog. Yo, let me watch some Israeli news channels. What they talking about? Because that haircut is fresh. I mean, but
no, I can't. No, I can't.
Don't join me.
You're about to get me started, and I reeled it back in.
Don't join me. Don't join me.
For folks watching, there's going to be another moment in the future of the stream, but in the past, where Bam does a similar thing, and it's very funny. But continue.
Yeah, but no, I'm pretty much done. Honestly, it's just I'm not feeling as optimistic about this ceasefire. I was a little bit optimistic about the ceasefire in January. But
it's hard not to be, at least for that one.
Like we saw the ceasefire in January break down, I want to say in March, and then what happened was Israel stopped the aid from coming in, and then when they quote unquote reopened it, they brought in the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, who was shooting people while they were getting aid. Like dozens of people getting killed every day while they're going to get aid. So it's like, I can't really be optimistic for this ceasefire. Like I got to wait and see what happens.
Yeah, I'm fully on the same page. I think anyone watching this, there are times in politics where it's like, if you have a certain opinion or like, with certainty, if something's going to happen, you can't trust that person because there's just like, it's too much crazy stuff going on. I think the first time, God, this is so dark. I think the first time Biden and Netanyahu had this like fake ceasefire thing going on, like that one was flimsy, but it was like the first one. You saw so much destruction. I was looking, the official death toll number is 60,000 or somewhere around that, maybe like a little bit more, give or take, maybe 65. And when we did that episode in November, Israel already hit 10,000. And so I just want to say, like, at the rate at which they were, let's just take the numbers at face value. All right. 10,000 in 1 month, 55,000 over 23 months. Like, that's a lot of destruction in a short amount of time. And so even months after that, you're like, okay, obviously any sense of a ceasefire, you hate everyone involved, but it gives you hope. And then you see that get crushed, and you see other ceasefire deals get crushed. And you hear Netanyahu basically throwing parties at his, home in Tel Aviv with high-ranking members of the Likud party going like, I can't believe Biden's still letting me do this shit. And he's going to let me do it again. And he's going to let me do it again. And he's going to let me do. And all you hear is Biden going, man, it's fucking Bibi's a piece of shit, man. Like, like you would just the most mealy-mouthed stuff from the Democrats, strongly worded letters. That's all you were hearing from then. Yeah, you lose hope in the ceasefires based off of that. And then Trump comes in and you're like, okay, genocide Kamala's a cop, like, folks, this is your moment. Maybe Trump comes in and he's a bull in a china shop, and Bibi treats him different, and maybe he strikes a deal so that Bibi can make Trump look good in his inauguration, and like he ends like whatever, as long as the suffering stops. And not only is Trump, I'm not even gonna make the joke. Not only is Trump bad at the art of the deal, but everyone he negotiates with is better. Like literally everyone, from Javier Milei down in Argentina all the way up to Bibi Netanyahu. Everyone's a better negotiator.
Well, I think the thing is like Trump with like Netanyahu and Putin, like he has the same agenda as them. Like he doesn't care about what's actually going on. With Milei, he got flu flammed. That was the biggest flu flam ever, actually.
But like, not to veer off into it, but like, you know, just to touch on this for a moment, because this was one of those things where Trump felt Argentina was one of those things where the bailouts for the economy is one of those things that Trump felt like he had to do for the base, especially right now, because Javier Milei is the fixture, the play toy, if you will, of the libertarian, like crypto fascist billionaires in Silicon Valley. Your Elon Musks, your Peter Thiels, your Curtis Yarvins. I was back in the day, I would go on this, I'm sure many of the viewers here know, I would go on this libertarian show, Larry Sharpe. He ran for governor of New York on the libertarian ticket. And he still thinks libertarians exist. It's really cute. But we at this time, I was on a panel with Larry Sharpe, I want to say 2 or 3 other like libertarian women, and it was me. And I remember I still have my notes from this because I was just angrily scribbling things down. And there was one, there's a black woman there who I still follow because, you know, that was very funny to watch. But she was like, yeah, what Javier Milei is going down in Argentina, it's really good. It's, you know, it's really happening. It's like, these people have no reading of history, because if you were to tell me, oh, some Americans are going to try to, you know, dip their hands into South American, you know, politics on the coast, and they're going to bring their economic ideals of limited government and giving private enterprise whatever they want to, and free flow of capital for the rich and austerity for the poor, I would have been like, yeah, Chicago boys, Chile, Salvador Allende. Like, we've done, like, you know, run it back. We've done this so many times, but I think there's at least enough people in Silicon Valley who are like, yeah, one more again. And they feel like that they are better than the Chicago boys. And it's like, I don't know if they're better. Honestly, I think they're dumber, but so is the environment they're in. So they're able to get away with much more. So I say all that to say, Trump comes to Javier Milei with a bailout for his, you know, perfect, beautiful, pristine Argentinian economy. Remember Javier Milei and Elon Musk with the chainsaw? Even before that happened during the Trump administration, that was Milei's thing. He would campaign with that chainsaw. Yeah, he was saying, yeah, we're going to do all this cutting. We're going to make Argentina great again. We do too much spending. I hope it sounds familiar, because it sounds like what we're doing in America. This is your wish, America. This is your future. Fast forward 2 years later, Argentina has runaway inflation. Dollar is useless. Now, we're going to get something worse in America. We're going to get stagflation pretty soon. I'm willing to bet, not a lot, but I'm willing to bet next October's 7th anniversary, we're very clearly going to be in stagflation, which is like, get some canned food. That's all I'm going to say. It's just like, stock up, dude, because it's going to be weird. But all that to say, farmers in America were supposed to get, you know, be able to sell off their soybeans, especially now it's getting colder and it's getting winter time. Most of those soybeans go to China. China's like, okay, fuck them beans, because we're in a trade war with them. China's able to source a lot of those soybeans from Argentina. Argentina can handle some of that supply, not all of it, but they're also going through an economic crisis. So Trump is taking some of that money that would have like, you know, he's trying to say, oh, the soybean tariffs that we would be giving, we're going to use that as a bailout to Argentina. So Argentina gets the double dip. They're getting all this new business because with Americans not in the market, the Chinese are like, we want these soybeans. And so Argentina gets a nut. And then Argentina gets a double nut because Donald Trump's like, here's $20 billion, guy. And that's on libertarianism. That's on small, limited government. That's on not taking handouts. That's on pulling yourself up by your bootstraps. And that's on, property rights and letting I'll say this unsarcastically. That's on letting billionaires do whatever they want with your country. America, this is your future. Except, again, last point, those bailouts are not going to go to you. You want to know what happened in Argentina after Javier Milei got that $20 billion? He threw a concert where he was singing. I'm not even going to play that shit for you. I'm not going to play that shit for you.
He was singing "Born in the USA."
He's got the hair for it,
and maybe even a third nut because they lowered their prices to China too. But yeah, going back to the Middle East,
Milei was singing "I will vote."
He invited those people down there because they all got deported.
Yeah, it's actually they have one of the facilities down there, and I'm not.
No.
Back to Gaza.
Going back to the Middle East. Yeah, it's hard to be excited about this ceasefire. I think it's like just Trump's last push to get the Nobel Peace Prize, which once again, like, he's the only one that cares about it. In the meantime, you're sending troops to Chicago, like, how about a ceasefire here, buddy? How about that? Meanwhile, ICE agents are shooting preachers in the face from the roof, dude. Like, can we have a ceasefire in America, please?
ICE is already, and this is what we know of outside the detention facilities. ICE has shot about 5 people.
Yeah,
at least 3.
Killed at least one. I don't know about the others.
Yeah, they've shot at least 5 people. They've killed. They killed one by shooting. There was that one guy in California who was fleeing like a cannabis farm, and he like fell off of something and died because of the fall. So
that counts. That counts.
In a video game, that's at least an assist. All right. So I hate to be glib about it, even in there, but Forrest made a really good point that the guy the Nobel Prize is named after created the prize because he felt guilty for creating dynamite.
Right.
He was like, I created one of the least peaceful tools in the history of man. I'm gonna put my name on a peace prize. Yeah. And there's the other, lesser. You're in a party that someone could get Luigi'd at. I'll just say that. If part of the dinner conversation are people joking about how the Nobel in economics is not a real Nobel Prize, or like, oh, the Nobel in physics isn't a real one. That's not, it's like, because you hear that conversation at Ivy League schools all the time, and I'm just like, y'all need to find God. Anyways, Gaza, that's right.
Yeah, look, it's over. We'll see what happens. I guess that's basically where we're at right now. If the IDF continues to bomb and continues to push into Gaza City, we're gonna hear about it. But the Trump administration is still gonna talk like there's a ceasefire. Especially after the hostages come back. I really think it's just a play for the hostages. Let's get the hostages back, and then we're gonna just fuck everything up. I think Hamas might be aware of that too. Let's not give them all back.
Oh yeah, their initial thing was like, fuck this, deal where you're saying, oh, if we don't submit to this, you're going to bomb us. It's like,
yeah, obliteration.
We were negotiating a hostage deal, and you bombed where the hostages were in Qatar, in a totally different country, a country that America, by the way, has a treaty with. And
has the biggest base.
Qatar, usually if you bomb Qatar, America's like mother of all bombs. And Trump's like, mother of all, but Bibi Netanyahu? Oh, never mind.
No, literally, the last time, during negotiations, so many senior Hamas people have been killed abroad. It's like, what's the point? Like, we might as well just stay underground, and do whatever we're doing with these hostage buddies. But yeah, I don't know. Like, we'll see. Like, I mean, I want to be optimistic, but it's just hard. And, it's hard because of all the destruction that Israel's done in Gaza. Like, it's been, like, of course there's, like, whatever. It's a volatile region. So, like, you expect the IDF to do a lot after October 7th attack. Like, you expect that. But, like, there was never, like, a stated goal by Netanyahu, like, other than we're going to destroy Hamas completely. In the meantime, like, all you're doing is, like, killing civilians, and Hamas is still there. Like, you can't even get... Well, and really, this is the actual thing. The reason is because the IDF is just, like, the most punk-ass military in the world. Like, these guys are, like, terrified of small arms fire. Like, you shoot an AK at these guys, they're running back and they're, like, sending in the freaking B-52 or whatever. You have, like, the way they talk about the Israeli military is, like, this is, one of the most sophisticated militaries in the world and blah, blah, blah. It's like, okay, well, like, why can't they go get those hostages then? Like, because either they don't want to, or they're really some hoes, really.
I think it's a little column A, a little column B. Before we truly get off of this, we also got to talk about the fact that this was the week where you had the Samud flotillas and a couple other different ones, but there were a lot of groups of flotillas that were headed in to, symbolically try to deliver aid into the Gaza Strip. This has happened before at different times. The boats have been intercepted or hit with drones or other, like, missile fire. Different times they've been held captive, like, roughed up a little bit. This time, a bunch of activists were taken by IDF soldiers who, again, it's like, just like you were saying, Bam, same with American cops, same with ICE. These are people who, these are like LA Fitness weekend warriors. They need to lift weights because no one will give them a hug. And so, like, they can't actually fight anything. And so they need to rough up peace activists who are armed with blankets and diapers. And they have to do that to make an example. So what people are saying who are on the flotilla and they were captured were, like, they were blindfolded, they were handcuffed, they were, dragged around. Some people were pulled by the hair. They weren't allowed to talk to lawyers, of course. They were asked to sign papers that would have, been legally dubious because they're, like, all in Hebrew. No one's able to read it. They brought, I forget if it was, like, Smotrich or, like, someone else, but they brought out, like, a higher up, like, leader or whatever to, like, talk to all the hostages, and they separated the Jewish hostages from all the others, and, like, they called them all terrorists and, like, made them get on their knees and stuff. There are some people who are saying that Greta Thunberg specifically was like, dragged by her hair and forced to kiss the Israeli flag while IDF soldiers recorded it. And it's just like, Bam, you react to that, but that's just simply how you get citizenship in Germany nowadays. But Greta, every time a camera is on her, she knows that people are going to ask about the most salacious allegations. And she's been saying, like, I'm not going to talk about it because whatever you're hearing about me compares in nothing to what the people of Palestine are dealing with. And so I think that's admirable. I think that's smart. I don't think many people are willing to go through that true, like, Martin Luther King turn the other cheek type shit. And Bam and I have had our thoughts about these, like, different flotillas and, like, what the overall purpose is, and that the end result was going to be, something involving exactly what we're seeing right now. but I'll still say there is courage to that. And I'll also say that there's been a lot said about how, Spain is going to send their military, Italy's going to send their navy or whatever, and they're going to protect the ships. What you're hearing from Spanish and Italians and other people who are like on the ground and that kind of stuff, that was all symbolic, and all of their navies sent those ships back once the ink was dry in those headlines. So what you are seeing are Italian dock workers. There's a big thing I was just hearing on Electronic Intifada about how the port of Oakland and through the Oakland airport, Maersk and FedEx are shipping components of arms to Israel out of Oakland airport. And so there are dock workers who are doing little moments of solidarity right there. So it's really workers, it's really people, it's not governments, it's not politicians, it's not these international UNs and NATOs. We love the UN, court for putting things on record, but Zoran Mamdani may have a better opportunity to arrest Bibi Netanyahu than the UN court will. So, and I'm not putting any money on that. I'm just saying he has a better chance, and there's still very little chance. So, I mean, that's kind of where we sit at this point. And yeah, I guess, I don't know. Here's a good question. Here's a good FDS style question. In the general sense that you and I would understand and that most people would understand, does Israel's war on Gaza in this iteration, do we do this version of the show next year? And are we talking about something that ended or is like ending?
In 1 year, no.
From now?
No.
Paint a picture of what it looks like to you.
I think there's still going to be fighting. Well, actually, let me take that back. Actually, delete that. Israel will still be bombing and occupying parts of Gaza, 100%. And if there's any rebuilding, it'll be for settlers. Because I think that the Gaza of, October 6, 2023 is not going to happen. Like, they are going to, they're like the settlers left Gaza, I want to say 2006 or 2005. It's been 20 years. They're coming back.
I was just typing in the chat, but I'm still, I think I see a similar thing that you do. That's why I said, as the way we would understand it, the war would end, because I think, look, I mean, missiles have been falling down. Missiles were falling down in Gaza in we're kind of numb to it right now because it's multiple times a day, every single day for over 700 days at this point. But missiles were still falling down with some regularity, every month, every couple of months in Gaza, before.
Yeah, every once in a while.
Yeah, right? And you have flare-ups here and there. But I think, it's dark, but it's real. The ultimate goal of Bibi and, the project that Israel is on right now is imperial domination of Palestine, the West Bank, and if there's room for desserts, a little bit of Lebanon, a little bit of Syria, whatever they can for that greater Israel project. I don't think a ceasefire does anything. I think one good analysis of this is the American spigot is running dry. As far as if a Democrat is in power, the Democratic Party position, if they get into power, it's going to be someone who is at least a Barack Obama level of skeptic on Israel. And most likely it's going to be our most pro-Palestinian president in American history. Now, I'm not saying that's like, a big bar. I'm not saying that's like, like someone who's gonna like fly a Palestinian flag and wear keffiyeh and shit like that. But I'm just saying, like, you're going to have our like, not anti-Israel, because that goes down a dark path that apparently Anna Kasparian's interested in now. But like, if a Democratic president gets elected in America again, and that's a big if at this point, they're going to be part of a coalition that is not going to be supportive of limitless, unrestricted aid to Israel. If there is any aid to Israel, it's going to like, there's going to be a very strong push to limit it in some way. Like, I can see you get Iron Dome, maybe you get a couple weapons. We'll send you some because, Northrop Grumman's got to get paid. But if you get into another boondoggle, or if you want to try to like go towards Iran, like, I don't know. And, I'm going down too far rabbit hole because, like, I don't know if like America would leave Israel out to dry against Iran like that, even under a Democratic president. But I mean all that to say that, like, I think Israel looks at it and they go, okay, a Democrat is likely going to close the spigot a little bit of like the aid we get from Israel. A future Republican president, same thing kind of, because you have half of the young Republicans who are against what they're seeing in Gaza for like, it's just terrible to see kids in this condition. And then you have another substantial part of the Republican base, the youth Republican base, that has some more anti-Israel, anti-Jewish, anti-Semitic reasons for their hatred of Israel. Either way, that spigot's closing. All you've got are older Democrats and older Republicans who are dying and becoming less and less relevant. And at least the older Republicans have power. And so if Bibi can give Trump what he wants, which is a news cycle, which is even more useless than it's ever been. Like, congratulations, you got 8 hours. Where are the Epstein files? That's what's going to happen, literally. But yeah, Trump wants Bibi was willing to give him a news cycle of Trump got a ceasefire deal with Gaza, and then Trump can run off and do something else and not care about it 2 weeks later. He can focus on the ballroom. And 2 weeks after that, Bibi's going to continue bombing and clearing things out. And it's like, oh, there's still a building there. Let's hit that. We're going to make him go south, then we're going to make him go north, and then we're going to make him go slide to the left, then slide to the right, then freeze, and everybody clap your hands. They're going to do the cha-cha slide with all the remaining people who are within the limits of Gaza until you have people like, they're exhausted from moving and they will give up and they just won't move when the missiles hit, or they will take one of these harebrained scheme ideas to buy people out of Gaza and have them resettle into other places. But I think that Israel wanted the pretext to do this, just like they wanted the pretext to fight with Iran. And they are going to continue with it because it's just too good. It's just too good of an opportunity for them. It's everything they've ever wanted. I don't think they're ever going to get this good of an opportunity again. And I hate speaking in these terms, but this is the way they're thinking about it. And so that's why, for any chance of a lasting peace in Gaza, you at least need to have politicians in power, or like politicians who are seeking power, who are existing in that reality. That you can't reason with people who have already made up their mind. You have to change their reality in a way to where they know that, okay, no, this is serious business and I can't get away with doing all this because I thought I'd be able to go on a, bombing spree of, Western Asia as much as I wanted to, because I have Daddy America's credit card. You no longer have America's credit card, or again, we go into my dream hyperdrive scenario where we're like, Iron Dome, I mean, you can keep it. We have, Steel Dome, and that's the one we're using. You're using the old version. We have the iPhone 26. You have the iPhone 17 or whatever. We're not going to help you with that. We're just going to keep our thing. God bless. That'll change a lot of Israeli foreign policy because they'll know they have to tap the brakes a little bit. But yeah, we're all talking about fantasy right now. I think don't, obviously hold hope, hold space for the Palestinians and hope they get out of that situation. But if we're talking about the real politics of it, they're not out of the woods yet. And I don't know if they will be out of the woods until you get both an international community and leaders of the UK, the US, Canada, much of Europe, who are Turkey, even, who are willing to be serious about the power trip that Israel is on and the sort of like hegemony that they want to have, and going from a yeah, sure, just agree with the crazy guy and keep walking on with your day type of relationship that everyone in the Middle East tends to have with Israel to no, actually there's more of us than there are of you, and you're small and we really don't want to bother you, but like you're actually starting to be a problem for us. And the more you start to go like Qatar, Yemen, these are all things that we can like sphere of influence, then Saudi Arabia is going to be like, not quite, buddy, not sure. India might be like, hey man, we have to tap back a little bit. I'm not saying complete taking back from things, but there's so many diplomatic ties and different things that can happen within that regardless of what's happening in America.
Oh yeah, I mean, I feel like the biggest one is Azerbaijan. That's where they get most of their oil from. But
didn't I make a deal somewhere in Azerbaijan too? Because I remember he just couldn't pronounce it.
Yeah, no, he ended like the Third World War between Armenia and Azerbaijan. But no,
what ceasefire is going to last longer? Azerbaijan, Armenia, or Israel house?
Right. But no, I agree. I think that, I mean, yeah, I think that the region could do a lot more than America. I do feel like, let's say there's a Democrat president, like, what I think you're going to have more push like within Congress. Like there's going to be more people, Congress people introducing stuff to say like we need to cut off arms sales to Israel. I still stand by, like, I don't know like who's more powerful between these politicians or the defense industry, but I don't think I think that stuff's going to last for a while, but there's going to be more people that are like, we have to do the moral thing when it comes to whatever Israel's doing. And we'll see whatever they're doing in the future. I just, like, it's going to be difficult for Israel no matter what, because colonial projects are difficult, especially because it's a small piece of land. Like, colonial projects are difficult in large areas of land. It wasn't easy for the English here in America because there's indigenous people that will resist. In Gaza, like if they really plan on settling, like building settlements and stuff within Gaza, that's so much resources. It's even more militarization of the country, and that internal militarization always ends up turning back against the leaders. Like those young people don't want to be having their deployment to go guard some settlement in okay, that's funny. Guarding some settlement in Gaza, like, and they're getting like, pot shots every once in a while. Like, it's just like, I just can't really foresee it working. But, who knows what they want to do at this point. It is, settler colonial societies it's hard to understand because it's such a like backwards, terrible way to be. It's just like, what is your fucking goal, dude? Like, so I'm hopeful more in like the future beyond this ceasefire. And most of that is just because I don't think that whatever Israel wants to do, at least like the worst people in Israel who have power right now, I don't think that's going to work. Does that mean like the Palestinians' life is going to be like so much better? Definitely not.
Yeah, I would, to close the loop, if you know someone who has any sort of like definitive answer on when, we'll get Palestinian joy, again, like truly like in that way, in the way where like, never mind, I'm going to go into like a tangent where I'm going to be inescapable. I'm like, when are we going to get to the point where I'm going to go with this crazy analogy, and I'm going to make it as crazy as possible so I get it over with. But there are people who are like, wow, Black Panther coming out as a movie is a landmark moment for racism in America against Black people. For that movie to exist was like, we did it, Joe. We solved racism. Nancy Pelosi did the Wakanda Forever. I forget the Supreme Court justice, but yeah, they all did the Wakanda Forever thing. It was what, like, I don't think we're gonna get to a point. Shit, might be Bam and I in rocking chairs talking about war stories. It might be around then till you get some sort of like moment like that where the Palestinian experience and all of its trials and tribulations is like, can at least be seen more through the lens of art and culture and film and putting all that together, and something that is separate from the constant reality that's happening every single day. And again, you can't even separate that from the Black experience, and you never could, which is why the whole thing is ridiculous. But I mean, like, if any sort of person is saying like, I know when Palestine will be free, they don't know what they're talking about. But yeah, I don't think anyone currently living in Gaza or the West Bank, or currently affected by it, can afford to be so like hopeless necessarily. Yeah, I think just the things we continue to do, bearing witness the extent that we can, telling stories, sharing stories, there's a fatigue to it, but also once the starvation thing started really happening, that little starvation thing, but once the photos of starving kids came out, I think that, unfortunately, the other stuff didn't, but that really started to resonate with a lot of people, and it shocked liberal elites in the way that like, ICE raids and violence by ICE didn't shock liberal elites, but the blickening of Charlie Kirk did shock liberal elites, right? Like, I don't know what that threshold is, but it managed to reach that point to where, because people were talking about it, because people were doing this, now more people were willing to say, oh, I'm seeing kids being systemically starved. I know what this looks like. I know what this is. You're not going to tone police me for calling it a genocide anymore. And most of those tone police people stopped. There are people that didn't. There were people who were like, there's that New York Times article that was like, we're going to debunk the conspiracy theory about starving kids in Gaza. Do you know this kid actually had a pre-existing condition that also happens to involve what happens when you are in an open-air prison under the Israeli government. But when people this time around, they saw the round of hunger, they saw the Hezbollah try to excuse it, and they had the correct visceral reaction was, how dare you tell me that not only the thing I am seeing with my own lying eyes I'm not seeing, pun not intended, but how dare you tell me that the thing I'm seeing, which are starving babies, is actually anti-Semitic for me to be even seeing this? Well, it's not, and it's like, that broke a lot of people, and unfortunately in a really bad direction. But hey, like, this is the policy of the Israeli government. This is kind of the impact, is that a lot of people are going to conflate these things, and some people are going to take it in a really dangerous direction, unfortunately. I think the point I was trying to get to with all of that is that it's important for us to continue sharing this message, because you never know exactly when it's going to start to resonate, or when it's going to hit like a really high point of like, okay, now we're all really on board with this. Now more people are getting on board. Now we're able to pressure governments more. Like, you think it should be already happening, but no, it's momentum. Every movement is momentum, and you start at zero sometimes, like on October 7th. There's one kind of like mini scuffle that Bam and Emma have in the interview I'm going to play about whether, and I think it's kind of funny, about whether voters will care in the 2024 election about Palestine. And y'all were speaking in November of 2023, and I think I like both of your opinions. I think they both hold up in their own ways today. So I'll say that.
Yeah, I feel like I could still argue that they actually didn't. They just thought they did.
But I think it's there, and I'm not going to ask that question. I don't think it's easy to answer. And I told Bam we were going to have an easy show today, and I'm going to stick to it. But I don't know the counterfactual of, if Kamala breaks with Biden on Gaza, does she win? I think she definitely gets more voters and more support. Does she win though? I'm still not.
She might have won Michigan, and that was it, basically.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do the what if thing, because we don't have the Steve Kornacki big board behind me yet. I'm still setting up the studio, so we can't do that. But yeah, listen, thank you all for. Oh, this was the very last thing I wanted to say and do, because I was talking about people who are spreading lies about what we're even seeing these past couple months in Gaza with the hunger and all that different stuff. One of these people was Barry Weiss, who was one of these people who, her family are reporters or writers or something like that, if I'm understanding correctly. She's an opinion writer at the New York Times. Like at many workplaces, sometimes they're just people you don't like. And they're kind of the public piñata for everyone in the workplace. And, people just didn't agree with Barry Weiss on anything. She wasn't not allowed to express her opinion, but, sometimes you express your opinion and other people express their opinions. And sometimes their opinion is that your opinion's dumb. And when you're emotionally very weak, criticism of your opinions starts to become like an actual attack on you as a person. And so she threw a fit. She did the whole conservative victim complex thing. She left New York Times, not only left the New York Times, started her own publication, renamed that publication, did an offshoot of that publication to create a special college for so-called woke free thinkers who didn't want to be in the realm of cancel culture. It was the University of Austin, she called it. If I'm going back in the past, the intellectual dark web, Barry Weiss, she created that. She's the one who said Dave Rubin is smart. Dave Rubin is an intellectual. Joe Rogan, that's an intellectual. Ben Shapiro, that's the cool kids philosopher. I'm not sure if she wrote that article specifically, but this is the whole thing she painted us with. And all it was, transparently from the jump, was a money grab by some failed Hollywood crash outs and their conservative mega donors backing them. But Barry Weiss, I guess, knew that. A lot of people didn't. And she turned it into a mega grift. Fast forward to today, conservatives are now buying up all the media companies in America and all the ones that own news networks, try to bend them to be more pro-Trump and more pro-conservative and more pro-capitalism, as if they weren't already. The old CEO of CBS, before Trump got elected the first time, is quoted as saying, if Trump gets elected, it's good for our business. So, this is nothing new. But Barry Weiss is now going to be the head of CBS's news division. And a lot of people are scared. Oh, you have this ideologue. She's going to come in and turn CBS News, which does do really good straight down the line journalism and reporting. They have news bureaus and teams. They're one of those few people who actually put a lot of resources into that. And they aren't really too partisan, actually. They just they're like Reuters or AP. Like they have the Western biases that come with it, but they generally report the news straight. People are concerned and they're scared, like, oh, she's gonna mess everything up. She's gonna do all these other things. And I want for a moment to point to the best article I've ever seen in The Verge. I sent this to Sachi, and I'm gonna read just the first little bit with my broken voice for y'all, so you don't have to be too afraid about this. But the article is, and it reads, it's titled, Memo to Barry Rice regarding CBS News, You're Doomed. The premise of this is that Barry Weiss is a typical trope of what you get in the corporate world, which is a company is going under, the men have sunk it, you hire a woman for the nice, like, oh, look at us, we're progressive, we're trying new things, we're being, better about, the future and everything. And what you're doing is you're hiring a woman to be the face of all of the bad things that are going to happen to that company that you can't stop. People are going to get laid off under Barry Weiss. That was already going to happen because CBS is a dying business that isn't worth anything, that their best assets, which are media properties and streaming, they're getting their ass kicked by Disney and Time Warner on. So this is someone who is managing failure. Narwhal by nature is like, ooh, like Yenda Yacarino? Let me read. Because this is shout out Liz Lopato at The Verge, because this is top tier petty. I really love this. To Barry Rice, regarding, good luck, babe. I honestly can't believe you willingly decided to go into the worst kind of job that exists, management at a dying company. Managing sucks. It sucks even when you like the people you're managing and it's a low stress position. Don't I know it? And I'm sure I don't have to tell you, CBS News is not a low stress position. You're going to get blamed by everyone above you for decisions that are made by people below you, and you're going to get blamed by people below you for decisions that are made by the people above you. You're also going to get blamed for your own decisions just for kicks. You have elected to take a job where the primary purpose is for you to eat shit and own the death of broadcast TV news, a thing that is going to die no matter what you do. Nice work. This is the glass cliff to end all glass cliffs. You're Marissa Meyer at Yahoo without the Googler street cred. You're Nancy Dubuque at Vice Media without the string of hit TV news shows or TV shows. You're Linda Yacarino at Twitter without the advertiser relationships. You've been hired as a sop to the Trump administration that is actually actively hostile to the actual free press, and you'll be made to oversee wave after wave of layoffs until you quit or get fired and the entire news division is shut down in a final spasm of cost cutting after the next inescapable media merger. No one can save it because CBS News, no one can save CBS News because it was made for a media ecosystem that is now dead. Broadcast TV is circling the drain and its aging audience is drifting towards the great inevitable. Younger people are getting their news from TikTok and Instagram in even greater numbers, and they trust institutional media less than ever. CBS in particular, that's your company now, has the oldest primetime audience in TV. These folks aren't the free press's assiduously courted classical liberals either. It's normie grandparents, a bunch of whom are planning to appear at the next No Kings rally. That's why I'm going to stop right there by basically saying Barry Weiss, she is one of the great examples in media of failing upwards completely.
Oh, absolutely.
Yo, Bam, when I say Barry Weiss gets to become the chair of CBS News, I skipped a step. Barry Weiss, her Substack, Bam, her Substack, Bam, her blog spot, her Tumblr, her GeoCities got bought by Paramount Skydance Entertainment for Joe Rogan. They gave her $200 million for a Substack. And they said, hey, you know what? Dummy, we're also going to make you head of CBS News. And like, I agree with Liz Lopato's take here. They gave you $200 million to be the pain sponge.
Oh, yeah.
Your life is just going to suck. Like Linda Yaccarino, she was the chief operating officer of Elon Musk's Twitter, X. Her job was to bring in advertisers to the platform after Elon Musk said, and I quote, advertisers can go fuck themselves. Flips off advertisers at an advertiser, investment meeting to the camera. End quote. Like Linda Yaccarino's job was to clean that shit up. And now she left and she accomplished nothing. And she's blown through all of her credibility. She's going to write a book and maybe have one of Elon's kids, and she's going to be a millionaire for the rest of her life. Like, it doesn't matter. But there's going to be bad things that are happen. There's going to be bad things going to happen already. But the fact that Bari Weiss is going to be blamed for all of it, whether it's her fault or not, and some of it will be, I think we can find solace in that Bari Weiss will at least be one example of people we don't like experiencing pain, and it'll be kind of fun to watch.
Yeah, I don't really know a whole lot about Bari Weiss other than the intellectual dark web whole thing that I want to say was like a New York Times magazine or something like that when it came out. I can't remember. Or New York Times, one of those. But yeah, she definitely failed upwards. And you know who's really mad? I hate to bring this guy up because you're going to go off when I bring him up. But you know who is like really salty seeing that? Cenk Uygur. Ooh, he is real mad.
Cenk is nope. Bam. I said nope. You knew it. I'm just gonna say, I don't know how you would feel being Cenk and looking at Mehdi Hassan and what Zeteo has been able to do in a year and a half. Because, both of them are Muslim guys who left MSNBC in a fit of rage because they couldn't say what they wanted to. Both of them used that money to start media companies, or Cenk had a 10-year head start and already had a media company. He was on YouTube when there were no YouTubers. He was a YouTube partner when the YouTube partner program didn't exist. He was making money off of YouTube when you couldn't make money off of YouTube. In 1 year, Mehdi Hassan has one of the biggest Substacks. Zeteo has on-the-ground reporting in Gaza.
That's crazy.
All right, like Al Jazeera's barely got that. Even Ryan Grimm and Jeremy Scahill, they started and then Scahill at least started The Intercept and then left it, and they did Dropsite News. Dropsite has on-the-ground coverage in Gaza. Like, there are ways to run a business and there are ways to not run a business. And yeah, it's a lot easier to be a conservative and to fail upwards, but you can be a progressive. And if you're savvy and well-connected and really smart, then you can also make something out of that too. Yeah, just patting myself on the back, doing nothing. And these interviews, I was looking through them. I was like, oh, damn, we can be good at the show sometimes. We kill it sometimes. But yeah, it is nothing more needs to be said on that. You've already gotten me on too much of a tangent. But I think that we're starting to see the climax of a lot of these right-wing figures. I mean, Charlie Kirk needs no explanation. But all of these figures that were kind of bubbling up during the first Trump administration, your Ben Shapiro's, your Charlie Kirk, your Steven Crowder's, now they're getting their taste in the mainstream. And I really want to be careful here, but I'm also using terminology that I've used in the past, even before the events in September 2025, so I'm just going to go with it. election cycles come and presidential cycles come and presidential cycles go, and usually media follows with that. MSNBC had a rise during Obama and had a fall during Trump, and they never really quite recovered. TYT and other first wave media organizations had a big rise during Bernie and like a big rise during the first Trump, and now they're kind of in like a stasis period. Some of them are landing and kind of thriving a little bit well. Some of them are not so much. They're kind of throwing out. You have a bunch of former Republicans who are creating liberal media organizations like the Bulwark and I've Had It and fucking Pod Save America, who are starting to like build things too, right? And so you're seeing a new wave that's starting to come up, but you get a good 4 years. You get a good 4 years in the limelight and good articles. And what can I say, Hassan? He started this year with like, oh, you're the left's next Joe Rogan, and he's ending the year with, you know, he beats his dog, right? Like,
stupid.
you never. I don't know, maybe this is like the instinct in me that's like, I don't want to go for this too hard, because if you succeed, you get a good 2 or 3 years, and then it's hard to escape that for the rest of your life. And you got to figure out how to land that plane, and landing that plane is harder than getting up in the air.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this is the internet, dude. Like, everybody's trying to tear you down. Like, sorry, dude. Like, that's what it is. This is the internet is for trolling and hating. Like, that's what it is for. Especially if you're a personality. You know, like if it's like if your brand is like you, like your face, oh yeah, they're trying to get you the hell out of here, dude. The heck?
I had a friend from high school who, by the time he was a year older than me, but by the time I had graduated, so he'd already been a YouTuber for a year. He had almost like 600,000 subscribers on YouTube, and he was into like anime and video games, but it kind of went down like he started doing cosplay and going to like anime shows, and it kind of went down like a weird kind of misogynistic path, and he became one of those guys. And yeah, like I saw a video that was like the rise and fall of so-and-so. And I'm like, there's a dude who made a YouTube video that got 3 million views about a guy I went to high school with who's already risen and fallen and risen again. Like, he's still going at it. He's still doing Twitch streams. He's still got a couple 100,000 subscribers and whatever he's doing. You know, God bless him. But like, to be in the place where I am right now versus like to be in that place where like you're a dwarf star already, man, that's crazy. I just don't know how much work you can do with that. So not a fan of that kind of fast fame. But all that happens all the time, and every 4 years, especially after a presidential cycle, and especially after one party gets creamed, people start to look up and they start to kiss their pundits. A phrase that I'll be using for the rest of my life now, or at least the rest of this administration, because the original term for that and what happened this year, the thought was taken very literally, and that's not what I intended. Also, I don't think that that guy watches Power Report.
Oh God, imagine.
If that were the case, the map behind you would just be Kash Patel's eyes.
Oh my God, imagine. They're like, yeah, and he seems like he really watches some Power Report. His name is Bad Lefty on there. No, joking.
This guy was on his live stream and he literally said to beep your pundits. Oh God. Okay, you know what? That's when we should pull the plug. I am gonna start playing some of the clips from
let's do it.
Pusha T and Malice. No, I'm just kidding. I'm gonna start playing the clips from the Power Report episode. So yeah, I'm gonna play these through a little bit, as much as I can. Might end around midnight or when I decide to need to use my computer again. But yeah, this first clip is about an hour long anyways, and it's pretty much most of the conversation that Bam and I had. So definitely check out the archives if you want to see the full thing. It was a good episode. Then I speak with Kat for about 40 minutes, and then I'll play the rest out with Bam and Kumar's arguing about Iranian politics. But Bam, thank you for joining me on this, version. And also, even though I won't be on camera for this, I will still be in the chat, y'all. So you can, keep it on, keep it going in the background for sure. I'll be around. But yeah, thanks for joining. Ray says hi. She wants to make it. She wants to make it next week, but of course got busy. That's what she says. But yeah, no. Thank you, Bam, and thank you all. And the power is always within you. All right. And thank you all in the comments as well. Let me just get this queued up here. Part of the reason it takes so long for me to edit videos is I hate watching myself, and I did so much of editing my videos when I was working at TYT, or I would shoot videos with Hassan and then rewatch them, and it's I just lived this multiple times. Why need to rewatch it? So it's those sort of things. But alas, we make it work. Anyway, so here
saying that Hitler
we'll play
got
this, and keep it pushing. An article I was reading.
Yeah, no, he gave some sort of speech, and there's some video of it as well.
Yeah. At some point, I do have smoke for Saudi Arabia, but
there's one last thing about let's cut off the Benjamin Netanyahu point. I'll just say that he was mad unpopular in Israel for gutting the courts, and he was mad unpopular in Israel in the days after the October attacks. And I was telling people that doesn't mean Israel's all of a sudden getting a left-wing bent and they're becoming pro-Palestinian all of a sudden. Unfortunately, you have groups and people that are there, but no, they're mad that he could possibly let an attack like that happen. So
yeah, he branded himself as the Great Protector. That was his political brand.
Yeah. So by expanding his reach in Gaza and having plans to start settlements there, and I think if anything it's a political Hail Mary for him to get more power, if all the other reasons you mentioned as well, but also yes, he is that sick and that cynical to be well, maybe taking the parking lot approach might get me some votes next time. So yeah, but yeah, Bam, Saudi Arabia.
Well, I mean, I guess I'm repeating this because I did say it before, but it just really, I do think that this all started because of the normalization talks that Israel and Saudi Arabia were having. And it was funny because we were going to do an episode. I couldn't be on that week. And I wanted to talk to Dan about the Israel and Saudi Arabia meeting. There was a Saudi delegation that went to meet with the Palestinian Authority in the West Bank, and I think it was the Israeli tourism minister or something like that who went to Saudi Arabia. But that's a huge deal. And then, maybe 2 weeks after, then Hamas attacked. And I do think it was because they wanted to do everything they could to stop those peace talks. But we've seen now that Saudi Arabia is really backing the Palestinian Authority. I think Saudi Arabia is, I don't want to say happy, but they don't mind what's going on. They want Hamas out of Gaza, and they want the Palestinian Authority to take power there. And I don't think Saudi Arabia cares about Palestinian people. But the thing that bugs me and is makes me angry is that we know that next year around this time, our gas prices are going to go sky high.
Oh yeah.
Saudi Arabia is going to do everything they can to get Trump back in office. They're going to be teaming up with Russia to get those gas prices $7 or something. and like it's like they're gonna be like pushing, doing whatever they can to affect American politics, and they can't do shit when it comes to Israel bombing Palestinians. They have nothing. And this is a powerful country in that region. Like Saudi Arabia holds a lot of weight in that region.
Yes.
To the extent that Israel even wants to normalize relations with them. Saudi Arabia doesn't border Israel. Israel made a peace with Egypt in 82, I think, something like that. Jordan. These are countries that border them. They had fought wars against them. Saudi Arabia is not there. Saudi Arabia is not invading Israel. They're not a threat, but they have so much power. And, and it's like a very like right-wingish government. And Netanyahu, I'm sure, wants to be buddies with MBS. And they were working on that. When you see like what's happening in this thousands and thousands of Palestinians getting killed, it's just like, damn, like y'all can't do nothing. Like there's nothing you can do. But when it comes to these elections here, they're going to do something.
I think honestly that stuff too with the Palestinian Authority, like the Palestinian Authority might be the only entity that has less popularity than Hamas with Palestinians because it's viewed as a puppet of the Israeli government. Rightly so, at least controlled opposition.
And there was one point that, not to bring it back to Nick Fuentes, but it's a point you hear repeated a lot among conservatives that like there's a reason that Putin is doing this because Ukraine has some like relation to Russia as well. And like there's that same context where you have Ukrainian politicians who are viewed as puppets of Putin. And so when you had the initial invasion of a couple of those regions, they were like more amicable for that. So it's like a similar dynamic that's going on.
Yeah. What I see happening, I don't know if Israel's going to put settlements back in Gaza. I mean, they took those settlements out in 2006, I think it was. I don't know. We'll see. But I think they're going to do whatever they can to get the Palestinian Authority in power in Gaza. You're going to have Saudi Arabia and Egypt backing that. And then what you're going to have is like I hate to say it like this, but what you're going to have is like terrorism in Gaza. Like the Hamas fighters are going to be doing like guerrilla attacks against like the Palestinian Authority people. It's going to end up like a civil war that we had before in Gaza. It's going to be that again. And it's just going to be hell for the civilians even more.
I agree with your framing there and your projection. I can totally see that playing out exactly that way. The only fly that might be in the ointment is they have completely leveled the place, and there's going to have to be a rebuilding of Gaza, particularly northern Gaza. And I don't know. They are malicious enough to just do this. I do think that they are strategic. Benjamin Netanyahu's right-wing government, I think one of their goals is to retake the land. We have to see it
there are
play out.
tweets. Sorry, I mean to cut it, but like there are tweets of IDF soldiers saying like, "This is our ancestral land. These are our beautiful beaches. These are ours now." So like, I mean, at the very least, like Netanyahu, I don't think he's a religious fundamentalist. I think he's just a fascist. But the religious fundamentalists. Sorry.
So he's an atheist.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, then there you go. Like, but I do think that he's like, just like Trump is not religious, but his coalition is involved with religious fundamentalists. Those religious fundamentalists are desperate to settle, and they want all of Gaza. They want to go into Lebanon. They want all the West Bank. I mean, this is an expansionist. It's
Scramble for
Zionism.
Israel.
It is not. Yeah,
Exactly. And Emma, thank you so much when you put it that all these types of religious nationalisms are acting the same. They're operating the same way, whether it's Hindu nationalism, whether it's Islamic nationalism or Christian nationalism here in the United States. And they have all unified, right? There's a global coalition of ethno-nationalists and religious nationalists who all agree that they want to change the world order from liberal democracy. So that's where we are.
Yeah, right. I mean, and I think like it's much, when you put it in that context, it's easier for people to understand. And when you say there's a global world order, who's Modi siding with here?
Come on.
Modi's cozying up to Netanyahu. I did an interview on the Majority Report with Anthony Lowenstein, who wrote a book called The Palestine Laboratory. I did it back in June, I think. And he basically spoke about how like the Israeli military industrial complex, despite it being a relatively small country, is now one of the 10 largest, it's one of the 10 largest exporters of weapons technology and surveillance technology in the world. That's all been subsidized and built up by the United States. And now it's its own organism. And they do all these backroom deals and sell a bunch of weapons to Modi's government. And what do they have in common? They want to suppress a Muslim minority in their state. And so like, this is the coalition that we're seeing, and frickin' stupid ass Biden is walking right into it. It's amazing. It's not gonna, who's Netanyahu eventually, once Biden doesn't give him the green light or like tries to get him to claw back in some way on all of his genocidal aims, he's gonna turn on that guy like a dime because he knows that Trump is gonna do way better for him. And same thing with MBS. This is why, sucking up to them in like a half-assed way is like, no, be in opposition to these freaks. It's not going to end well.
It's not.
I do feel like, if by chance we did get a Trump presidency, or who knows, maybe even under Biden, and once again, we were talking about this before, but Hamas is like the only, like Hamas is allied with Iran, Syria, but Hamas is like the only kind of connection that Iran has to like the Sunni Arab world. Like that's the only connection. If Hamas is like destroyed, so to speak, like I think it really primes up an Iran invasion. Like that, like
an Iran invasion of who?
Like a coalition of the willing against Iran.
Oh, an invasion of Iran. Okay.
Yeah, spearheaded by the United States and Saudi Arabia, I guess. Like, because
I hope that
the Arab/Muslim world doesn't really have. I mean, aside from like the Shia people, like doesn't really have much connection to Iran. But people know that Iran supports Hamas. Like they're the ones that support this group and Hezbollah. But without Hamas there, like they're like, okay, well, we don't really need them anymore. Like, let's, and Iran isn't doing themselves any favors by everything that happened with Masa Amini and their crackdowns on those protests last year. I think that was last year. Right? Last year, September, I think.
Time is a flat circle these days.
But yeah, Iran isn't like doing itself any favors. They're not looking good in the world, and it'll be terrible. I hope it doesn't happen. But the like everything in that region is like so connected. Like one domino falls, and like it's just easy for the other ones to start falling too.
Yeah.
On that,
Go ahead. No, I'm hopeful that that's not the case. That's really it. Go ahead.
I was like, on that positive note, bring it back here. We're kind of talking about fundamentalism in America and how some of the most like virulent right wingers in this are like, no, but you see, for our Revelations plan, we need the Jews to have Israel. Maybe some of them will be saved, maybe we won't. But like at the end of the day, they're aligned on their aims and their disregard of life because of that fundamentalism. But they're also the ones who are starting to, under that guise, come out in America as being pro-Israel. And I think there's so much of that, there's so much of background that, kind of on the ground here makes these conversations, not more difficult because, again, it's clear what's going on, but it makes it so there's so much more friction when you're trying to have discourse about it on air, when you're talking to people in your own personal lives, because it's tied so closely into interpretations of religion and a lot of
Yes.
fundamentalism, and to be real, a lot of money. And I'm not just talking about like Jewish like groups and organizations like Zionist ones, but I'm also talking about PragerU and all like who's also like, I think Prager's Jewish also, but like you have religious fundamentals like the Koch brothers. You have all these religiously fundamental people who have a lot of money as well. And so that's what they're bankrolling. And because they're bankrolling it, politicians are scared. They're worried about being primaried, like the Nina Turner is a classic example of that. So it's all like really a lot here, especially, right?
But you see what the funny thing is, like MBS as like the fundamentalist, like the most fundamentalist country in the Middle East, Saudi Arabia, like he got himself in there too. You know, like he's part of that crowd, that like right wing.
Money talks.
Yeah, money talks. So like these people aren't really like there's not at the higher levels, they're not true believers, as usually how it goes. The people on the street are true believers, but once you get up there, it's just like, how can we help each other? Because it's Saudi Arabia. Like Saudi Arabia, I mean, granted, like I spent 10 years in the Muslim community. I went to Hajj, everything, I've seen it all. Saudi Arabia is like the reason for so much, like that so much fundamentalism got exported around the world.
Yeah. No doubt.
But it doesn't matter, you know, and whatever you'll hear about Jewish people or Christians in like those communities, like, you know, I'm not going to repeat it, but he got himself a seat at the table.
It's because Americans, particularly Americans, and I think there's a bit of white supremacy tied in it too. This expectation that they can manage Saudi Arabia and that they can get what they need out of it in terms of capitalism, right? They can make the money that they want to make, and they trust the wealth that they're getting out of it more than the risk of empowering the people who struck us on 9/11. And we have a nice little way of turning away and projecting our anger towards Iraq and Afghanistan, right? So Saudi Arabia has for a very long time gotten away with, I mean, look at what they're doing in Yemen. I mean, all things considered, what Saudi Arabia has been allowed to do to Yemen is an evil of the highest order as well. So I don't know, man. Maybe the West is just as terrible as what's that boy Jackson Hinkle? You know?
Yeah.
Yeah. Whatever.
I mean, look, we are that's the thing though, is like a lot of this, I would say, is a creation of this fundamental anxiety in the West of a multipolar world. The United States is losing influence. You know, we're still the world superpower militarily, and like culturally, I think we're also fairly centric, but like there are many different kind of economic avenues that different countries are going down in terms of like making backdoor deals, relationships without kind of the okay of the United States. And so we are a bloated, dying superpower. And one way, you know, I thought that the early parts of the Biden administration were a bit stabilizing on that front, but one way to accelerate that is to completely isolate yourself from the rest of the world in the way that we did in Iraq by backing a completely illegal and unjustifiable war of brutality, and in this case, a genocide by Israel.
No, I'm just like,
we got a second win, Israel 2.0, or
oh God, I can't believe how some people like see it in certain situations and don't in others. And like I've had this, you know, I'm trying not to make this about me, right? But I've had this thing in other situations where I was looking at Ukraine, and I think that's the justifiable reason to do that. But there are so many like other atrocities that are going on, flare-ups that happen here or there, that are less advantageous for Americans to pay attention to. There's a lot of picking and choosing that's going on. But from a lot of liberals, especially a lot of liberal people, like I've learned a lot about, I guess, like myself and my standards, and a lot about that gap in other people's standards and where their morals take a long walk off a short pier, essentially. This has been the illuminating aspect of that has been where people are willing to cut off their moral. And I kind of don't know how to. I've been like paying attention to politics for like maybe 15, 16 years. I've been talking about it like a lot, but I don't know how to argue with that when you have that big of a gap, like that big of a difference.
It is interesting to see where people cut off their morality. I suggest an easy way to find it is to ask yourself the question, well, what are you willing to give up your morality for, right? I think if people just pause and reflect, maybe we all have that line. I'm hoping that we don't, though, because look at what you're capable of doing when you cross that line. When you cross that line, you're able to look at us in the face and say that we are wrong for calling for a ceasefire. They called Angie Nixon, I think they called her like a devil because she called for a ceasefire. And so when you get to the point where you can ignore morality for whatever reason, it really turns you into a person who can't see straight. Like they're seeing upside down. But I think that's also a part of the strategy. There's some people who are not victims here, and they're strategically turning things upside down to use those type of attacks to keep us from getting an actual ceasefire. You know what I mean? It's so frustrating.
Well, that's the thing. That's the thing. All right, here's where I'll get a little spicy. I am so sick of these coddled Westerners who are white passing, okay, making this about themselves when every 10 minutes in Gaza, a child is dying.
Come on.
I don't really give a shit about like your sensitive kind of attitude, your sensibilities in suburbia. Like you're fine. You live in a $600,000 house. You live in a suburb of Philadelphia. I'm just picking a random place, but you understand the types of like the, you know, whatever, Amy Schumer or whatever is a high profile example of somebody who has decided that they are the true victim here. You know, it's not the poor people in Gaza. It's not the people who are literally put on a caloric diet by the government that occupies them. They can't drive on certain roads because that's just for Israelis. The Palestinians have to drive on separate roads. And they can't vote in the elections of the place that actually like determines their livelihoods. But you're the victim because you feel uncomfortable, because you don't really necessarily connect with, and you don't fundamentally ask why, the pro-Palestinian movement. And like, that's been the most discouraging thing. And I'm aware that like I'm a white girl, right? But I'm really disappointed in other white people I know in my personal life. And like white members of Congress, all of the people that in the House that have signed on to the ceasefire are POC. And it's like, why is that? Why can't we have a freaking white person actually sympathize with the Palestinian people? And in part, I just really do think that it's because like, it's so much easier to identify those systems of oppression when it's happened to you, but it's deeply depressing that like, you know, people that posted black squares are also posting freaking I stand with Israel. How does that connect? How does that connect? It doesn't connect at all. It's actually an opposition. Same thing with the Ukrainian flag and I stand with Israel. You're completely like, you have no like intellectual basis in fundamental belief system behind this. It's just reacting to, you know, where the power is. It's frustrating.
They're starting. Well, I want to say that me and Dan probably laughed when you said $600,000 because we're in Southern California and that's nothing.
Yeah,
like,
no, I got you.
You're living in somebody's like gang territory, $600,000. But no, like a lot of people just like started this situation at Hamas's attack, and obviously none of us need to like say this. Like we're against civilians dying. Like nobody's like celebrating Hamas's attack. You know, like, it's sad to see those Israelis that died or got kidnapped. Like, that's sad.
And if you're
But the
saying that like
situation
people were celebrating it, like, oh, there are people online, like people online like talk about anime porn half the time, all right? Like you can pull people online talking about anything at any given time that's just like ridiculous. That doesn't count. Like there weren't people out in the streets like for this. So yeah.
Yeah. Like show me like a clip of somebody like on their show saying that was great. Like, no, it's not gonna happen. But they're starting this situation at that attack, and it's like, no, dude, like it doesn't start there. You're talking about the people that are occupied. They're fighting against their occupier every day, just like their occupier is fighting them every day and bludgeoning them every day and humiliating them every day. And it's an apartheid every day. Like so many people have stories about like, some 18-year-old Israeli soldier pushed my mom over into the street, or like was roughed up my grandma, or like my uncle that's like in a wheelchair, they're going through all this stuff. You know what I mean? Like
we had a Palestinian who moved to America call into the show 2 days ago who said his best friend was shot in front of him when he was 16 by an IDF soldier.
Yeah, like this is like a common occurrence, especially in Gaza. Like it's especially bad there. So it didn't start with what Hamas did. It started 50, 60, whatever, 100 years, I don't know how many years
75,
ago.
Yeah. Some people, anyway, it's not about me. I don't support what Hamas did because I don't support any women and children, just combatants. If you're going to fight combatants and leave it there, period. Number two, that's just my personal opinion. But then two, where was their George Bush's strategery? What was the goal here? Did they really believe that this was going to be the tip of the spear of liberation? Except for this, there may be a path forward to liberate Palestine because of what Hamas did, but it's only because of the pain and suffering of the 10,000 Palestinians who have died. Right? Yeah. Is that the path that we want to choose as a strategy for liberation?
But that's the thing, is like, it's not, you know why it's not rational? Is because Hamas is also a religious fundamentalist group. Like, we return to this. Like,
they didn't want to liberate Palestine with that.
Hamas doesn't care about Palestinian citizens anymore than the IDF does.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing, is it's like that, but that's the reason that Netanyahu, and not Netanyahu, we should say the Israeli government, because it goes back to the 80s, them funding Hamas. Like they favored Hamas coming into power. They were much more threatened by Abbas. They were much more threatened by leftist secular groups within the Palestinian people. And they said, there's a quote in a Likud party meeting from 2019 from Netanyahu, as recently as now, you can look it up in Haaretz, saying the empowerment of Hamas is a part of our strategy to keep the West Bank and Gaza separated, to keep them divided amongst themselves. This is like, when you hear the term human shields being used by Netanyahu, who the hell did he steal that from? George W. Bush, who said, well, it's okay for civilians in Iraq to die because Saddam Hussein is using human shields. And they also stole from the United States, or they were kind of doing it in concert in the 80s with the funding of religious fundamentalist groups in the Middle East, like the Mujahideen on the United States' end, in order to achieve our kind of very like myopic and self-involved freakish goals of furthering our own interests. And so like, that is why Hamas is still robust, and it's completely because of the Israeli government. So to pretend like they are the sovereign entity over Gaza is insane, because Israel controls all of their borders, land and sea. They control what comes in, they control what comes out. They control their electricity, their water, their food. Hamas exists because Israel wants it to exist, because whenever there's a spurt of violence, they get an opportunity to clear out more Palestinians and say, hey, well, they sympathize with Hamas.
Mow the lawn.
Yep.
Put the Palestinians on a diet. No, history is not anti-Semitic. Pointing out like the condemn Hamas meme, like that notwithstanding, right? But like pointing out why you even have these tensions and situations there to begin with is important. Pointing out why, wow, every time when you have a place where the median age of a person is below the age of 18, and all of their memories and all of their experiences have nothing but trauma. All of what they've been told about their family are people who have been killed and or like seriously injured in the same type of trauma, and somehow that's going to stop terrorism. That's going to make people not be motivated for terrorists. Like when you get, I want to pull up that cartoon really quickly. It's from the Washington Post. It was playing into that exact like human shields dynamic, and he was thankfully, I think I don't know if the Washington Post did anything about it. I'd be honestly surprised they did. But I think the author originally apologized for it ultimately.
Yeah.
This one says, "How dare Israel attack civilians," with a really racially tinged caricature.
No.
Like if this were drawn about Benjamin Netanyahu, this would be anti-Semitic. like if it were like drawn like this the other way, like just the way the characterization is like wild, just wild. Washington Post, by the way.
You know what? See,
paper of record.
The thing is that they really, boy, have they fallen over into some real sick and evil kind of stuff that is going to be marked for the rest of humanity. Like they really have allowed themselves.
They're showing their ass like it's OnlyFans. Like,
come on, man. Thank you for summarizing it. This is madness. And it's being accepted by people who otherwise would call it out. They would call out this if it was in any other scenario.
Yeah.
But it's Muslims, it's Arabs. I mean, like we have not dealt with, I thought like maybe we had some understanding of how depraved we were after 9/11 and what no, we haven't grown at all.
No.
We haven't
Ron
grown
DeSantis
whatsoever.
said Islamophobia in quotes on the debate stage last night. I know, like, for Ron DeSantis,
not
the
one of
bar's in
them-
hell, but
Not one of them mentioned any of the nearly 11,000 dead Palestinians, and that's a conservative estimate during their during that debate. I was waiting for it. You know, they had like Christie was asked a direct question about the Palestinian boy, the 9-year-old who was killed in the hate crime in Illinois, which is especially relevant because look, I'm from New Jersey, and there's a sizable Palestinian American population in the community in Patterson. But you know, putting that, I mean, like he didn't even directly answer it in that question either. Like it's like they're just not human and not worthy of recognition.
I think I was about to mention Chris Christie talked about something like, oh, right after 9/11, I'm paraphrasing, but he hugged a Muslim guy a couple times. Like,
after he signed off on warrants to surveil mosques, he was one of the guys most instrumental in his time as U.S. attorney in New Jersey in like literally going after places of worship in the state. That was a big part of his role, being a Bush appointee in New Jersey.
But again, like it goes back to liberals here, where Bam and I were Bam and I were talking about this on a couple episodes back, or even yesterday. We remember the Muslim ban. Like we remember how visceral of a moment, and the Trump administration was full of a lot of visceral moments like this. But that was so early on. We were like, okay, we're really stepping the gas and going into sixth gear that quickly. All right. But you even saw liberal outpouring in airports and an understanding of the, you know, worthiness of the life of Muslim people. Like 5 years later, 6 years later, fuck all of that. It's all gone.
Yeah, no, all of it, to the extent that I mean that coalition that showed up at the airports. I was at one of those rallies in Boston when the Muslim ban came down, and it was just a beautiful sight to see the kind of people that stood up at that moment. That coalition is dead. You know, that coalition is dead is because like they're looking at us as if we're anti-Semitic because we're calling for a ceasefire, and we're looking at them like, oh, you're really supporting genocide.
Good morning, comrades. You are listening to WHIVLP New Orleans 102.3. This is your weekly Good Morning Comrade. Jeff and Robert here on the show, talking to you on the radio. Robert,
hello,
what's
sir.
going on?
Still doing show prep.
Yeah.
We,
okay. Perfect time to do show prep is during the show.
During the show.
That's the best way to do it,
Absolutely, brother.
Like, we'll do it live. Remember the old video of Bill O'Reilly? We'll do it live
on Inside Edition. Like,
oh yeah. Oh man.
Two things about Inside Edition. Like, all y'all watching this. And we're also live on Twitch. But all y'all watching this live right now or listening to this are most likely Zoomers or like late millennials, maybe some Gen Alpha in there, and y'all don't remember Inside Edition. It was this weird little like news like it was like came on after the real news, and it had like fake like human interest stories.
Oh, it came on after Jeopardy when I was
that and like a current affair. They were pretty much like magazines that were in audiovisual form, right?
Like it was TMZ before TMZ.
Right. Good. Yeah. And so like they had that, and we used to there's two stories that always stuck with me. And to this day, as a kid, like that, I won't say scared me, but it definitely interested me. And like if we had internet back in the day, would have sent me down some wicked rabbit holes. How the not the actual magic voodoo practice, but I won't say medical, but like the scientific way to create a zombie absolutely exists. What you do, and it's like they went to Haiti and they were talking to like whatever Haitian voodoo guy, and this is real. You can Google this. So to create a zombie, what you have to do is get some blowfish, some pufferfish, and feed somebody, dose them enough pufferfish poison where it absolutely just destroys like their free will, their brain. It almost like chemically makes it like lobotomizes them.
This is ripped straight from the Umbrella Corporation's how-to books, by the way.
The miamycin, whatever, the mold people. But yeah, so it literally like will take away someone's free will. They're like permanently drugged. It's like if you ever met a guy, I don't know. Yeah, exactly. Do kids still do acid anymore? I think acid's I think LSD's having a comeback, but like I could never see myself taking a CIA mind control drug. But it's like that. Like they are just pretty much chemically lobotomized and are just suggestive to whatever. So you created a zombie. Story number one. Story number two was, this is topical because of the Gaza ceasefire today, Jerusalem syndrome. Have you ever heard of such a thing?
Hit me with it.
So what Jerusalem, this is also real medical phenomenon, psychological phenomenon. Devout Christians, it's always devout Christians who are just like super, super devout, go to the quote unquote Holy Land, right? And then when they get to Jerusalem, they absolutely have a psychotic break, and they think that they pretty much they pick a character from the Bible and they become that person for the rest of their lives.
Oh.
And then like they're usually supported by like financially and just like, you know, as kind of like an unofficial.
They don't need to work for a living.
Yeah, because their brains are gone. They've had a psychotic break. Or you've got Arabs and Jews, and also Christians, Arabs, Jews, and Christians thinking that, hey, this person could actually like be some kind of a something from the, you know, from the book. So maybe we should treat them kindly. And
conversely, like, oh, this poor soul's brain is broken. Maybe we need to just like treat them with respect.
Yeah, that was my first thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, they think that, and they got these people walking around thinking they're Mary Magdalene or whatever. It's absolutely crazy. And that, more than the zombie thing didn't scare me, that scared me as a kid. Because I was like, oh man, like how, like, one, is this real? Are they really just like possessed by characters from the Bible? Two, have they just had a psychotic break? And it's like, man, what if that happened to me? That's crazy.
Yeah, the scarier than death is like not being able to control yourself. That's the scariest thing to me. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
for sure. But Inside Edition used to bring the heat with Bill O'Reilly on there for sure.
Mary Hart was
Absolute
the wasn't like John Tesh or something like that.
I think John Tesh was Inside Edition, not Inside Edition, but a Current Affair. I think he was Current Affair. I don't know, but that
I'm looking it up.
I watch all those shows. There's just like, how many of those weird like news things were there?
Oh, he did write the NBA on NBC song, that the Round Ball Rock song too. Entertainment Tonight. He was Entertainment Tonight.
Yeah, I
That's
knew
what I was thinking.
oh,
Da-na-na-na-na-na.
yeah, there was that. And I forgot all about ET.
Yeah,
That's what the
ET
cool
on
kids
all.
called it.
Yeah,
ET back in the day,
yeah.
for sure.
But yeah, man. It is a wild week, dude. Where's my government? Am I right?
Brother, the government is shut down. How it's affecting me is that I can't go use the bathroom in the National Park Ranger Station in the French Quarter anymore.
Oh,
It was the cleanest, most beautiful. It was one of, honestly, I know I'm being kind of flippant. Like, that Ranger Station's amazing because it's on Decatur Street, next to the IDF field office, where they try to hustle soap and Dead Sea salts on you.
IDF field office? There's
Oh,
an
the IDF field office.
in New Orleans?
Oh, you've never. Oh,
you haven't been? What?
You have?
No, I've never been to the IDF field
Wait a
office
minute,
in New Orleans.
You've been in a mall, right? You've been in a place
Yeah.
that has commerce, right?
Sure.
Have you been out with a lady at any point and somebody's tried to push like soap or lotion in your face from a mall kiosk or from a weird little storefront, and they're like trying to give you free samples, and they're like, "Oh, I like your dress. Oh, have you listened to Psytrance?" Those are all Israelis. It's all like Israeli Mossad. I'm not even joking.
What's going on there? What's the deal?
I'm not kidding you. Hold on. Let's do a quick googly boogly just for funsies here.
More show prep in the middle of the show.
Yeah, let's see. We didn't know we were going to talk about the IDF field offices.
No, but like
Israeli.
So basically, you got Mossad just like shoving soap in your face. That's what's going on here.
Yeah. Oh, it went right to Reddit too.
Mm-hmm. Oh, my favorite.
Okay, so here we go. r/Israel. Does anyone remember when every mall in the USA had Israelis working illegally in kiosks selling useless crap, Dead Sea creams? Is that still going on? If not, why? If not, why didn't it stop? I actually dated a girl. This was when little Robert was just out of the Marine Corps, and she worked at one of those weird things, and she was Israeli, and she'd be like, "Oh yeah, I was in the IDF." And she didn't want to talk. I was like, "Ooh, tell me about it." I was in the Marine Corps. And she never.
And that woman was Gila Klein.
She looked. Man, I'm about to be real. I'm about to be real funky. She looked way better than Gila Klein. Busted brick. Nah, for real. But no, she never wanted to talk about the IDF. And I was like, "Ooh, you were in the army." Blah 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 blah. I'm like, tell me. I was like, "I was in. It was cool. Like I was in Japan and we eat ramen all day." And she was probably out there running Palestinian children over in a D9 bulldozer. Little did I know. But obviously not right now, but in the 2020s because of COVID, it seemed like I stopped seeing it around the 2010s or so. Did anyone else notice this? The Israeli economy now is so powerful they don't need to do crap like this.
Malls died before like 2020 though. Like it was kind of over before. It had to be, right?
Yeah. For sure, but they're still out there. I'm telling you.
I guess. I mean,
I've got to sneeze real quick. Hold on.
Let her out. Bless you in advance. There it is. That's you. But yeah, government is shut down. I don't know, man. It really is kind of one of those sorts of things that when it comes to like all of the stuff that's happening in the world right now, the government shutdown barely even registers, which is
Oh, remember when this was like front page news? Like every time the government like they couldn't reach a clean CR, and like this would be like, oh my god, and people just went, what else? It's Tuesday. It's Tuesday in hell world. Like what else is new?
Yeah.
We literally have. Yeah, we have U.S. military like on the streets black bagging people and taking them to gulags.
Yeah. They never shut that part of the government down. That's the other part too.
Well,
like,
that's the thing.
I thought the government was shut down. Why are they deploying the National Guard in Illinois right now?
No. That's not how it works.
I know it's not how it works.
When those are essential jobs, right?
Yeah.
So, like, to take for an example, I know a little bit about this because being in the military, right?
Of course.
So when,
and of course I know this, but like it's just like one of those things where it's like,
let's just explain
like what are the priorities of our government? Obviously, all the fascist stuff is the priority essential jobs, and the like stuff like the National Labor Relations Board, or getting checks out to retired people, or Medicaid,
or one of the few third spaces in New Orleans, the
Yeah.
the ranger station in
Bathroom
downtown,
especially.
and in downtown New Orleans, one of the few places you could just exist and not be hounded to buy something.
Yeah,
It's fantastic.
and like all that stuff needs to go, but like you can definitely make sure that if you have somebody wearing a frog costume, you bet your ass that they're gonna get sprayed in the only hole that they can breathe in with mace.
Was just watching the Frog Kid when you called me.
He's back, baby. He's not even
He's
he didn't even
awesome.
flinch.
That's a whole thing. I want to finish my thought though about the government shutting down. Like, this, but maybe people in the audience don't. Is that when the United States government, when we have a government shutdown, that doesn't mean that means non-essential people get furloughed and not paid, and they don't get their money back. Like, what did I just say? National park rangers, right? That's why all the national parks are just like, hey, pay what you want at the gate now. Just, we've got a tip jar out. Just leave it out. There's nobody in here. Good luck.
It's like
Good luck.
all the musicians in this town, and now you got the park rangers doing that same.
They're like,
stuff.
I hope you got enough bear mace because you ain't got no backup in here. But they get furloughed, right? They get sent home and not paid. What's even more beautiful about the fascist cops and the military is that they still have to come to work, but they don't get paid. Now, maybe if they're lucky, they'll get back pay. If they're lucky, if it all sorts out for them, which a lot of times they get screwed when this happens. But I'm watching TikToks right now of pissed, not even fascist pigs like in the street, but of actual like dudes in the military who are just like, I didn't sign up for this bullshit. And they're just like, if this check don't hit on the 15th, I'm going AWOL. Kiss my motherfucking ass. And I'm like, hell yeah. It's like, I love it, brother. And also the Republican Party can, dole out tax breaks to the richest people in this country and kick poor Americans off of Medicaid. And I like that finally the Democratic Party is holding the line on this because I mean, if you're not gonna, they should have done this. They kicked the can down the road on this for fucking years now, and they should have they should not have done that. And now they're having to deal with it. But it's just like, it's crazy, bro.
And I will say this. I think this is important for that too. It's like, if there wasn't part of the reason that this government shutdown is even happening is because when we talked about this with Mark Allen DERY on
1330 about for my curse.
Yeah, for all those persons. I know, I got it.
1330. All right.
But like when we talked about with Mark Allen DERY about like all of the cuts that are going to be coming to Medicaid and the ACA and this, $800 something billion coming out of our healthcare system, and we're about to have essentially a 10x multiplier on private insurance, and Medicaid is going to disappear, and the idea that like and like that's the reason that the Democrats are like purported to be doing this, but that Chuck Schumer doesn't care about that, or Hakeem Jeffries doesn't care about that. The only reason that they're even like have a gun to their back, essentially, politically speaking, not literally, obviously, but the only reason they have any kind of pressure on them is because, and again, there are people like AOC and Bernie Sanders that are at least like threatening them and coming at them next and making them look bad politically, and they're essentially fighting for their political careers.
Yeah.
And so, like, make no mistake, they're gonna crumble because they gave away all their leverage when they let that bill or whatever pass all the way back in like March or April or whatever it was. There's no win here for the Democrats. The whole reason that this is happening is because Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries and the leadership of the Democrats feel like they're like, if they don't do something, they're gonna like get rolled over sooner rather than later. And so like this is like venal, like terrible politicians just like trying to protect their own ass rather than trying to actually fight for people. So much so, by the way, like it's so obvious that this is the case that like when you see, you know, people calling out Jeffries, like right wingers essentially calling out Jeffries for like trying to set his show, or when Trump does this like video, this goofy video of them like wearing sombreros or whatever and with Mexican music playing behind them, because what the Republicans are saying is, oh yeah, we just want to make sure that immigrants, God forbid they ever have health care. And the Democrats are saying, we don't want to give immigrants health care, which is like hilarious. But like, instead of like saying, hey, we're fighting for health care for the American people, these people are like, hey, say that to my face, tough guy, and trying to make it about themselves. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do. And that answers some of my question of why the Democratic Party has all of a sudden found a spine.
Yeah, because the leaders are fighting for their lives. You know, listen to WHIVLP New Orleans 102.3. They're fighting for their political lives, and that's it. Like that's just it. Like they're not going to win anything. They're going to eventually crumble. But the only reason that Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries have decided that this is their like last stand at Waterloo is because they have the proverbial gun to their back. That's what it is.
And that gun's coming from the left. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, like AOC and Bernie are actually showing some levels of leadership, despite the fact that we have criticisms of them, obviously. Right. They are providing leadership. They are saying that essentially like laying out the agenda for what's going to happen here. It's going to be a failed agenda, but that failure is not going to fall at their feet. It's going to fall at the feet of these losers.
The only thing I will disagree with you on, I'll push back and I'll say, I don't think it's AOC and Bernie or anybody from.
They're part of it. They're the whole thing.
I think it's Zoran Mondani because I know he's just when he wins, he's just going to be the mayor of New York City, which is a huge deal. I'm not just saying just the mayor of New York, but it's not a federally appointed office. I think but the reason why it is Zoran Mondani, because like Trump, Zoran Mondani, and you got to follow me here, he is the Trump of the Democratic Party. And what I mean by that is Trump threw away the entire rule book of what it means to be a Republican and just said, you know, I'm doing this thing the way I want, and because I know which way the people move, and I will become undeniable in the Republican Party. Zoran is doing the same thing. Every taboo, everything that should have been a roadblock to him is a boon. That he's not a white guy. That he's not from the United States. Even his Canva Plus graphic design, like the way like big block yellow letters to where it looks like he's a Bollywood movie star, right? Like it could be on a poster, and I know the man's not Indian, but it could be on a poster in India, right? Zoran coming soon. Like
he's got Indian.
Okay, so he is Indian. Cool. I don't want to be racist and be like, oh, he's a Bollywood guy. But I'm like, he could be a Bollywood movie star and be like Zoran playing at this theater, coming soon, and that they didn't run away from his ethnicity. And then he didn't run away from being a socialist. He didn't run away from socialist policies. And then most importantly, he didn't run away from being an anti-Zionist. He's taken everything that it means to be a Democrat in this garbage two-party system and just thrown it in the Hudson River and said, no, none of that. We're not doing any of that. And I'm going to be mayor of New York City. Bada boom, bada bing. So I think that's what's got the Democratic Party shook more than anything. Because even when AOC won and she won re-election, even, Nancy Pelosi, who was speaker at the time, was quick to put her, to have the party put its arms around AOC. Because
it wasn't immediate. It wasn't immediate.
But it's a lot quicker than Zoran. It wasn't the folded arms that Zoran got. because at the end of the day, AOC, I mean, God bless her. I'm not trying to be like bash AOC, but she's not an actual threat the way that Zoran Mondami and the kind of audience that he commands, the voters that he commands, the way that he's ahead of the curve is an actual threat. And it's all these little like it's all these little death by 1,000 cuts that the Democratic Party has been up against, and a lot of it is their Zionism, and now that's been turned as a weapon against them. And now Chuck Schumer has to act. He can't be not a Zionist,
right?
I mean,
his entire mission was to make the left or the Democrats pro-Israel, to keep them pro-Israel. That has miserably failed.
I mean, AIPAC still has to be, satiated.
Right.
Chuck Schumer still got to check in with the Baileys, but so now he has to actually attack Trump and actually do something. And by this doing something just means not signing off on a dirty CR, which thank God. I mean, I'll take a win. I'll take a win any way we can get it. But yeah, like
I would say this just to push back a little bit. Like, I don't think it's this or that. I mean, like Bernie and AFC have both stepped up in this moment, and Zoran is like just sort of like lighting up everything right now, not because of his slick social media or whatever, like the Democrats are trying to say, which, I mean, respect to the comms team or whatever, but like, it's not that's not what makes him popular. It's because he stands in the face of the opposition that they're using to essentially attempt to discredit him, and he's basically like he's pushing back. And I think that there's a certain confluence of those two things that are happening right now. That is, I mean, again, if we ever get out of this this messed up situation, and actually, you know what? I think that for people like who have this sort of like broader left perspective to even take power, and I'm not saying that it's good that we're in this moment, but it was inevitable that liberalism would fail us in this way.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so, like, in order for a better round or a better wave or a better generation or whatever of leadership to step up, like, this was going to happen inevitably, because the Schumer, the neoliberalism and the Schumers and the Jeffries of the world would not go away willingly. They needed to essentially dig their own grave, and then we just move on from there. And it sucks that's got to be how it is, but that's how it is. You know what I'm saying?
No, 100%. I mean, I completely agree with you. It's almost like an evolutionary ladder, to where like Bernie and AOC have pushed the ball as far as they can possibly go for Zoran to like pick it up and run into the end zone with it. Yeah. But what you're saying, the only thing that's surprising me right now is that I've always said that I'm actually feeling a lot of revolutionary optimism, like a lot. Like, this comes from somebody who's like actively planning, been working for the last couple of years to get, to find a way out of this hellhole of a country. But I'm still doing that. I have escape hatches. I have multiple ones that, plans that are ready to go at any time. But I'm willing to stick here and fight it out
glass
now.
to break in case of emergency.
Yeah, absolutely. But I'm absolutely willing to like fight it out here. Whatever, that means, wink, wink over the radio. Because look, I'm really shocked and really been pleasantly surprised of how the libs, like, I gotta chill out with liberals, like how they've responded to this moment. There's a lot of libs that are just like, hey, us like singing Kumbaya is not gonna cut it. Like, we have to be out there literally pushing these guys off our streets. And I'm like, all right, let's go.
You know what about that is actually optimistic, like gives me optimism, is that after and like, these are the people that I was screaming at in like 2016 when it was Bernie. They're the people that called me a Bernie bro and all this other stuff and all whatever. They have finally come around, many of them, to the fact that, oh wow, like the people that look like Jennifer Wealth from the I've Had It podcast have decided that the leaders in the established political, like the liberal establishment, have failed them. And the only way to fight back, because I don't think that she's necessarily like a leftist or whatever the hell, but she has decided that hey, we got two choices here. It is essentially socialism or barbarism, and people like that are choosing socialism. That is optimism to me. That is it's very positive to me. It's very cool that we can have the wine, at least a piece of the wine mom contingent breaking the right way. Now, will they be with us all the way when it comes to the point of displacing capital and removing it from the hands of the capitalist class? No, maybe not. But in this moment, they're with us, and we need to have a coalition, at least in the short term, to get through the dark times, so then we can fight it out later.
Yeah.
You see what I mean?
And not let them, and then, the thing is to not let them co-opt us, obviously.
Of course. And by the way, I'm not scared of Jen from the I've Had It podcast.
Well, okay, so if I had to kind of motion to where I could either get on that podcast, let's say I was.
Zoran's been on that podcast. Hassan has been on that podcast.
If I could get on that podcast,
Emma Vigland has had her on the Majority Report.
Right.
There's a lot of a coalition of that being built now. Obviously, there are people on the left that'll just say that all those people are already cucked and they've already sold out, or whatever, and it's just okay, well, whatever. I don't care.
Well, what I would tell her if I had 5 minutes with her for an interview, and I'd be I would tell her, first of all, good job. Keep up the good work. I'm glad you're reaching people that I could never reach.
Yes.
But I need you to understand this. And I'm not saying you should change anything. I'm not saying you should feel bad about it. I'm saying I need you to understand this. So when the time comes, you'd be like, oh, this is what he was talking about. Mm-hmm. You are a attractive middle-aged white woman in Oklahoma City. The reason why you can have a podcast called I've Had It and be widely successful and now rich and famous from this thing and talk as greasy as you do, when, again, the Trump administration, as if I was to talk to her right now, right this day, the Trump administration is talking about, we found the girlfriend's sister's uncle of the CEO, captain of Antifa commander. Oh, we're going after Mahmoud Khalil. Again, we're still trying to get him deported. Oh, we're just rounding up black and brown people. We're fast roping through apartment buildings in Chicago and picking up anybody whose skin color is darker than a paper bag.
Yeah.
The reason why you can talk as greasy as you do, which I want you to keep doing, you need to realize it's because you're an attractive middle-aged white woman from Oklahoma.
I think she gets that.
Keep that in your mind and just use that as a prism lens to direct all your thoughts and decision making through.
Mm-hmm.
Don't get it twisted. You're not a revolutionary. You are safe behind the veil of your identity. It's the reason why Kristi Noem is not in a White House press briefing, because kid in the street dressed as an inflatable frog costume is not dangerous to American imperialism.
No.
Now, I Had It podcast it's a reason why they haven't designated you as a terrorist yet.
A foreign terrorist organization.
That's why. Understand.
I've Had It podcast, a foreign terrorist organization,
and it never will be. Now, if they were like, hey, Robert Johnson, we're giving you the keys to the I Had It podcast. We've gone as far as we can go. It's now your podcast. Here's our audience. And it was to me, I'd be in Guantanamo Bay tomorrow. Understand that. That's how it goes. I'm not saying it's bad. All I'm saying is recognize that and guide your decisions through that lens.
Yeah. Did you see, you listen to the HIVLP New Orleans 102.3, this is Good Morning Comrade. Did you see, speaking of the sort of criminalization of basically all dissent at this point, Donald Trump had a meeting with a bunch of quote unquote journalists the other day, talking like all right-wing goons and clowns and all these losers or whatever.
To be honest, yeah, go ahead. No, I
Like,
was gonna say, to be honest, Jeff,
Mhm.
I want to hear about this. I'm not cutting you off, but
Yeah.
I have reached the hyper normalization USSR stage to
Sure.
where it's like I see this, and I'm not saying I'm a better person. I really do want you to tell me about this, but I'm just
Yeah.
saying that when I see Donald Trump on TV, it's not even a thing of like, oh, funny orange man. Oh, I'm gonna watch him. I don't even. We're past. I'm even like hate watching this anymore.
Mhm.
It's literal white noise. I can't interface with it. I don't
Mhm.
want to hear about it.
Well, okay.
It's all
Well,
bullshit.
regardless of like actually having seen it,
Yeah. But I want to hear about it.
regardless of actually having seen it, like the whole point of it was he came away and all these, you know, D-riders are like literally the press pool is just like a bunch of people who just like, Mr. President, you're so great, you're so awesome, we love you. Have you considered, you know, you said that the governor and the mayor of, you know, Illinois and Chicago respectively are acting outside of the law. Have you actually talked with the Department of Justice on how to prosecute them? Or have you considered making the Democratic Socialists of America into a terrorist organization? Or, oh, you know, you say you wanted to declare Antifa, the organization that exists, that is real, that is called Antifa, making them a foreign terrorist organization. And it's just like this never ending, like, it's almost like watching improv.
Yes.
Like you watch, like you know, the bit of improv is always sort of like take an idea that somebody gives you and escalate it.
Yes,
right?
and.
Take it to the next. Yeah, yes, and everything. And Trump is just constantly doing yes and yes and yes and going like, yeah, we'll just like criminalize the DSA or whatever. Like,
but he's always been.
It really
like
is this sort of like obviously the not wanting to hate watch it or whatever is that's fine. But seeing what's coming from it and the rhetoric that is like coming out of it, it is genuinely alarming in light of like we just talked about some of the optimistic parts. Like these contradictions are coming into our face within the next 3 years.
No, for sure. And it's not, and I just want to restate, it's not like, oh, I'm a better person because I'm not taking it in.
No.
It's like I am
a TV
bored.
show.
I'm bored.
Show. You don't like the TV show.
I'm bored. I'm bored with it. I depend on you.
This season of America is lame and it sucks. They've gone too far.
Yeah. I depend on you to be the sin eater and like take all of it in and dissect it for me. But like I'm literally bored. Like I like this guy. He's so far into Joe Biden zone to where it's like, okay, if he's gonna talk in front of a microphone, there's going to be 40 minutes of him just rambling before he gets to anything that can even be conceived of as a point. I'm like, I just don't, bro. Hades 2 came out, great game.
Yeah,
rather be playing that. Like I'm not
to that point too. Somebody asked him a question about like essentially suspending habeas corpus, aka like due process.
Show me,
and he was like, "Oh, I don't know anything about it." He like literally doesn't know what fucking due process is. It's crazy. Like he is Brandonized completely.
No, absolutely, he is. And this isn't like a hopium, you know, lib like, oh, he's gonna have a stroke. Like, no, literally, like try to.
No, that's bad. Actually, if the best case scenario is him just like riding it out because JD Vance is like sitting behind the next one.
Sure. Yeah, I don't even. Yeah, exactly. No, I've said that point exactly. Yeah, I don't give that kind of liberal, you know, West Wing, Wizard of Oz, gobbledygook, any kind of. It's like it doesn't matter. It's just new boss, same as the old boss. I don't care if a Democrat wins with the crop of Democrats we have now. I don't care if a Democrat wins the next federal election for president. I don't care. Like it's just it'll just be the new in a lot of ways it'll be worse. But it'll be just a new face on this. And I'm again this
stick on a pig.
America needs to fall apart. That's what needs to be clipped here out of anything. Before we're gonna get any hope of class consciousness, class solidarity, it needs to completely fall apart. But I'm surprised that we haven't completely fall apart in the way that like people have unified together to literally throw fascists off the street. And I'm super excited about that. It's giving me a lot of optimism. I'm all about a fight, but I'm only want to fight if I'm not out there by myself. And I can see right now that's not what's happening. And it's great, man. I don't know. I don't know what else to say. Usually I'm such a downer, but I'm feeling it. I'm feeling libbed up, feeling lib pilled.
There we go. The hopium's flowing.
Opium up.
Did you get a chance to take a look at that quote unquote like peace agreement that has been going on with Gaza and Palestine and Israel? You want to talk about that?
I mean, we can get into that. I've got the Breaking Points video that they put up today. I thought was real good. And then
we can put that on and react to it. How about that?
Yeah, let's do that. And then hold on, I'm finding a good spot to do it right now.
And yeah, just to kind of get the whole thing laid out and explain the situation, because it is something that, like, when we talk about it without like a little bit of guidance, I don't want to mess it up. You know what I mean?
Sure thing.
There's a lot of facts, there's a lot of stuff flying around. I do have some thoughts on it.
We're ready to go here. I'm gonna share screen.
All right. And he disappeared. We lost Robert. Love when that happens.
It has been brother. StreamYard has been crashing a lot for me lately, but I think it's my computer.
The computer
might be going on. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. Well, I just moved on to Linux.
No, I'm not doing that. All right, here we go.
Scroll up all the way up.
Yesterday, President Trump received a note during this Antifa roundtable situation. We'll talk about that more later in the show, indicating that such a deal was on the verge of being consummated. Let's go ahead and take a look at that moment.
Consummated.
Okay. I'm just giving.
Speaking of, I don't care. I don't care about this.
Need me quickly. I believe, Sagar, that photographers were able to zoom in on that, and it said basically we need you to approve a Truth Social post, so that you can be the first to announce it. We'll let Jeremy lay out all of the details here, but there are some similarities between the ceasefire deal that Trump was able to strike at the beginning of his term in office, in that you'll remember that he presented this as a sort of comprehensive peace deal that would lead to some lasting settlement involving him and Tony Blair running the Gaza Strip, etc. From what we can tell, it appears those pieces have been pushed off, including the incredibly tricky and controversial piece of Hamas completely disarming and laying down their weapons along with other Palestinian resistance factions. It looks like predominantly what they have come to a deal on, and again, this hasn't been officially announced, so we don't have all of the details yet, but is on the hostage exchange and the lines that Israel would withdraw to. Now, the initial phase of this deal does not require Israel to withdraw from the Gaza Strip entirely. In fact, the entire quote-unquote peace deal, as envisioned, as presented to the American public, does not require Israel to completely withdraw from the Gaza Strip at any point. So that is an...
Yes,
so okay, just getting some of the facts straight. So I did remember, and I did see that there was the piece about Tony Blair, noted war criminal Tony Blair, being a part of this sort of like caretaker government, or like the modern version of, I guess, what the United States did in Afghanistan, in Iraq and Afghanistan, to sort of like hold on to make sure things like move forward. They took him out, so Tony Blair's out. And then now also there is no, at any point, mandate in this law or in this agreement for Israel to pull out of Gaza. What is the
obviously
win here?
Well, okay, so what I read and understand is that there is a full, they're eventually going to have to pull out of Gaza, but there's no timeline. Which I have so many thoughts.
Sure.
I guess I actually made a comment on this, and we can look at it now. I'm bringing it up so you can see it.
Yeah.
Here. 100% Hamas PFLP PIJ victory. For those of you who don't know, PFLP, that's our team, Marxist Leninists, Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, and PIJ, Palestinian Islamic Jihad. 100% Hamas, PFLP, PIJ victory. Israel was losing on the ground. If they complete this genocide, they lose. If they violate the deal, they lose. when they let aid organizations and journalists in, they lose. Israeli society is crumbling. This is close to a total victory that Palestine could have hoped for right now. It's a real Tet offensive moment. It's up to the world to keep pressure on them so they can't go back to their old ways. And what I mean by like it's a real Tet offensive moment, the Tet offensive was it's considered a military failure, but it was the breaking point of the war to where Walter Cronkite got on TV and said the Vietnam War is unwinnable. Like, yeah, we fought to a stalemate. We cannot defeat indigenous people on their own grounds. And so what I really believe that Hamas has put, and the rest of the resistance has put the Israeli government into a trick bag by they're taking advantage of Trump's narcissism and by saying that, you know, he wants to get the Nobel Peace Prize. And so they're going to let him do this. And the main things of we're not going to disarm. That'll never happen. We're getting our hostages back. I'm talking about the Palestinian hostages, the women and children that they have.
The hundreds and thousands.
Yeah,
of people.
hundreds of thousands of people they have in Israeli dungeons,
as opposed to the dozens of Israeli hostages, which neither side should have hostages. Let them all free, obviously.
But do you understand what I mean by that? It's like
I do. My
question
is like on the piece of like, what if Israel does the same thing as they did last time and just violates the deal again? You said that was not going to be an issue in the same way as it was.
No, you misunderstood. So, okay, let's say Israel violates the deal and starts bombing again. Okay, fine. And I don't mean to sound flippant, but like we have to look at it as a game board, as a chessboard. These are people's lives we're talking about. These are men, women, and children whose lives have been taken from them. They're being genocided. We don't have to really say anything other than that. But when we zoom out and we look at it, as a chessboard, okay, Israel resumes the bombing. Okay, how is that different from yesterday? You're still in the same Kit Kat, and now it looks even worse because now they'll be like, okay, the United States brokered a deal, Hamas was on board, and you guys broke it again. The main reason that Israel is doing this, they can absorb military losses, right?
Which they have been doing.
They can absorb these losses. It's not like they're going to quote unquote surrender and just be like, well, I guess you're going to get a free Palestinian state. What they cannot absorb is pressure from people in the street, pressure from other countries, being a pariah state, turning into South Africa, which it's too late. It's too late. They already are. That ship has sailed. And then if that happens, or when that's already happened, I should say, Donald Trump has an ego. He really doesn't. He's not like Joe Biden, to where Joe Biden was a Zionist for the love of the game. Yeah, Joe Biden was a Zionist for the love of the game. Donald Trump has no love for anybody except Donald Trump. And if you make Donald Trump look foolish, he will respond to that. And like I've said since the beginning of this, the Israel will fall no matter what. It's just how many people are they going to take with them? Because like every American colony, and that's what Israel is, they don't run anything. They're not magical mind control people. None of this anti-Semitic garbage. They're a colony that we allow to do whatever they want to do. And when the boss call gets made, just like Trump made the boss call, they had to shut it down. Now, if they crank that back up again, it makes Trump look stupid. It makes his base look stupid. And that's the thing that actually Trump cares about. And all these people, even Charlie Kirk, which we don't have to hand it to Charlie Kirk. We don't have to hand it to Candace Owens. We don't have to hand it to Tucker Carlson. But these are opportunists who know which way the wind is shifting. And not even shifting, the way the wind has already shifted, it is now completely blowing the opposite direction of people in the United States are done with Israel. So like every colony that we've ever had, we eventually get tired of them and we say, we don't want to play no more, and we drop them. That's what Israel is afraid of. Israel is more afraid of getting kicked out of FIFA and kicked out of Eurovision than they are of Hamas. Straight up. And I'm not talking about the guys in the field. I mean, I'm talking about, the guys in the Knesset.
You're talking about Netanyahu
and Ben Gvir. They're more afraid of that than they are of Hamas. And that's where we're at right now. Israel is now where South Africa was, where nobody wants to deal with them materially or culturally. They are going to be a failed state. It's just when it's going to happen. And so any move they make, what I think they're really trying to do is they're gonna try to flip the script and be like, oh, look how magnanimous we are. Let us help with the aid. We're going to help with the aid. We're going to help rebuild Gaza. These are our neighbors. We want peace. Well,
sounds like the United States with Afghanistan.
Exactly. It's too late for all that. The kids are not. What did Will Miniker say on Twitter? He said anybody under the age of 50 is no longer going to have a positive view of Israel. It's over. It's done. All American politics will be through the lens of Israel for the next 30 years. That's just where we're at. And so any move they make, they can start the war back up. They look bad. They can uphold the ceasefire. Well, guess what? Their population, 80% of the Israeli population wants the genocide. So now you're going to have all these IDF soldiers. I don't know if you saw the video of them at the Knesset going, y'all are talking about surrendering? Y'all are talking about pulling out of Gaza? Look at all these PTSD meds I have to take. And they're literally opening up sacks of meds. They're like, my sacrifice, my friend's sacrifice are now in vain if we don't finish this genocide. So their society falls apart that way. Any way you look at it, they're done. They're done. There's no way out for them. And I sincerely believe that. And that's why I think this ceasefire is great. It's not great in the short term.
Of course not.
But in the long term, it is not even the beginning of the end of Israel. We're in the middle of the end of Israel.
So just to game it out a little bit more, and I'm not disagreeing with a lot of the things you're saying. I just want to sort of like hear your thoughts on it. What happens if, and I see this as a plausible situation. You mentioned that like Donald Trump is not a doormat for Israel, but he's found ways to kind of go along with a lot of the crazier things that they've decided to do. Including just like roping them into bombing parts of Iran.
Yep.
What is to say? What is there to, if Israel does break the ceasefire? What is to stop essentially the Trump administration from just like finding a way to be like, actually, it was Hamas that started all this again?
His own base. His own base. Mossad put a hit on Charlie Kirk.
Yeah,
you've got the MAGA base because I mean I hate to toot my own horn, but people like myself and people smarter and with more reach than me saying that, hey, isn't it crazy? You know, you got the I had a podcast, but right wing people are saying, you got Tucker Carlson saying, hey, isn't it crazy? You're in medical debt. Yeah, you're in medical debt, but Israeli people have Medicare for all, and it's from your tax dollars. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy that you have to go into...
He's not making a case for medical care for all, but
no, not at all. Not at all. But we don't need him to do that. Again, this is the thing. I've called it the white dog turd. We don't need to touch it. Just let it go. Let him fight. Let him fight. Let them tear their own house down. You know, Candace Owens being like, hey, isn't it crazy that you owe tens of thousands of dollars to the Department of Education, but people in Israel have subsidized higher education?
Yeah,
that's weird, right? And they do it with your tax dollars. I said this on my own stream the other night. I go, we sent $17 billion to Israel last year. $17 billion. While our streets here collapse, our bridges crumble, you're having to put together 2-3 jobs, and we're saying, hey, guy with the Punisher skull sticker on the back of his Ford F-350, guy with his thin blue line American flag grunt style shirt on, working 70, 80 hours a week, doing roofing, plumbing, hard labor. You're an electrician, you know, you're a patriotic American, and Israel depends on your sweat equity so the IRS can suck that up and send that to them every year. That's the America you want to live in. You want to live on your knees. And you're hearing right-wing voices say this. And now what we have to, that's another thing for another day, is we have to worry about anti-Semitism, because that's what they're getting at. They're getting at anti-Semitism, but they're dancing around it because they have no love for Jewish people or anybody who isn't quote unquote white. But as for right now, let them cook. Let them cook, baby, because it's got people stirred up. Again, the dumbest guy you know at your job, and I'm talking to myself, has stopped talking about Donald Trump. Because they're seeing it's a little bit of class consciousness is starting to break through. And that's what will stop Donald Trump. That if Donald Trump drops dead right now, hope that never happens, Secret Service, CIA. I hope he lives for another 1,000 years.
FCC.
Right. Donald Trump and JD Vance, Mascara Man, becomes the president. That base is still there. That Republican Party base is still there. And now they see what it is. They've got, people, they've got their own talking heads on Rumble, on not Fox, wherever they find these people now, because Fox is completely Israel cucked. But wherever they're getting this stuff now, wherever they're tuning in to Tucker and Candace, telling them that
YouTube.
Yeah, bro.
YouTube.
Yeah,
that's
YouTube.
where Candace's YouTube.
Yeah, did you enjoy your hard day's labor today and all that money that you got exploited for by your boss, and he gives you that little bit of check, and now a good portion of that check's going to go to Israel while your kids suffer, while your kids do without? Is that America first? That's why. That it's a combination of all these things. That's why
another
I'm so
huge
hopeful.
piece of this too is kind of amazing. Is like, who even is Ben Shapiro anymore? He is gonzo. He is
gone.
No, he's so
Nobody's
finished.
watching that. Nobody's watching that. Nobody's watching that. Nobody wants to hear that. Nobody. He's softer than cotton. The time, even it was coming. It was coming for Charlie Kirk too. Even if Charlie Kirk wouldn't have got killed, that kind of smarmy like fascism, it's not what's in vogue. They want the straight dope. They want the straight in the veins. They want a Steve Bannon type fascist who's going to be like, isn't it, if these guys existed in
They're not going to beat around the bush. They want Nick Fuentes or whatever.
Nick Fuentes. I was on Red Note today. Red Note. You know who's on Red Note? Nick Fuentes.
Yeah.
Nick Fuentes is on Red Note, y'all. You got Nick Fuentes, Mr. America First, posting on an official channel on the CCP communist TikTok app.
Yeah.
Yo, times they are changing, my friend. 100%. So you just can't. The smarmy, well, actually is dead. And it's the same on the left too. Liberalism, and we've always talked about this, the center cannot hold. These two ideologies will clash. And Bernie, going back to Bernie, he did lay down, he brings the same arguments, and I'm not saying I'm going to convince these people to read a little red book or anything like that, or read a page out of Capital. But my thing now, even on YouTube itself, is I say, I'm a vet, I'm a Marine Corps vet. Here's all the ways that the military is socialist. Here's all the programs they provide, and the U.S. government know they work. Exactly. No, let's talk about commissaries. All the people laughing and joking and thinking like, oh, Zoran Mondami can't do city-run grocery stores. We do federally run grocery stores in this country and in other.
Hello, this space, and welcome to Devil's Advocate Productions. On this space, we have so many topics that we could talk about today. Mark Lamont Hill on Joe Budden's podcast, the leaked, I think, Young Republican text messages that were, unsurprisingly Nazi-esque and whatnot. But today, I want to do something a little fun, okay? Because Thursday, I'm going to be here and we're going to be watching Zoran's debate with Cuomo on Thursday. And I'm very excited about that. Special coverage on this space. Tell everybody you know. Tell every this content creator that you know that we're doing it here live. But today, I want to talk about a little show you may have heard of called Love is Blind. And the reason I want to talk about it is because I'm hopelessly addicted to it, along with my lovely disembodied off-screen wife, who is here with me today.
Hello.
So we're going to talk about Love is Blind. The last couple seasons have been kind of boring. If you don't watch the show, that's okay. We will take you on this journey together.
We got you.
We got you. And I guess first, let's explain the premise to anyone who doesn't know. Love is Blind is a pressure cooker of a reality show. We are addicted to 2 reality shows, Love is Blind and 90 Day Fiance.
Don't tell the people our garbage.
And 90 Day has many spinoffs, so it's not really just 2. But Love is Blind is like a condensed version. You get 15 men, 15 women. It's heteronormative. We've done the math in our head. There's no way to make this show with gay people. You can't, because you'd have to. How do you split them up into different dormitories?
Yeah,
that's the whole point. So you have 15 men, 15 women, separate hotels in whatever city that they're in. Then they come to a common room, like a location for shooting, where they just hang out. All the men hang out with each other, all the women hang out with each other. And then they go into pods and date through a wall. You will see visuals of this in the video clips that I've brought, but
quite literally blind speed dating.
It is blind speed dating. You have 10 days to choose who you're going to propose to.
And that's the only way you can move forward.
It's the only way to move forward in the show. So if you're coming on here for fame and whatever, you have to say yes to an engagement or propose in order to continue being on the show. And then if you're really there for fame, you're not going to look too great. You get 10 days in the pods, and then there's a reveal if you say yes to each other, where they, see each other for the first time, and the audience, get to watch them see if they kiss, see if they hug.
It's
analyze every little
horrible
movement. It's very, it's great. And then they go for, I believe, 10 days in
some kind of
tropical
place
for a honeymoon, because again, they're engaged right now.
The place that they were at this season was I came across some bit of information, I forget where, probably Reddit, where they were saying that the location of the resort was a crime scene a couple of years ago. Like a brutal murder happened there or something.
Yeah, because it's resorts, right? So it's like tropical locations. When they do Love is Blind in Europe, they often go to Greece.
Yeah.
Here they go to Mexico, so they're in Baja. So I guess there was a crime scene at this resort that they're at. And then after the honeymoon, you go back to your city, in this case, Denver. Last season it was Minneapolis.
This is only like incrementally better than Minneapolis, because it actually has
some drama.
Drama, but people who are not white. First and foremost,
yes,
they have it's like a more diverse cast, but even then, not much. It's not much better than Minneapolis.
So then they come back to their city. Netflix hooks them up with like a test apartment so that they live together for a couple weeks and pretend, act like they're married, and meet each other's friends and family, whoever they have to meet, and then they get married.
Legally.
So all of this is over the course of 6 weeks, and then they legally get married or leave each other at the altar and say no, when the priest asks if I do or not.
You get more money if you make it to the end.
Yeah, apparently, this was some behind the scenes people talking to some of these people that we're going to watch here. Jesse Wu, namely, and what was the other one? Ricky Storytime? Storytime with Ricky?
Storytime with
Storytime
Ricky.
with Ricky is like an account on Instagram or something, and she really digs. She's like an internet sleuth, aka I don't know.
But
I'm
like the extreme version, she
Yeah.
will find out dirt. She'll find out your tax
Your whole
records
life
from like
story.
a decade ago.
which is creepy, honestly. Like, I don't watch her stuff directly.
I don't either.
But like other people will mention her, and I'm like, okay. I don't know. It's like TMZ. It feels a little dirty. But we're gonna go through like the whole season so far. It's not done yet, right? We got new episodes tomorrow. The weddings, I think, which we're gonna see how many there are. Because this season especially is like, are any of them gonna make it to the fucking thing?
This is the 9th season, and at this point, it's mostly clout chasers, which was a huge like thing in the beginning, because in the beginning, I guess people took it quote unquote more seriously.
I doubt
because in the sense that like they were expecting this to be an actual social experiment.
Yeah, I guess
it was more not genuine, but for lack of a better term,
people
genuine.
didn't know what it was yet. I guess.
Yeah,
so there
like
was a fresh crop of people who are like, I'm signing up for a reality show. I don't really know what it is, so I don't know how to game it and like stay on longer.
and now that
get social
a
media
couple of
followers.
seasons have come out, people have figured out, oh, I can come here even if I'm in a relationship outside, even if I can
Or-
let's see if I can scam
or you
somebody,
just see
or
their
like,
behavior change of like, well, I know I don't like this person, but I don't want to seem like I'm coming off as a villain. So what do I say or do?
It's brought out nothing but
to come off-
sociopaths.
Yeah, it's very weird. So we're gonna go through the couples who are still together at time of recording this, and then we're gonna get into like the beginnings and watch some of the highlights from the clips from a couple of creators that we love watching, because that's what we do. We watch these episodes and then we just go straight to YouTube and just start watching reactions and coverage of this stuff, because man, it is heroin. Anyways, so these are the couples who are still here, or these are the couples that like we're going to talk about. So Allie and Anton were like the first. The way they edit the show too is like a problem, because they literally in episode 1 we get a minute or two of them in the pods. They seem okay, and then we get like all this setup for all these other people, and then at the end of episode 1 they say I love you and propose, I think.
Mostly because their biggest thing in common is that they were both immigrants and both had to learn how to speak English at age 8.
Yeah, people, again, because you can't see each other, and it's all like the pressure of, oh, in 10 days I gotta propose or say yes to a proposal. Any little thing that they identify with each other, it becomes like a huge, this is our love story.
Yeah.
That's what frustrated you in the beginning.
It
of
really
watching
frustrated
this.
me to watch. When we started watching this with our friend, I got really frustrated because I kept saying, this is not earned. This is like triggering me really badly, because these people are acting as if they've been together for a decade plus.
Yeah, and really,
when in reality, they've only known each other for like a couple of
they
days,
literally
a
just
couple
had
of
a
weeks.
conversation where they're like, oh, I was born in another country, so was I learned English as a second language at age 8, so did I worked at McDonald's as a teenager, so did I. Now we're in love.
Yeah.
And I'm proposing to you.
That's how quick and that's how easy it is.
So their reveal was like fine, and again, these usually on this show, the couple we see the least of is probably good, because we're seeing the least of them. There's not a lot of drama, but the most, when it comes to them, it's like money, really.
Well, in the sense that she's like, I'm gonna go back to school and
Oh, yeah.
I need my Botox injections. Can you pay for that?
Yeah. So, we'll see what happens with that. This, we're going to get into them with the clips I have pulled up. But Madison and Joe, Madison seems chill. Joe seemed chill, kind of just like all over the place.
He always seemed very wishy-washy.
The reveal, we'll show you in a bit. We'll come back to them, and we'll come back to them too. Edmund and Calabria are also a big story this season. Really, Madison and Joe and Ed and Calabria, I think, are like the two biggest. Like, what the fuck? But yeah, this is the token black couple on the season. They often do, and again, we're gonna get into some more like the off-screen theories brought up by people like Jessie Wu, who this is Jessie Wu, by the way. She's
love
funny.
Jessie Wu.
Who think like maybe the producers of the show enjoy watching black women like suffer.
I think she's right when she says that. I think she's
not a bad
absolutely
pattern
right.
that she laid out.
Jessie
coincidence.
Wu knows her shit. And Jessie Wu does her research the same way that Storytime with Ricky, but a little like they collaborate sometimes, but Jessie Wu has like better overall theories. And especially whenever she calls out the executive producer,
Chris Colleen,
with your raggedy ass,
Chris Colleen.
But she's right. A lot of the theories that she's had have been proven correct because of all the lawsuits.
Yeah, that's true. She did cover all the lawsuits and whatnot. So we're gonna get to them. Annie and Nick are
the MAGA couple.
Basically, the MAGA couple. We've toyed with it in the last couple seasons. Maybe someone's MAGA, maybe not. We don't know. No one really says it. Here, we'll get into it. We'll show the clips.
And it's classically MAGA because he's actually closeted.
Right. So, again, spoilers. But in their conversation in the pods, they get into like, we'll show it when we get to it. Megan and Jordan, their thing is mostly money related as well.
She makes bank.
Kind of
He's
boring.
a single dad.
The biggest
blue collar.
conflict there is like Megan herself, because she was like, well, do I choose this guy Mike in the pods who sounds more like my ex's, but also makes a lot of money and is in line with what I want? Or this guy Jordan who makes me feel safe, but he has a son, one, so can I be a stepmom? And two,
he's got type 1 diabetes.
He doesn't have as much money as me. The son has type 1 diabetes. Yeah, and her father did. So that was a connection of like, oh, that's a weird thing that we have in common. Now I love you. And Casey and Patrick.
This was probably the worst one.
Yeah. So let's get into it here. We're gonna use these clips as ways for us to tell the story of the season and get into the topics that we want to talk about. We found this creator. What's her name? Brianni Claire, and she breaks
great.
it all down. So let's get into it here.
Far worse than just this, episode by episode, but this is 9.5 hours of TV that I'm condensing down to about an hour of a video, so we're focusing on the most juicy details where we need to have a bigger conversation. Spoilers ahead for everything up to episode 9, because that's what's available right now, and you'll see, don't forget to thank them in the comments, go after creators for. That means I can't show you everything. There are certain scenes with feet I definitely can't show anybody. I don't even want to revisit them ever again. I've had to watch this show twice for this video.
Like Tarantino.
Together.
Fucking YouTube ads, man. What is this? Audible? At least they still look like they're using regular CGI for their commercials, not AI yet to make. Fucking Rainbow. Why are we showing ads? Fuck you. You don't get to show your ad, Raymore and Flanagan. Anyways. Okay. So let's go through the couples again.
A lot of them can look very similar. I've even gone to the effort of making a chart for you. Starting out with Patrick, who's 31, and growing up in Colorado, he was the only Asian in the friend group.
Comfortability of interracial dating has definitely limited my ability to develop connections with women.
And the dude has massive insecurities because of this. In 2014, there was a famous OkCupid study done, which showed that Asian men and black women were the least desired on dating apps.
That's fucked up, isn't it?
That's really fucked up. I actually don't remember that.
Yeah, when she mentioned this, I was like, oh yeah. Because OkCupid has all the stats, right? So they could put it out.
That's
Tinder
so
as well.
gross.
Tinder and shit put out stats. And it's literally just like who swipes more on whatever. It's fucked up.
stereotypes. And this great article from The Conversation in 2020 explored how Asian men are often stereotyped and excluded in dating. Patrick meets Anna and quickly asks her about her usual dating type.
Typically, I go for red flags. No, I'm just kidding.
And it gets revealed that both of them usually date white people.
White guys.
Just mainly white guys.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay.
What about you?
White girls.
She's a really
Anna is 28 and she's a really sweet woman, and it turns out that her family emigrated to New York from Asia. It's not specified exactly where from, but my guess is China. She's really close with her family, in particular with her mother, even though our next guy, Blake. He asks if there's any hot button issues that she wants to address, which is super refreshing. Thank you, yes, because you want to weed out any particular issues. The first question that she leads with is asking him if he's very religious. And we know that the Christian nationalist right is really powerful and really terrifying in the US, so I 100% understand why she asked.
Yes, we do. Unfortunately,
literally have a panic attack a day at this point.
They're aware of it. They're aware of it in Britain, folks.
No, she's a Kiwi, so even down
Kiwi.
there,
Okay.
all the way down there, they're aware of what a dumpster fucking fire we are.
We're an embarrassment. Even in fucking Love Is Blind reaction videos, we're getting shots. Get Trump out of office, so we're not an embarrassment when it comes to Love Is Blind, folks. That's the most important part.
This question first.
And you don't sound like you're homophobic or racist.
No, gosh, no.
I really like Anna, but it does seem like she struggles with some internalized racism along with Patrick. Blake is 34, seemingly such a regular dude. He's an accountant, he's outdoorsy, he has a dog. And from all of the Reddit posts which I've been trawling through for this video, it seems that he's the most typical Colorado guy.
All right, so that was the love triangle there with Patrick. He liked Anna, Blake liked Anna liked both of them. And we'll see what happens to them. But now we're going to skip ahead with Blake and Megan, I believe.
Were you being pranked this whole time? Because No 30, an oil and gas company, which shut down in 2020.
Yeah, she made tons of money from like oil and gas and just has no problem with that. She's just, this lady is just, first of all, she calls herself Sparkle Megan.
She calls herself Sparkle Megan. It's nothing. There's nothing more embarrassing than giving your own nickname out to
she
people.
Goes, my friends call me Sparkle Megan, and me and we go, no, they don't. You call yourself that.
Yeah.
You want your friends to call you Sparkle Megan, and it's not because I'm so bubbly and fun. It's because I have a lot of money and everything I buy has to be
blinged out.
With diamonds and shit.
Which gave her a decent chunk of money, and she is launching her own business. She is wealthy, and trust me, I get it. I am a magpie too, but please let go of the nickname Sparkle Megan. Like, this is her bio on her Instagram.
A lot of men get insecure about that, and they feel like they're not enough.
She's typically dated older men, and that hasn't worked out well for her. Dating younger hasn't worked either, so she's on the show to try and find her true love.
This is Mike.
You go by Mike or Michael?
Sexy Mike.
And then we meet Mike, who's 38 and keeps on avoiding telling Sparkles his real age.
Sure.
He's in real estate, is very finance bro coded, very cocky, very arrogant. He immediately brings up biohacking unironically. Thinking about it, he probably looks up to Brian Johnson. You know, that guy that injected his son's plasma to try and stay young forever? He asked if she'd be angry if he left dirty dishes around the place.
Rich people's obsession with not dying and not
because they
aging.
want, because they're like, well, I have everything, so I want to live as long as possible.
That is the type of psychosis that I legitimately cannot understand, though.
Just like the pharaohs.
Yeah,
and they study
yeah.
them. You know, they get obsessed with them. Oh, maybe they were onto something with like building pyramids and shit, and living forever, having 1 million kids.
You know, I recently saw Vivian Wilson is her last name. I forget
Elon
what.
Musk's
Yes,
daughter?
Elon Musk's daughter recently came out and said she has no wealth whatsoever. She lives with a couple roommates in LA. She does her own modeling. She's like, you know, I can't afford to have my own mansion. I don't have any money. Like, that's the kind. She is the kind of person that would flip Elon Musk out. Like,
yeah.
Because she's everything good. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, you know, she's got the same similar problem as like Meghan Markle, who's like, yeah, you're not directly benefiting from the crown right now, but you're still Meghan Markle. Like, you'll get like Vivian Wilson is what is
I'm
that her
really
name?
not sure what her last name is.
You know, she's great. We love her. She's going to be fine.
Yeah.
You know, but again, like, we don't know, because maybe, you know, she's more of a target because it's Elon Musk's daughter. You know, he might come after.
She can't
Who
escape
knows?
that,
Fuck that.
unfortunately.
God damn it. Fucking hate Elon Musk. Anyways, let's keep watching this dumb shit. This is why we love this shit. Makes us turn our brains off and judge other people for a little while.
And Sparkles replies saying that she's into traditional gender roles. She really likes the idea of a provider and that sense of security.
Quote unquote, the provider, but like the security and the safety.
He's very happy with this.
Yeah, I love that you said that, honestly.
I thought that she said that she was rich and guys were intimidated by her. So you want someone even richer than you? And then it gets revealed that Mike is part of a tribe.
There's a bunch of guys that are like wealthy that are part of
They
it.
probably sun their balls.
Yeah, let's slow this down for talk about this for a minute. So let's bring that back, because again, we're watching this. We're like, hold on, what the fuck did you just say?
Mm-hmm.
Are you tanning your balls with Tucker Carlson? So this dude claims to be part of some kind of national
Billionaires
tribe. Yeah, like a man, you know, a manosphere type of alpha male thing.
It's revealed that Mike is part of a tribe
There's a bunch of guys that are like wealthy that are part of it.
with 6 pillars. And being the trash panda that I am, I went and scurried around on the internet and found out that he's part of GoBundance. That is their real name. To quote the website, it's full
GoBundance
of high-performance men who refuse to coast. But the thing is that Mike needs a wife because he needs someone to go grocery shopping for him because he gets so coast. But the thing is,
GoBundance is the mastermind for high-performing men who refuse to coast. Wealth is just the starting point. Brotherhood is what builds the rest. Oh yeah.
This is so gay.
This is so gay and culty. GoBundance is a curated community of elite men committed to living fully, building intentionally, and growing together across wealth, health, relationships, adventure, and legacy. What?
The thing is, if
Is that the 6 pillars? Wealth, health, relationships, adventure, and legacy. That's 5. I don't know. If you've already built the life most men dream about and still feel the pull of something more, this is your tribe. All right. So if you're unsatisfied with all the money you made and you're alone and sad
and have no friends
and
or
have
family
no fucking friends
or relationships or any other hobbies or anything that makes a person, you're more than welcome to borrow other people's personalities that are also as shallow.
fucking depressing. It's depressing and scary. A little scary.
Male loneliness epidemic.
that Mike needs a wife because he needs someone to go grocery shopping for him because he gets so confused.
Yeah, that's why I need to get married so I can let you be the expert.
But I thought that you were part of an alpha male, incredibly awesome dude.
Membership for men who refuse to plateau. GoBundance is the only what is the only mastermind that. Why is it saying it's a mastermind?
It's all vagaries. That's how they sell you this shit. Because it sounds chic. It sounds Steve Jobsy.
You know this
what I
goes
mean?
into. I didn't want to talk about that, but fucking Mark Lamont Hill was on. All right, you know who Mark Lamont Hill is, right? So you know who he is. That means he's famous enough for you to know.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know who Joe Budden is?
Heard of him.
Okay. Joe Budden was a rapper, part of Slaughterhouse, and now he's doing a podcast. It's a weird trend that I've noticed of like older rappers, especially, like, I'm going to stop and just do podcasts now. Because why not? I have a name that I've built up over 30 years. I can just do this in my house. So because Fat Joe has one. That made me think of that. So Joe Budden has a podcast, pretty big. Mark Lamont Hill has just been like added to it. And a clip going around of this dude who's on the podcast, Flip, basically being like, you use a lot of tricky words and like getting angry at him because he's smarter than him and insecurity, right? So like Mark, and this is the instance of Mark Lamont being like, I'm not gonna fuck around and just like be talked down to and have to like explain to you my credentials or whatever. Like he had to, as the Boondocks would say, and the internet saying, an end moment. So, and I'm like, yeah, because debating white supremacists and like standing up for like basic human rights constantly as your job, you're going to get frustrated with some ignorant ass motherfucker starts talk to you like you're an idiot because you use tricky, college words. And that's what this makes me think of, because it's like, oh, this is how you trick people.
Word salad for
go abundance.
And
abundance. I like going and abundance.
What exactly are you selling? Just membership to a little club, which is fine, because again, community building is a good thing, but I feel like the whole premise of this is not community building. It's just to see. It's like a big dick measuring contest.
Yes.
And it fuels their already narcissistic egos. Like it's so gross.
Let me read this. Go Abundance is the only mastermind that challenges high achieving men to level up in every area of life: wealth, health, relationships, adventure, and impact. Again, that's only 5. He says there's 6. Maybe Mike is not as familiar with their tenets as he's professing.
No.
This isn't just access, it's accountability, not just more money, more intentionality. You've achieved the success you spent your whole life chasing, and still something is missing. This is just page 2 saying the same shit
Just
on page
go
1.
to therapy.
Go to fucking
If you have that much money, go to therapy and
so-
find out where the blanks are.
So that's Mike, and Megan's other connection is Jordan. Fucking ads. All right, so we're gonna get to Jordan, and then we're gonna skip to Nick and whatever her name is, Annie, because y'all need to see this.
I feel like that's relevant considering the Young Republicans leak.
All right, so let's get back. Oh, okay. All right, so Mike, and then Jordan.
Flags all over the place. Next we've got Jordan, 30, who's a dad guy. He's got a 5-year-old son called Luca and says that women don't want to date him when they find out that he's got a son. And part of me is wondering if they're thinking that they might have to do all of the child rearing when he's introducing himself as a single dad. Like he co-parents with his ex, so they've got 50-50 arrangement going on.
I'm a single dad, so that occupies quite a bit of time, and that's my number one priority.
But it could possibly also be due to his immaturity issues. He's really open saying that he got snipped, and good on him. Honestly, that's very progressive. That's great. We love that. But he's very convinced that it's easily reversible. However, the longer that the snip is in place, the harder it is to do the reversal. I just like to make sure that
how many people think that it's reversible.
Yeah, he got a vasectomy after he had his kid, and he's like, "Oh, I could just get it reversed." And apparently, you can't just do that. Again, it heals. That's the whole thing.
They burn too. Sometimes they snip, sometimes they burn. It really depends on what they do. It doesn't matter. By the way, I'm getting into the weeds.
People are well informed, okay? It turns out that Luca, his son, has type 1 diabetes, and Sparkle's dad actually recently passed away in 2020 from type 1 diabetes as well. And this forms a big part of their bond. Ellie, who's 29, is originally from Brazil.
So that's Allie, and then Anton, right? We're gonna get into Nick and Annie.
Saying Nick has held himself back from going too deep with the people he dates because he's afraid of hurting others. So heading into the pods, he's excited to be given the time to build a strong connection with someone through emotional vulnerability. Okay, please bear all of that in mind.
Bear that in mind, folks.
Struggles to find a close connection with someone, struggles to actually be honest about how he's feeling about someone. That's a vulnerability. He doesn't want to go giving all his cards away quickly, right?
So I think we have a lot in common. You're definitely jumping to the top of my list.
This is an act. I don't quite believe him.
Women keep on picking up on the fact that he's basically reading from this manipulative script and love bombing each of them.
Okay, you just jumped to my number one so fast. You have no idea.
This isn't being vulnerable, this is being manipulative. After getting turned down all of those times, it seems that he settles on Kate. Kate's 33, she's very sweet, very upfront. The girl's also been through things in life. She was in this 8-year relationship where she was engaged to this guy, her mother passed away, and in that 3 months afterwards when she was mourning the loss of her mother, she found out that he had been cheating on her. She really likes Nick.
Right, that's fucking crazy.
I would not recover, and especially I would not recover and then do something like this.
Right. Insane. But Kate seems sweet. This is he had 2 connections. He had Kate and Annie, and we're gonna get into why. Why it's Nick and Annie and not Nick and Kate.
It's wrong. Why? How can you be so perfect?
He's not. The dude says that she's the one that he's been looking for right before he meets his next match, who is Annie, the other face that you won't be able to forget, but please do not get her mixed up with Kate, okay? Because they are two very different people, and I want to emphasize this fact. She's a hairdresser, and she really wants to get married.
I want to be engaged in a week. Like, I'm getting married.
Their conversations get very
This
uncomfortable
is
very
the thing that
quickly.
pisses me off about this show. Like, there are so many women and guys, but mostly women who just really, they don't want to be married. They want a wedding. They want to be a bride so bad.
They want the ring. They
don't know what it
party.
means.
Yeah, they want the husband who is blank slate, will do whatever I want. A husband who acts like sitcom husbands. That's what they want.
Which is, why would you even want that? Because sitcom husbands suck.
Yeah,
They're
sitcom husbands
horrible.
hate their wives.
They're horrible. It's all the ball and chain jokes.
Yeah. Also, she's a hairdresser, and look at her hair.
Like, they talk about sex super fast because she spills water on the floor.
Wet over there, huh?
Listen.
I have that effect on people.
Please stop making everybody uncomfortable. But wait a
It never gets any better anytime I watch it. Like,
second, this is a very Christian dude, and she's Christian herself. Then why are they talking like this? It's just whatever's convenient to you. Gotcha.
One thing you wish you could wake up and gain tomorrow. And I'm like, an extra inch.
Why did he say that?
no, you know why? You know why? He's trying to like make up for something.
But
Everything
you
that
don't
he did.
what? You don't say you have a small dick.
Well, any mention of anything that has to do with like masculinity, he's gonna do. I don't know what he was thinking saying that, but he probably meant to say something else.
Build a website you love with Wix.
Maybe it has to do with how much you love.
For your words,
Annie likes Brendan more. He is her number one. Now, Brendan is 32. He's a finance manager, like a very chill kind of guy. We're not going to spend much time on him, sorry, because he's not really that much of a main character. Edmund does this, oh my goodness, disgusting. And he says,
Dang, it felt good kissing something right now, too, bro. I ain't kissed nothing in so long.
I do
don't
not
know
care how long it...
Whether or not to feel bad for him or genuinely like...
Okay, Edmund, we need to address Edmund right now. We're gonna go stick with Nick and Annie, but Edmund's story was like his parents vaguely get into trouble, and it was in and out of foster homes his whole life.
Like every few months he
And then
would be out.
When we met his mother, when he introduced her to Calabria, seemed like a former drug addict. Like that's the vibe I was getting.
Yeah.
From the mom. So like we can only imagine how fucking unstable his life has been, and like whatever clinging on to, you know, reality or whatever. That's why I think it mattered so much that he mentioned that he was a football player, because, you know, a team will kind of feel like brothers and a family and whatnot.
Yeah, anything that would be
So he's
like
very
a semblance
weird.
of home and
He's
family.
very weird, and like, you know, people have mentioned like he might be autistic or whatever. We don't know. We're not going to self-diagnose, but he's very weird, and we feel bad for him. However, it does not excuse the behavior that we will then show
No,
later
absolutely
on,
not.
because he does some shit. But we're gonna get to fucking Nick and Annie here. All right, so it's here.
Sparkle Megan's face.
Cute.
Whole thing left, he's glad that the producer, I just think this is just fun. Need to be nice for the edit. Like, you're on...
Okay.
Guy, but he talks about the fact that he's been turned down purely because he's Asian.
All right, so Patrick's thing, we know he's like insecure that he's Asian. And by the way, Anna leaves, the Asian woman leaves the show because she's just like, this is too much for me, I'm leaving, and doesn't say bye to anybody. Blake, who was her number one, and she was also Blake's number one, he also was like, I'm leaving the show. So Blake and Anna leaving Megan to choose between Mike and Jordan, and leaving Patrick to be like, well, I don't have Anna now, so I guess I'm gonna try
Go
with Casey, who is white girl, and clearly she's like, I get on with my looks a lot because the barrier of the wall. She's like, why are you questioning? She has this attitude of like, why are you questioning that I want you. Like, you should want to pick me.
Especially since her whole family dates interracially. So I have
Oh, yeah.
I have multicultural people in my family, so there's totally nothing to worry about.
But Nick and Anna is what I wanted to bring to the class today. So this is, I think this is the bit.
To procreate. Wow, it's given the same energy as like Trump says. It's like the only your child told you that they were LGBT. It's like plus.
Right.
No matter what, I'm always gonna.
So this is where
the MAGA begins.
The MAGA pokes his head out. Because Nick asks, what if you found out your hypothetical child in the future told you they were LGBTQ+?
How would you react if your child told you that they were LGBTQ+?
No matter what, I'm always gonna love my kids. But like, I can't tell you, I would be the first person to be like, yay! You know what I mean?
Okay, that reaction's already bad enough, but like if you struggle with internalized homophobia and then you're like, okay, but you would still accept them. Oh no, we don't get acceptance here.
I'll support my kids, but making sure that they're like informed.
Informed?
Do you know what you're doing? Like, do you know what you're getting into? Like, do you know what you're signing up for?
What do you think they're signing up
I
for?
love
The
Spice
army or
World.
something? It's like, oh, by the
in this.
She uses Spice Girls memes, yeah.
way, you could die doing this. It's like, yeah, that's the army, dude. Like, that's not being LGBTQ. Like, what the hell? Actually, it's because of people like you and parents like you that people do unalive themselves because they're not accepted by people like you. Honestly, if people think like this, you should not have children.
I agree.
Straight away. Stop it. Do not bring life into this world unless you would accept them for who they are. Hell, I already had to have this conversation.
Yeah, true. I mean, we haven't watched this video, but we should watch this.
Yeah.
The girl, because that's a thing that happened on. Oh, sorry, that's a thing that happened on 90 Day Fiance. We're not going to get into it right now, but we could at some other point in the future. Fucking Jasmine and Gino, and Jasmine and Matt being like, I don't want a girl.
That was terrible. That literally had me so upset.
Yeah. So we'll get into Jasmine and Gino another day. But for right now, yeah, it's the point.
About boy preference. And this coming out at the time where the Supreme Court is deciding on a case in Colorado, which could mean that conversion therapy is legalized and is completely okay. No, that is a cruel practice. It is horrible. It is torture.
Do you feel like it's a fad or something that's
100%.
like,
Oh, it's a fad. It's a cool trend.
God.
Like when I was in school and
Yeah, so that's the clip I wanted to share. Openly, just being like, yeah, I think it's a trend on fucking Love is Blind. You know there's cameras on there.
That's but what boggles my mind is that they think nothing of saying something like that.
Yeah,
they
right?
really truly believe that people's that it is a fad. Like they think that it's like a fucking collecting
That's why
Tamagotchis.
Annie was like, oh, thank God you said that. Like I've been thinking that, but I haven't been safe enough to like let my freak bigot flag fly.
And not just that, but I also find it interesting that he's the one that asked that question because
of what we're about to say here. Yeah.
people were like, oh, you're like Baby Spice or Posh Spice or whatever.
you know, you're like, oh, my friend told me I might be this, and like, Shanice said that she's this, so I think I'm this.
No, it's not like that. What the hell? Ooh, I just.
Because like he says, like, oh, it worries me. Like, what are you hearing? Oh, by the way, I didn't put this up.
No.
Told me I might be this, and like,
Shanice like might be this, and he knows trans
might
or
be this,
gay
might be
or
that,
bisexual
like
or whatever.
any variety of
My
the gay.
friend told me, not I feel this way. Someone else, some external force is telling me, influencing me. That's what they all think.
Yeah.
They all think. That's why you can't have it in movies or TV or music. Lil
Because
Nas X
it's
can't
so
exist.
obviously a choice.
Because it's a choice. Because if you're exposed to it, then you're going to think maybe I can do this, and but you can't. But you can't. You're a man. You should be doing this. Matt Walsh.
And this guy does everything he can to prove that he's a man, which I find incredibly interesting.
Said that she's this, so I think I'm this.
No, it's not like that. What the hell? Ooh, I got so angry.
Start having those thoughts like too young, and maybe I'm old fashioned, but it's like a concern for me because who's telling you that?
I feel uncomfortable with you even staring at me.
But when I said that this was the reason I wanted to make this video, because people are saying this with their full chest who are young enough to know better. Like, we're not dealing with the 1950s where being gay was outlawed. Trust me, if people could choose their sexuality, I know a number of women who would not be choosing to be straight. But then we get the real backstory, because it turns out that Nick here in high school was really depressed and he didn't really talk for a period of time. He was just shut away in his room. And then his mother comes up to him asking all of these roundabout questions, and he's like, are you asking if I'm gay?
I'm like, Mom, are you asking me if I'm gay? And she's like,
Your mother
looked at
knew,
me and I'm like, oh my gosh, no. I'm like, that's hilarious.
I'm just sad.
New Recharge by Vimergy. With Coke.
So yeah, that's the running theme here, is that he might be gay. He might be gay. He might just be closeted and is like on this show to find a wife because that's what he thinks he needs to do. He doesn't feel comfortable opening up. Now, again, he might not be. He's just be very effeminate.
But that is actually really, that's a good clip to include.
Yeah, this is
because this is somebody's like, yeah, it literally says your gay best friend is watching Nick on Love Is Blind.
Yeah.
You're gay.
You were depressed because you were gay.
He thought it was really sweet of his mother to like
Everyone can
sum up
see
the
it.
courage to
Yeah, and then when we get into the later episodes, you'll see his house, and it's a very beautiful house in the mountains of Colorado.
It was like how many side quests this
Yeah.
man got.
He's got bikes, he's got
Skis,
hot rod,
he's
he's got skis, he's got every manly.
He's even got like a
hobby.
racing simulator in the corner
Yeah.
of the garage. He's got like mountain bikes.
It's very overcompensating for something.
Exactly.
go and ask her kid that.
Dots she tried to connect in her mind to get to that point. But you know exactly that she was going through it, like trying to figure out how to handle that.
His family with all of the traditional values and the strict gender roles, it means that that's not okay, right? And so he even says...
So the reason, by the way, that he's with Annie is because when he was talking to Kate, she told the story of how like her mother was dying from
cancer over like the span of 10 years.
Yeah, and it was like horrible to watch, and her and her sister would have talks of like what kind of God would do this, and like that's when she stopped believing in God. So they had that conversation, and then he tells her he loves her, and then the next date he had with Annie and started to like her more, so then has to go tell like flip-flop with Kate. And she's like confused of all like why he's like hedging now and whatever. And then he asked her, do you think there's a path forward for you like coming back to the church or whatever?
No, he asked her if she was religious.
Yeah, like our soul, like what's your relationship with religion? She's like, well, I thought we talked about this. Like I don't believe in God.
I'm
She's
spiritual, but I'm not
and
religious.
He goes, what do you mean? What do you mean? Like he's a full meltdown. Being like, well, but you said like you could find your way back,
and then he's like, no, I can't. I just can't deal with this.
I can't be with some. I have to. I will always have love for you. That's how you know it's ending. When they go from "I love you" to "I will always have love for you."
Yeah.
And then just basically just like, no, I'm not gonna be with you because really I'm just feeling more Annie. But I want to say it's because I need someone who's going to be into God, even though me and Annie are talking about how we hate gay people and we are like phone sexing through the wall.
I mean, that's
doing.
pretty.
That's pretty standard, Christian
standard
American.
Christian, yeah.
So let's get into. I mean, fucking, there's so much. Oh yeah. Okay, so let's get into Calabria and Edmund, because. Well, actually, let's first watch the reveal of Patrick and Casey, because this is
sad.
It's sad, man, because again, he says like, I'm growing up in Colorado. I'm an Asian dude. People around will say like, you're hot for an Asian guy and whatever, and it's just like that passive aggressive, without even meaning to sometimes, like internalized racism and whatnot. So,
but that's such a gross thing to say to somebody.
Definitely. This reveal was like rough to watch.
All I can do when I see y'all is want to cry.
Patrick and Kate.
That was Edmund.
Casey see each other for the first time, and I already know it's done. She is being overly physical with him, like hiding her face so she doesn't have to look at him. Like you can just tell absolutely. Like he is thrilled, obviously, but then
I mean, look at this.
Look at the ring, though,
Look
guys.
at the ring, guys. Look at my ring. Sorry, commercial, folks. Don't worry, I got it, Nick. I appreciate you. It's all right. We're back. There we go.
crazy. She just walks off. She doesn't even wait at the doors like you're meant to like wave goodbye or like do a kiss goodbye or anything. She's just gone. She has been heading towards reality this whole time, which is the iceberg here, and then she hit it like the Titanic.
There's something in my gut that's telling me this isn't right.
Sparkles goes.
So that was Casey and Patrick, and Casey ends up fucking. Do we have it here? Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna finish off Casey and Patrick.
Stuff and whispering things, and he's like asking, "Are you trying?"
So this is post reveal. They're supposed to be getting ready to go to Baja with everybody else, but she's like, I can't do this. She tells the production like he deserves someone better than me. And then we get a clip of like behind the scenes.
Not just that. Before this scene happens, there's a clip of her being like very, very soberly saying, I just don't think my attraction is going to grow with him. Like, you know, I like him, but
that was clearly a moment that they had the camera rolling, which is smart. Again, producer brain kicks in, and I'm like, yes, get all this footage to play at the reunion. But you got the camera rolling, so she says it, and then when she's in her room, she's like trying to give the excuse of like, I'm just not. It's not for me.
It's not about the race.
It's not about the race.
It's not about how he looks. It's got nothing to do with it. But then she's like clinging on to him, and she's all over him.
He doesn't understand that this is a breakup conversation. So watch
It's very obvious that she uses like sex to appease these dudes. You know, what
also
I mean?
in the
like,
pods, like when he was unsure, because she even said like my boy.
She
I had
has a boyfriend
who
outside.
Encouraged me to go on a dating show. Like in the past, I was approached to go on a different dating show, and my boyfriend at the time was like, "Yeah, go on, and then I'll be waiting for you when you get home." And he's like, "Did he say that about Love Is Blind too?" And he was like, "Yeah." So he's like, "You have someone waiting for you. I'm unsure." And then she kind of like hand waves that away, and then starts being like, "I want to touch you. I want to taste you. I can't."
It was the most awkward.
It was so awkward and weird.
Everybody
especially
was
because
cringing.
he didn't even like participate in the phone sex.
He didn't know what to do with
he didn't know
himself.
what to do.
He was caught off guard. He was like, "Oh."
And so she's just like monotonely being like, I want you.
Not even monotone. She's like a lot of vocal fry.
Yeah,
and I'm gonna
vocal
do
fry.
this and I'm gonna do that.
So now this is the breakup conversation in the hotel lobby.
To break up with me because he doesn't really know what's happening. She's like, "Oh, I can't go to Baja. Like, I can't do this experiment anymore."
It's okay. I'll see you back in Denver.
Trying to hit him in a different way. He's like, "But it's okay. Well, we could just meet up in Denver anyway," because she doesn't explicitly say that she doesn't want to be with him anymore.
Slow down.
No, I don't. I think this is like a twofold thing, right? Because she doesn't want to look bad on the edit because, like, the thing is that she even says in a, like, background interview that she doesn't think the attraction will grow. So she's not attracted to him. So there we go. But also, I'm wondering if because she was raised Mormon, and I really wish that Alyssa Grenfell will make a video on this actually. I don't know if you also subscribe to their work, but I really appreciate their take as an ex-Mormon. But Mormon women, from what I have come across anyway, aren't really ever meant to say no to guys. They're not meant to turn down guys because that's considered to be really mean and really cruel and wrong.
And I don't think she's gaslighting.
Because look at
You
this,
can tell we're
dude. He jumps into his fucking, like, wraps her legs around his waist.
It's too
and is
much.
making out with him. And he says, like, you can tell we're attracted to each other. Like, we're gonna make it back to Denver. And
At
like,
first, I was like, I can understand the conflict if you were raised in a certain environment where, like, you can't say no and you don't know how to approach breaking up with somebody and you feel guilty. All right, I can understand that. But then, like, later on, she's like refusing to give back his ring, and
So-
she's like, "You're not the only one that was hurt. Okay, I'm still gonna keep it though."
later in the Love Is Blind formula, when the couples come back from the honeymoon and they're living together, they'll do a mixer with some of the other people from the pods who didn't make it or made it pretty
So they
close.
can all see each other
They
for
can
the
all
first
see each
time.
other. Maybe there's some like regrets and switching up partners and whatnot.
And usually there is.
Usually
There's a
there
lot
is.
of
The
drama.
first couple seasons there were. Patrick shows up and Casey doesn't show up, and he's talking to the other guys about Casey. He's like, yeah, she says to tell everybody that we're broken up for now, but she won't answer calls to like fix it.
Yeah, he tells
and
them the
also
truth.
he asked for the ring back, and she said no. And apparently it's in the contract that you can keep the ring.
Oh my God. I
So
didn't know
like
that.
I guess the women could just keep the ring, and also there's like a budget, so you're not actually paying for the ring. Netflix is paying for the ring, but if you go over the budget, then you pay the difference. That's what they said. So she's like, "Fuck it, I'm keeping this version from Love Is Blind."
Why would
See each other.
I just don't think I could get there with him.
In Baja, Edmund is brought.
So, like, he's still confused about like. Now this is where we're gonna get into Edmund. We got 12 minutes left. We got to touch Edmund. We're gonna touch Joe and Madison. Let's talk.
Don't raise your voice to prove your rights.
Oh,
Focus
Joe.
your mind.
So basically, the only thing with Joe Madison is that Joe, I'm gonna show you.
Madison, first and foremost, has degenerative eye disease,
Right.
which means that eventually she will go partially or totally blind, and she's going to need some help.
And that's why she's on the show, to be like, what is love gonna be like if I can't see my partner?
Yeah.
And it's also the show's like, ooh, we can have a gimmick and make it seem like we're doing some kind of good social experiment. So Nick and Vanessa Lachey look like they're not just producing slop for Netflix. But Joe here, Joe clearly has some kind of
I think he's on benzos most of the time. If
maybe
I'm
because what happens
is the thing that's like actually holding him back. That's
let's see if I can find the clip. Okay, so yeah, we're gonna skip around here. This is Joe and Madison. Joe, they were in Baja, right? All the couples went to Baja for the honeymoon, and Joe left early from the mixer.
He was being
This is
weird at the
next
mixer.
day. This is day 2. So they go there, they hang out with their person in their room and whatever, and then the next day they have the mixer where they all meet each other. And he wasn't feeling well, so he went back to the room.
She wants to be there for him and look after him, like a good girlfriend would. When she gets home, she tries to check on him, and dude freaks out when she wakes him up. He doesn't even realize that she was at a pool party. He doesn't get anything. Like, he is just like out of it, constantly asking her the same questions. That's why I'm saying, like, there could be something else. It could be sunstroke too. I don't think this is just alcohol. And Madison starts crying because he gets really angry with her. And
yeah, so this whole scene, he went home because he wasn't feeling well. He's just like, no, I'm a little tired. I'm gonna go back to the room. Okay, leaves her there. She then shows up to the room later and wakes him up like, hey, you feeling okay?
It's dark. It's like several
dark,
hours
like,
later.
Yeah. And he's just like confused where he is, who she is, that she was at a party. He's like, why are you dressed up? She's like, I was at the party. Like, you left the party and I was still there. I just got back. He's like, oh, aren't we supposed to go to a party? What's going on? Like, he is fucked up. Either like super drunk beyond his mind or like other substances too.
It also should be
Or
mentioned
sunstroke, I should
that when they had their reveal, he was not.
He was like, I
was
can't
not
connect the
happy.
voice with
Not
the
only
person.
could he not connect the voice with the person, he made it a point to say, I usually date thinner women. Look at her. She's
Yeah.
like,
he says, I like half her
There's-
size or something.
I don't know. Like, I genuinely, I was a girl and like a teenager in the early 2000s. I understand like this incredibly toxic diet culture, but this is ludicrous. Like,
Yeah,
this
for him
is
to like point that out and be like, he also is not good on camera. I think he's scared of being on camera.
probably, but there's no excuse to act the way he's been. He-
Definitely not.
like, he's telling her off for the fact that
And then he
she's
gets mad at her. He gets mad at her for waking him up. And it's again, this is drunk behavior. I've seen this before.
Yeah.
This is drunk, fucked up behavior. Like, what's the matter with you? It's like, no, not what's the matter with me. You have a problem. Now, I've seen other reviews being like, girl, what do you see? You see he's drunk. Just leave him alone. It's like, no.
I don't know this guy.
I don't know this guy. I'm going to go to bed with him.
Yeah.
I don't know what he's going to do in the middle, like swing at me, like not remember that I'm here or whatever. Like, so she sleeps in another room.
And not only that, she has like problems with her periphery.
Yeah.
She literally fell onto the veranda. Remember?
Oh, yeah.
She fell and he wouldn't even get up to help her.
Oh, yeah,
He's like, you all right?
You okay?
You all right?
Bringing up, what?
That's Madison and Joe. That's their situation. Edmund, we're gonna get into Edmund and Calabria right now. This is also another big story. So Nick and Annie and Edmund and Calabria, I think, are like the story couples of the season that everyone's talking about. Boy, okay, so Edmund here. We're gonna cut to the chase, and all the dudes were talking, all the girls were talking at the mixer in Baja. It's revealed that everyone had sex the first night, except for Edmund and Calabria. When Edmund figures that out, he starts panicking. And this is what happens when they go back to their room after the mixer.
Okay, like no means no, right? No means you get a temper tantrum, apparently.
No, I'm giving you my all, KB.
This look that he gives her is full of such animosity.
Like dudes that ain't even care about you.
She also said like she used to have one night stands and she doesn't want to do that anymore. She wants to wait till marriage. I've made dudes wait 9 months, but I've also had one night stands. And he's like, he can't compute. He's like,
why am I one of the ones that you won't let?
Why am I one of the ones who you won't let fuck you when I'm the one who proposed to you? And you've said you've had some one night stands in the past with dudes you didn't care about.
And I'm very curious what he means by I've given you my all.
Yeah. You've
Foot
literally
massages?
been in person for a day.
Like foot massages? Is that it?
I think so.
Okay.
And all the talking I've done in the pods.
All right. All right.
Certainly giving your all in this performance of temper tantrum, that's for sure.
Hearing him rubbing your feet, giving you my all. And you tell me about marriage, and if it don't work.
And she's like, oh my God, I gotta. And she's also like filling this like mother role.
Well, she's a social worker.
Yeah. So it kind of fits that she would kind of be attracted to this weirdo. Again, understandable from where he came from, but like the way he's behaving here, watch this.
She wants to wait, but he only cares because everybody else has got some and he's comparing himself to everybody else. And this is just a constant theme that we're going to keep seeing. But he can't let the fact that she's had one night stands in the past go.
I'm just always
He also cries a lot, but like in this moment, Jesus.
Nice guy, but come too nice.
I've been telling you he's a nice guy, right?
Nice guy. So that's the situation with Love is Blind. We got a nice guy on there who
a nice guy, a crypto bro. We've got
I feel bad
the
for
closeted
him.
dude. We've
like but like the way he moves, the way he acts is no excuse. Like you gotta learn to not be a whiny fucking bitch. For real. Like
not just that, just normal basic human interaction with women or other people
because
in general.
Later,
just
later when they're living together and they're like, okay, they're good. They have a talk about this moment afterward the next day, and you can tell she's like, well, this is still being clocked, and I'm putting this on the list of like reasons I'm going to say no to you at the altar, but we're going to move past it and we're going to see how we can work out. And then she, like I said, she meets the she meets the mother, and they seem to be getting along good, and then they have a big mixer with all the rest of the pod people, and they're talking to one of these other couples, and the woman says to her man like, oh, you're so perfect, I love you so much, and Edmund does like a jab where he's like, man, it'd be nice to hear that, and Calabria's like, what'd you say? Would be nice to hear
end.
What?
That's the end for her.
Yeah, and then she's like, okay, I'm not letting this stand, this passive shade stand, and I'm calling you out for it, and now I'm walking away, and then she walks back into the room. She's like, don't talk to me, because I think she's done. I'm hoping tomorrow we get the end of this, And she's like, you know what? It's just not going to work out. Because I don't like when they go to the altar and say no at the altar with all your family and friends there. Like they had to fly out or make plans to be there. Just fucking end it before you invite people to a wedding.
I do wonder how much money they get if they get to the altar, though. I wonder if that's like a contractual thing or an incentive or otherwise.
It could be. But yeah, like, so Love is Blind is crazy. We got the new episodes tomorrow. There's also a new South Park tomorrow. I want to see if I'm going to check real quick and see if they have a trailer for new South Park, because I will be making a review. No, we don't. And today's Tuesday, right? Yeah. I'm doing my show. It's Tuesday.
Are they skipping next week?
They fucking look. This is the fucking thing. Look, I'll post this up here.
October 15th, so it should be.
It should be tomorrow. This is the schedule that South Park had 2-3 weeks. September 17th. They put it up. So they should have one tomorrow, the 15th. But we shall see. They've been late this past season. Also, Paramount is, being finicky and whatnot with the Skydance deal. So we don't know. But if there is a South Park tomorrow, be sure to check out Devil's Advocate Productions on YouTube for my review on Thursday. I have I did the Wu-Tang Forever album this past week. I did Mobb Deep, The Infamous and Infinites, their new album. Infamous is their most famous 1995 album. Infinite just came out last Friday. And Prodigy is dead. Like, Mobb Deep is a rap duo, and one of them died in 2017. So they used his old, unreleased verses and unreleased songs and mixed it together. It sounds like he's still here. It's crazy. And plenty of I made a Peacemaker review, so that's on my channel. Lots of stuff on my channel. Check it out. You might find it interesting. Interview with Lindsey Boyland. And again, I will be back probably tomorrow with Dieter, American Wasp, and on Thursday for the Zoran Cuomo debate. Thank you very much, Disembodied Off-Screen Wife, for joining me and talk about Love is Blind.
Thank you.
We'll see how the release, because I think they're going to release the wedding episodes tomorrow, and then maybe they'll do the reunion either Sunday, because they've been doing that too recently, of like not on a Wednesday they'll release the reunion. So maybe next week we'll come back and talk about like where all these couples ended up and have reunion tea for you.
Some more garbage for the folks.
But for now, Carlos is up next with A Difficult Truth, some real news. Stay tuned, get informed. Thank you very much for watching.
so caught up in the day-to-day, just keeping your head down and fighting to survive. We float by each other like ghosts every day, ignorant to the struggle, the fight with one another, complacent with the fact that our systems are broken, with the fact that the top 10 will always be first in line, with the fact that we are killing our planet and allowing them to keep us divided. We must stand together and rise up. It's time we wake up, and that is a difficult truth.
Welcome to the Tuesday stream. I hope everyone's having an awesome Tuesday. Round of applause. See if I got it working. Round of applause for Alex of Devil's Advocate Productions and his wife. Awesome stuff. Thank you. Welcome in, folks. It's probably going to become a regular intro until we can't. That I will urge people to now is the time to stand up, folks. Now is the time while we still have voices, because the day that any one of us can't sit up here or talk to our friends or post on social media against the government, when that day comes, if that day comes, then we are screwed 6 ways to Sunday. So until we can't, every time we should be constantly using our voice. Organize, folks. Join whatever local organization that you can. Join your local DSA, whatever it is. There's a No Kings protest about 4 days from now, October 18th. So anything and everything that you can do, whether it be talking with your friends, whether it be posting on social media, whether it be joining an organization or helping with funds, or whether it be doing community organizing, anything and everything that you can do, I would urge folks to do. Just saying hello to a couple of folks here in chat. Johnny, thank you so much. Welcome in. Devil's Advocate Productions, once again, thank you for the wonderful stream. Ladybug, welcome. Nadia, welcome. Farmer Barb, welcome. Sandy, welcome. Looney Tunes, Cirrus, Etchbox, just to name a few folks. Rich P. Politico caught a massive number of politicians in a Telegram chat praising the NS regime, its leader, and what they did to Jews and everything. Yes, we're gonna. That is the story. That is the story. We're definitely gonna talk about that. Jet, welcome. Wear yellow on Saturday. There you go. In other words, TLDR, solidarity, folks. Okay? Solidarity. That's how we get through this. Heat, how's it going? Are we going to talk about your glasses? I probably missed it. Kind of, but not really, because these are literally brand new. In fact, I almost forgot to wear them yesterday. No, you didn't miss it. Welcome in, Heat. Not too much, anyways. I like them. Me too. So TLDR, I went to the eye doctor, and yeah. A lot of us won't survive it. This is why we need to stick together. To avoid the worst of the worst outcomes, we need to stick together. We need to be prepared to defend our minority friends and our minority comrades. That means trans people. That means people of color. All of us are there. There is no sitting this out. There is no sitting this out. All right, folks, let's get started. With some I guess lowercase w news. Oh, just to make sure I complete my thought. Yeah, so I went to eye doctor. Went to eye doctor, and some levels of astigmatism on both eyes, and this is supposed to help. You know, I stare at a screen all day. All day, so this is kind of the end result, I guess. In a lowercase w moment, news organizations, including Hegseth's former employer Fox News, rejected the new Pentagon reporting rules. In other words, they were trying to say to news organizations that you can't basically report anything that we don't allow. Okay, so journalism out the window. You can only say what we allow you to say. That's kind of the gist of everything. And as it turns out, most news organizations have not signed on to this. Fox News, the former employer of Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, has joined a near-unanimous outpouring of news organizations rejecting new rules for journalists based in the Pentagon. Fox signed on to a statement with ABC, CBS, NBC, CNN saying they would not agree to Hegseth News rules, saying the policy is without precedent and threatens core journalistic protections. So far, only the conservative OAN has said its reporters would follow the new regulations. So, yeah, I mean, that's one way of describing it. This is a far right. Calling it news is a stretch here, but this is a far right propaganda arm that basically kowtows to Trump 24/7. If you've ever actually watched any segments from OAN, I do not wish that upon anybody, but it is clearly 100% sycophantic to the current regime. Hegseth said that the outlets who don't agree to the new rules by the end of Tuesday, today, which restrict reporting on news not specifically approved by his team, will be evicted from the Pentagon on Wednesday. So, yeah. Yeesh. Sorry, Nadia. Yikes. That's quite a story. Even in the name, they always gotta own everyone. Yep. The Pentagon has said the rules establish common sense media procedures. By common sense media procedures, they mean censorship. And you can only report what we are allowing you to report. And want news outlets to sign a petition acknowledging them even if they don't agree with them. The news outlets have said, the AP is not going to sign this either. The news outlets have said they are concerned, however, the reporters will be subject to expulsion if they simply try to report the news not approved by Hegseth. Which means, like, now more than ever, like, it is important that to the degree that, like, there is any media integrity, to the degree that any of that still exists, it is so much more important. Now more than ever. The Pentagon's new press policy undermines the First Amendment and AP's core value as an independent global news organization, the AP said in a statement. Its restrictions impede the public access to information about their government and limit the people's right to know. AP remains focused on continuing to produce strong independent coverage of the Pentagon in the public interest. The New York Times, Washington Post, Reuters, and NPR, and The Atlantic are among the other news outlets saying they won't sign on to these new rules. Another conservative network, Newsmax, has also rejected them. That's actually pretty surprising. That is actually pretty surprising, if I'm going to be honest. Clearly, it's in Vancouver, Washington. News stories on the event can be found. Yeesh. Sorry, Nadia. OAN and the founder, Chris Herring, said that it signed the document after a thorough review by its attorney. Yeah, sure. Sure. The rejection by Fox, by far the most popular television outlet for fans of President Trump, is a significant step. Hegseth worked as a weekend host at Fox before Trump selected him as his defense secretary. Cool. He's one of the several familiar Fox faces now working for Trump, including Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy and Janine Pirro, the U.S. Attorney for District of Columbia. The news organizations that have rejected all the rules all say they will continue covering the U.S. military even without being permitted on the Pentagon grounds. Barring a change from either side, the case looks to be headed for court. The Pentagon Press Association, which represents dozens of reporters at the Pentagon, has said it wonders why it's even necessary for the Pentagon to proceed in this manner. I mean, it's kind of obvious, right? Like, the whole point is censorship, right? The whole point is censorship. Our members did nothing to create this disturbing situation, the reporters group said in a statement on Monday. It arises from entirely one-sided move by the Pentagon officials, apparently intent on cutting the American public off from information they do not control and pre-approve. I mean, you kind of answered your own question here as to why it's, quote, necessary. That is because they want to control the information, and they don't want people seeing the potential shenanigans that they intend to do. Like perhaps they don't want reports of what other cities the government is going to send or try to send the National Guard to, as an example. Newsmax is difficult to distinguish from OAN. I 100% agree. That's why it's kind of weird that even Newsmax didn't want to sign on to this. That's surprising. Since taking over the Defense Department, Hegseth and his team have rarely conducted press briefings. They have moved to restrict the number of places reporters could go to in the Pentagon without an official escort and remove some reporters from long-established working spaces in the building. Trump has fought news organizations on several fronts in the past year. He has filed lawsuits against ABC News, CBS News, the New York Times, and the Wall Street Journal, moved to choke off funding for government-funded news like the Voice of America and Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty, and is engaged in a court fight with AP over access of presidential events because he's against, fundamentally, he's against freedom of the press. That's what it is. He's fundamentally against the First Amendment, and he doesn't like any news organizations that report negatively on him or perceived to report negatively on him in any way, shape, or form. I mean, that's kind of been his MO from the beginning. It's just now it seems like he's putting the pedal to the metal. Folks, this is only month, 9? This is only month 9, folks. Surprise, surprise, after hearing about Tom Homan being found on an FBI recording, taking a $50,000 bribe, here we have Christy Dog Killer Gnome apparently taking her cut of political donations, which is a huge no-no. This is reporting from ProPublica, so you know it's going to be gold. Satan may, yes, whenever they get back to putting out more episodes. I think Alex was saying that there were you referring to South Park? They're like on a bit of a delay. That baby's coming soon. I'm sure. If it's not the next episode, it's coming soon. I genuinely, I actually kind of want to see what that ends up being. Also 9 months. Oh man, what? Oh man, these did they do that on purpose? If they do that on purpose, right, to release the episode where Satan's baby is born, and it is about 9 months into the administration, that is like comedy. Like there's levels to this. That is mega props. Because I didn't even think about that. I didn't even think. Anyways, Kristi Noem. Yeah, 3D comedy. I mean, when living under fascism, I guess that's all we got. Dark money groups paid $80,000 to Noem's personal company when she was a governor of South Dakota. She did not include this income on her federal disclosure form, a likely violation of ethics requirements. I mean, yeah, you don't have. I don't think there's a lot of legal knowledge needed to understand how suspect how that can be suspect. In 2023, while Kristi Noem was governor of South Dakota, she supplemented her income by secretly accepting a cut of the money she raised for a nonprofit that promotes her political career. Tax records show. Fantastic. And what experts describe as as a highly unusual arrangement. Yeah, I guess that's one way of describing that. The nonprofit routed funds to a personal company of Noem's that had recently been established in Delaware, of course. The payment totaled $80,000 that year, a significant boost to her roughly $130,000 government salary. Since the nonprofit is a so-called dark money group, one that's not required to disclose the names of its donors, the original source of the money remains unknown. Cool. Very cool. And here I thought we were draining the swamp, folks. Yeah, not likely. It is a violation. Yeah, I mean, accepting money and no one knows where that money is coming from, especially being circled in with what seems to me like donations. It's just all shady. Noem then failed to disclose the $80,000 payment to the public. After President Trump selected Noem to be the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security, she had to release a detailed accounting of her assets and source of income from 2023 and on. Excuse me. She did not include the income from the dark money group on her disclosure form, which experts called a likely violation of federal ethics requirements. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Hey, can you imagine if this was the Democratic nominee for Secretary of Department of Homeland Security and this happened? Like, this would be wall-to-wall coverage about how the Democratic president is issuing in like communism and corruption and like expanding the swamp. This would be 24/7. But you know, a second reportable and pretty convincing scandal of ethics violations and shady money dealings, and nothing, not a thing. You know, you have your thumb of a border czar taking in bribes as part of an FBI sting, right? This is on record. Okay, this is not like up for debate. They literally have a recording of him accepting this bribe. And now we have the Department of Homeland Security secretary just funneling in casually $80,000 into her pocket. So that's cool, very cool. Experts told ProPublica it's troubling that Noem was personally taking the money from that came from political donors. In a filing, a nonprofit called the American Resolve Policy Fund described the $80,000 as a payment for fundraising. The organization said Noem had borrowed hundreds of thousands of dollars. There's nothing remarkable about a politician raising money for nonprofits and other groups that promote their campaigns or agendas. What's unusual, experts say, is for a politician to keep some of that money for themselves. Oh, be for real. Be for real. Wait, that's the unusual part? I mean, like, this is probably par for the course. It's just that not all of these situations get reported on. They do propaganda well. Yep. I want a milkshake medium. If donors to these nonprofits are just holding the keys to an elected official's political future, but also literally providing them with their income, that's new and disturbing. I've got news on that front. I'm afraid. While I agree that it is disturbing, it's not new. I'm afraid. Daniel Weiner, a former federal election commission attorney who now leads the Brennan Center work on campaign finance. ProPublica discovered the details of payment in the annual tax form of the American Resolve Policy Fund, which is part of a network of political groups that promote Noam and her agenda. I mean, like, of puppy killing? I don't know. I don't get it. The nonprofit describes its mission as fighting to preserve America for the next generation. I can take a guess at what that means. How many words is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. A couple words. A couple words too short, but I think you get my point. There's little evidence in the public domain that the group has done much. In its first year, its main expenditures were paying Noam and covering the cost of some unspecified travel. Sure. It also maintains social media accounts devoted to promoting Noam and has 100 followers on Twitter. I think I have more followers than that, and I don't even use Twitter anymore. I don't post on that anymore. Fascinating. In a statement, Noam's lawyer, Trevor Stanley, said the then governor fully complied with the letter and spirit of the law, and sure, and that the Office of Government Ethics, which processes disclosure forms for federal officials, analyzed and cleared her financial information in regards to this entry. Sure, bud. Stanley did not respond to follow-up questions about whether the ethics office was aware of the $80,000 payment. Yeah, because that would get a little awkward, huh? My cat has more followers, not really. I bet if you made an Insta for your cat or a Twitter for your cat, you would get more than 100 followers. Easy peasy. Easy peasy. Stanley also said that that would be kind of cool, though. Secretary Noam fully disclosed all of her income and public documents are readily available, except the $80K, right? As for evidence of that, given that Noam didn't report the $80K payment under federal financial disclosure, Stanley did not respond. Phenomenal. Before being named Homeland Security Secretary overseeing immigration enforcement, Noam spent 2 decades in South Dakota's government, somehow, and the U.S. House of Representatives, somehow, drawing a public servant's salary. Her husband, Byron Noam, runs a small insurance brokerage with 2 offices in the state. Between his company and his real estate holdings, he has at least $2 million in assets, according to Noam's filing. While she's among the least wealthy members of Trump's cabinet, her personal spending habits have attracted notice. Noam was photographed wearing a Rolex Cosmograph Daytona watch that cost nearly $50,000 as she toured the Salvadorian concentration camp where her agency is sending immigrants. In April, after her purse was stolen at a Washington, D.C. restaurant, it was emerged she was carrying $3,000 in cash, which an official said was for, quote, dinner, activities, and Easter gifts. $3,000 in cash. Wow. She was criticized for using taxpayer money as governor to pay for expenses related to trips to Paris, to Canada, and bear hunting, and Houston to have dental work done. At the time, Noam had denied misusing public funds. I don't believe her. Noam's personal company, an LLC called Ashwood Strategies, shares a name with one of her horses. It was registered in Delaware, of course, early in the second term as South Dakota governor around 1 p.m. June of 23. 4 minutes later, the nonprofit American Resolve Fund was incorporated in Delaware too. Okay, I mean, come on. This is obvious. Obvious. As one does. My Blue Sky has a cat pic and I get 10 followers there somehow. Yep. Everyone knows that horses are just big dogs. They really are. Horses are so cool. Yeah, as one does. American Resolve raised $1.1 million in 23, according to tax filings. The group reported that it had 0 employees, and what it did with that money is largely unclear. I wonder. I could take a gander. In 2023, the nonprofit spent only about $220,000 of its war chest, with more than a third of it going to Gnomes LLC. Convenient. The rest of the money went toward administrative expenses and a roughly $84,000 travel budget. It's not clear whose travel that group paid for. The nonprofit reported it sent the $80,000 fundraising fee to Gnomes LLC as payment for bringing in the $800,000 10% cut. A professional fundraiser who also raised money for the group was paid a lower rate of 7%. In the intervening years, American Resolve has maintained a low public profile. In March, it purchased Facebook ads attacking a local news outlet in South Dakota, which had been reporting on Gnome's use of government credit cards. Gnome's lawyer did not answer questions about whether the group paid her money after 2023, the most recent year for which its tax filing is available. The nonprofit is an affiliated political committee, the American Resolve PAC, that has been more active, at least in public, touting Gnome's conservative leadership under a picture of her staring off into the sky. Its website said the PAC was created to put Kristina and her team on the ground in key races across America. Gnome traveled the country last year, attending events at PAC sponsors in support of Republican candidates. American Resolve treasurer referred questions to Gnome's lawyer. In his statement, Gnome's lawyer said that she did not establish, finance, maintain, or control American Resolve Fund. She was simply a vendor for a nonprofit entity. Sure. I don't think that anyone is saying that she established or financed or maintained anything. The problem was that she received an $80,000 payment and didn't disclose it. And essentially she pocketed it. That's what happened. Not that did Kristi Gnome establish this dark money clandestine little nonprofit. The issue is that she took money from that nonprofit and then put it in her pocket and didn't disclose it. That's right, Saris. While Gnome failed to report the fundraising income Ashwood Strategies received on her federal financial disclosures, she did provide some other details. She described the LLC as involving personal activities outside my office gubernatorial capacity and noted that it received $140,000 in advance for her book, No Going Back. The LLC has also had a bank account with between $100,000 and $250,000 in it, and at least $50,000 of livestock and equipment, she reported. The fact that Ashwood Strategies is Gnome's company only emerged through the confirmation process for her Trump cabinet post. South Dakota has minimal disclosure rules for elected officials, and Gnome had not previously divulged that she created a side business while she was the governor. Because cool. Very cool. Totally normal and non-corrupt. Gnome's outside income may have run afoul of South Dakota law, according to Lee Schoenbeck, a veteran Republican politician and attorney who was until recently the head of state senate. The law requires top officials, including the governor, to devote their full time to their official roles. But whatever, there's no way the governor is supposed to have a private side business that the public doesn't know about. It would clearly not be appropriate. I mean, sure, but what are we going to do about it? Gnome's lawyer said a Dakota law allowed her to receive income from the nonprofit. Again, that's not the issue. The issue is that she's pocketing this and not disclosing any of this. She didn't disclose that she was running a business on the side on South Dakota under while she was the governor of South Dakota, and she took $80,000 and didn't disclose it right before she became the Secretary of Homeland Security. Like that is the problem. The problem is the lack of transparency and the blatant and obvious corruption. Well, I forgot to pull up this clip here. This is hilarious. I'm sure that most of you have seen this by now, but I think it's pretty funny and worth playing again.
Let's talk about the
and I think this is a masterclass. Like, first of all, like having and engaging with fascists is already like a losing proposition. Just right off the gate, engaging with and having fascists, whether it be on your news program or on whatever media platform, that's already like a losing proposition. But let's take a look at how in the event that it does happen, how we should handle the situation. I avoided this on purpose. No, this is great. No, this is the kind of stuff that I live for, especially in these times.
Let's talk about the real issues, George. I think the American people would benefit much more from that than from you going down some weird left-wing rabbit hole where the facts clearly show that
George Stephanopoulos is known is leftism's greatest warrior. Yeah, I understand.
Woman didn't engage in any criminal wrongdoing.
It's not a weird left-wing rabbit hole. I didn't insinuate anything. I asked you whether Tom Homan accepted $50,000, as was heard on an audio tape recorded by the FBI.
So, like, this is like a classic masterclass, because he's asking a question that he already knows the answer to. Right? It's on a recording. Okay, it's on a recording. Like, this is a known investigation that they did. They ran like a sting operation. Tom Homan was a part of it. And bro got caught. That's it. Like, he got caught in the hand in the $50,000 bag. Okay, that's not like this. That's what happened.
In September 2024, and you did not answer the question. Thank you for your time this morning.
No, George, I said that I don't.
Up next, we'll be right back.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, this is exactly how you have to deal with it, right? Like, the moment they start trying to do stuff like this, it's like, okay, well, anyways, so I'm just saying that this is what happened, okay? And you're refusing to even like acknowledge basic reality. Anyways, have a nice have a nice day. And cut to commercial. Fantastic stuff. Yeah, don't believe your lying eyes. Yeah. You have to come armed with receipts like this, and they still deny. Exactly. So, like, exactly. And then, like, even when push comes to shove, right? When it's completely inevitable, right? Like, the guy's like, he is on a recording. He's like, nah, have a good day. Bye. Have a good day. I say good day, sir. And then that's it. I mean, this clip has been I must have watched this clip several times, just because, like, you don't need to let these people run away with the narrative, okay? You don't need to let these people run away with the narrative. And as far as mainstream media goes, this was a pretty a good way of dealing with this, and I think they should do that to all of Trump's administration, and including Trump himself. Look. Every time Trump gets up there and starts, spewing nonsense, just cut to commercial. Why? Why have this? Why have these 60-minute interviews? Why have these like press conferences? Like, you don't need to air any of that. The moment he starts lying and won't acknowledge like basic reality, just cut to commercial. That's it. It's simple as that. Groove Dragon, welcome. I must have watched this clip like at least several times. At least several times. All right, folks. Here we go with the main story of today. This is what Nadia was talking about earlier. So a bunch of Telegram messages got leaked from the Young Republicans. So anybody that says the Republican Party is not a fascist party is delusional. is delusional. This is undeniable. This is indisputable evidence. I mean, you can read some of them. My favorite one here is if we ever had a leak in this chat, we'd be cooked for real, for real. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Leaders of the Young Republican group. I mean, like, can we just call them like? What is the difference between this and the Hitler Youth? Because, I mean, yeah. Yeah. Throughout the country, worried what would happen if their Telegram chat ever got leaked, but they kept typing away anyway. Because, of course, right? No one ever said Nazis were smart. Yeah, the uniforms, right? They refer to black people as monkeys and the, quote, watermelon people, obviously a racist trope, and amused about putting their political opponents in gas chambers because they're Nazis. They talked about essaying their enemies and driving them to... and lauded Republicans who believed, who they believe support slavery. I wish, do they put like all the names, because that would be fantastic. Disgusting people indeed. William Hendricks, Kansas Young Republicans vice chair, used the words N-word, variations of racial slurs more than a dozen times. Bobby Walker, the vice chair of the New York State Young Republicans at the time, referred to essay as epic. Peter Guanta, who at the time was chair of the same organization, wrote in a message sent in June that everyone that votes no was going to the gas chamber. He's talking about his own people, by the way. Like, Jesus. Also substitute Mexican for Jewish people. Yeah, I mean, like, they don't care. They're equal opportunity bigots and racists. So yeah. Giunta was referring to an upcoming vote on whether he should become chair of the Young Republican National Federation, the GOP's 15,000-member political organization for Republicans between 18 and 40 years old. So, yeah, this one's going to be very hard to explain, right? Like, how else do you not... how are you not a Nazi party when the upcoming, like, new... right, supposedly new generation of your party is just a bunch of Nazis, right? Like, how is this not a fascist party? There's no hiding from this. There's no running from this. The GOP's 15,000-member political organization for Republicans between 18 and 40. I'm going to create some of the greatest psychological torture methods known to man. We only want true believers, as, of course, fascism is a death cult, so this makes total sense. Kirkenstein's monster, welcome. The two members of the chat responded. Yeah, of course. Yeah. Cool stuff. Quote, I'm ready to watch people burn now, said Annie Katie, New York's National Committee member. Yeah, name names, by the way. All of these people. Name names. And I love the fact that they did that. The exchange is part of a trove of Telegram chats obtained by Politico and spanning more than 7 months of messages among, hey, that's interesting. When 7 months ago, huh? Fascinating. 7 months ago. Young Republican leaders in New York, Kansas, Arizona, and Vermont. The chat offers unfiltered look at how the new generation of GOP activists talk when they think no one is listening. They're just Nazis, dude. There's nothing else to say here. And if that is the new generation of the Republican Party, this is a undisputable this is undisputable evidence as to how this party is right now. Okay. And people say we should be friends with people of different political ideas. Yeah, the different political ideas, these are the different political ideas. Fascinating. Since Politico began making inquiries, one of the member group of the group chat is no longer employed at their job, and another job offer was rescinded. Prominent New York Republicans, including Representative Elise Stefanik and the state minority leader Rob Ort, have denounced the chat. That's fascinating. Hey, real quick, how do you think that chat got to be? You guys made this bed, folks. And festering resentments among young Republicans have now turned into public recriminations, including allegations of character assassination and extortion. The 2,900 pages of chats shared among a dozen millennial and Gen Z Republicans between early January and mid-August chronicled their campaign to seize control of the National Young Republican Organization on a hardline pro-Trump platform. Many of the members already work inside the government or on party politics, and one serves as a state senator. Name names. Name names. Together, the messages reveal a culture where racist, anti-Semitic, and violent rhetoric circulate freely, and where the Trump-era loosening of political norms had made such talk feel less taboo among those positioning themselves as the party's next leader. I mean, so again, like, why is the Republican old guard surprise Pikachu facing that this is the natural conclusion of their ideology? It's just a bunch of Nazis. Yeah, otherwise known as fully mask off. It's all good, Kirkenstein. Yeah, this is the argument that I was having with somebody, I think it was yesterday, that like, conservatives, on the right and whatever, like, we don't support fascism. We don't support fascism, and not like, as long as you don't do conservatism too hard, then it won't be fascism. And it's like, okay, so buddy, you just admitted that conservatism is a precursor to fascism. It is a requirement. It is a stepping stone. All of you people that are conservative and on the right have done your part to lay the pathway to make fascism. All of you conservative people have done your part to lay down pebble by pebble, okay? Cobblestone by cobblestone. Doesn't matter if you yourself don't believe in fascism. You're still building the road to it. All of you. So that to say, again, just to tie it back, to say, to surprise Pikachu face, like, I denounced this, and this is not what we're about as a party. Yeah, okay, sure. Then how come it always ends this way? How come it always ends that way? How come the natural conclusion to your ideology, which you claim, by the way, is not fascist? Why is the natural conclusion to that is just fascism? Fascinating. The more the political atmosphere is open and liberating, like it has been with the emergence of Trump and more right-wing GOP even before him, it opens up young people and older people to telling racist jokes, making racist commentaries in private and public, said Joe Fagan, a Texas A&M sociology professor who studied racism in the last 60 years. For the last 60 years. He's also concerned the words that would be applied to public policy. It's chilling, of course, because they will act on these views. Yes, because it is a death cult. It is a violent ideology. Of course. The dynamic of easy racism and casual cruelty played out often in the dark Vivid fashion inside the chats where campaign talk and party gossip blurred into streams of slurs and violent fantasies. This is one of the people that were in the group chat, by the way. The master race, everyone. The master race, everyone. The group chat members spoke freely about about the pressure to counter Trump to avoid being called a rhino, the love of Nazis within the party's right wing, because, yeah. Everyone in that chat list needs to be barred from politics for life. I agree. And the president's alleged work to suppress documents related to wealthy financier Jeffrey Epstein's child sex crimes. Yeah. Trump's too busy burning the Epstein files, said Alex Doyer, the chair of the Kansas Young Republicans, wrote in one instance. Yeah, to remember all these names. The resurgence of the R was pretty telling, like, we must backslide. Yeah, like, what must we backslide? Nazis, man. Nazis. And we were given grief. And the left TM was given grief about, like, trying to warn people about how language works, right? It's not about suppressing free speech, right? It's just like how basic psychology and language and how you talk about people. That's how this works, right? Because while it may seem like, oh, well, it's the R word, right? But, like, no, there's a lot of layers to this and downstream ramifications, right? And these people aren't talking about free speech in the way that, like, oh, I just want to express my political opinions. These people are talking about free speech in the way that they just want to be hateful. They just want to be hateful, racist bigots without consequences. Like, they want to be able to say the R word for the sake of hurting people, for the sake of using it as an insult, not to be like epic, Call of Duty lobby edgelord, right? No, like, they genuinely want that as a shield to genuinely hurt people. Like, that's what it is. They want to be able to say slurs at a whim, and use that against people they don't like. That's what this is about when it comes to free speech. Yeah. I saw that Kirkensense Monster about TMNT coming to Magic. I actually, like, got a bunch of, like, the Spider-Man stuff that came out for Magic the Gathering. The artwork is fantastic. I'm sure someone like Matt from the Letter Hack might appreciate some of that artwork. But that's really annoying that, like, these racists are gonna ruin Magic the Gathering because of reasons. I like that. Trump the fascist clown. Just to be clear, that is very true. But this clown also has a flamethrower. I'm kind of excited for TMNT, but still not a fan of Universes Beyond in general. Yeah, I mean, some of the stuff is cool, right? Personally, the way the cards work, for example, not a fan. Not a fan of how, like, the Spider-Man mechanics work. Cool in paper concept, but I don't know. Just I personally don't like it. I like the artwork. Basically, that's about as far as it goes for me because I'm a big fan of Spider-Man. But yeah, the hair was supposed to be orange, not the face. Yeah, remind people how this country started. With the G and a side. Doyer and Katie declined to comment. Melino and Hendricks did not request for return request for comment, but some in the chat did respond publicly. Giunta, whatever his name is, claimed that the release of the chat is partly of a highly coordinated year-long character assassination attempt led by Gavin Wax of the New York City Young Republicans Club, an allusion to a once obscured internecine war that has now spilled out into the open. Oh, yeah. Chat logs that were 7 months, in the making, were op within your own organizations. Sure, dude. Not because it's not cool. I absolutely love Lord of the Rings, but because it's a sellout. Oh, yeah. I mean, I personally, the best part of the Lord of the Rings thing were the lands. The lands. I have the Misty Mountains, the mountain. The land. It's the artwork that gets it for me. These logs were sourced by way of extortion and provided to Politico by the very same people conspiring against me. So not denying the content of the logs, right? Because that would be like, this is so telling that that he's angry at the fact that, like, oh, these are just being leaked now because they want to hurt me. Buddy, have you seen what the logs say? Like, you got nothing to say about that? Nothing to say about all the slurs and all the Nazi shit? Yeah? Nothing about that? No? What's most disheartening is that despite my unwavering support for President Trump since 2016, rogues members of his administration, including Gavin Wax, have participated in this conspiracy to ruin me publicly because I challenged them privately. Yeah, sure. Sure, that's the issue. Not the Nazi stuff, right? Not the racist Nazi stuff. But yeah, cool. Wax, a staffer in Trump's State Department, formerly led the New York Young Republican Club, a separate city-based group that is at odds with the state organization, the New York State Young Republicans. He declined to comment. Despite his allusions to infighting, Giunta still apologized. I'm so sorry to those offended by the insensitive and inexcusable language found within more. So it's true. It's true. What? Oh, this is fantastic. Okay, so apparently he feels the need to apologize for all the Nazi shit. But also, while I take complete responsibility, I have no way of verifying their accuracy, and I'm deeply concerned that the message logs in question may have been deeply, deceptively doctored. So then what are you apologizing for? If you believe... This is wild. If you believe that this is perhaps a fabricated attempt to smear you, then why not release the logs yourself? Just release the logs yourself, and that's it. At least one person in the Telegram chat works in the Trump administration, Michael Bartels, who, according to his LinkedIn account, serves as a senior advisor in the Office of General Counsel within the U.S. Small Business Administration. Cool stuff. So just straight Nazis just hanging out in the upper echelons of the administration. Cool stuff. Bartels didn't have much to say in the chat, but he didn't offer any pushback against the offensive rhetoric in it either. So that means he's just as complicit. Folks, it's the same thing. If you are in a group chat and there's a bunch of Nazi shit happening, and either you didn't push back and say what is going on here with you people, or just straight up leave, because I don't know about you, but I don't know about these people. But I would say that if I found myself in a Nazi chat group, a lot of things have gone wrong. A lot of things have gone wrong. A notarized affidavit signed by Bartels and obtained by Politico also sheds light on the inter-party rivalry that led to the Destroyer War Room Telegram chat made to be public. Bartels references Wax as well. He wrote that he did not give Politico the chat, and Wax demanded in a phone call that he provided the full chat log. Yeah, or you're about to troll your little heart out. When I attempt to resist that demand after providing some of the requested information, Wax threatened by professional standing and raised the possibility of potential legal action related to an alleged breach of a non-disclosure agreement. Bartels claimed in the affidavit, my position within the New York Republican Club was directly threatened. Walker, who now leads the New York State Young Republicans, touched on a similar theme, saying that he believes portions of the chat may have been altered or taken out of context or otherwise manipulated. Wait, what are we taking out of context? Talking about gas chambers and slurs. Like, what context would be acceptable to say like a bunch of slurs about black people? Loud ringing? I don't hear anything. Is anyone else hearing anything? Del Sol Verde. 1 hour ago, Trump said U.S. struck another small boat that he accused of carrying drugs in the water of Venezuela. So yeah, I guess another more murder. We don't. I mean, we don't know if they were actually carrying any drugs or not. So yeah, just random state-sanctioned murder off the coast of Venezuela. Cool. May have been altered, taken out of context, or otherwise manipulated, and the private exchanges were obtained and released in a way that intended to inflict harm. But no, so release, since it's already out there, and you believe that they are fake, then just release the chats and put that controversy to bed. He also apologized. There's no excuse for the language and tone and message attributed to me. The language is wrong and hurtful, and I sincerely apologize. Again, what are you apologizing for if on one hand you're claiming that these are manipulated, they're taken out of context, altered, if not, just release the actual chat logs, and then that's it. This has been a painful lesson about judgment and trust, and I'm committed to moving forward with greater care, respect, and accountability in everything I say and do. I mean, like, okay. Mixed into formal conversations about whipping boats, social media strategy, and logistics, the members of the chat slung around an array of slurs, which, again, in what context? Like, how are we taking this out of context, right? Which Politico is republishing to show how they spoke. Epithets like I imagine the F slur, R slur, N-word appeared more than 251 times combined. Yeah. For one instance, Walker, who at the time was a staffer for Ort, talked about how a mutual friend of some in the chat dated this very obese Indian woman for a period of time. Junta responded that the woman was, quote, not Indian. By the way, Nazis, for some reason, like, you can tell, like, Nazis have, like, you can tell, like, accounts are not, that you're dealing with, like, a Nazi account when they're, like, extremely bigoted and racist towards Indian people. I don't know, maybe because they're, like, brown Nazis. If you've ever had the displeasure of looking at Nazi accounts, whether it be on Instagram or on Twitter or whatever, they are seriously racist and bigoted and xenophobic towards Indian people. That is like a common theme. So like that is a dead giveaway. If you're dealing with a Nazi account and you see like a bunch of like racist stuff against Indian people, that is a dead giveaway. 100%. You're not just dealing with an average racist. Chances are. It is gross. She just didn't bathe often. Samuel Douglas, a state senator from northern Vermont and the head of state of Young's Republican, replied to Gunta. So, phenomenal stuff. In a separate conversation, Gunta shared his flight to Charleston, South Carolina, landed safely. If your pilot is she looks 10 shades darker than someone from Sicily, just end it there. So, yeah. Hey, you know who else said that? Who else said a very, very, very similar statement? Douglas did not respond for requests for comment in a statement or called for members of the chat to resign. I was shocked and disgusted to learn about the racist, anti-Semitic, misogynistic comments attributed to the members of the New York State Young Republicans. This behavior is indefensible and has no place in our party or anywhere in the public life. Buddy, fam, my brother in Christ, this is the very bed you made. Why are you... I literally just talked about this. Why are you surprised Pikachu facing at the very, all you're seeing is the conclusion of your ideology. That's where it leads. That is why you're looking at it from the next generation. That is the final conclusion of this conservative ideology, buddy. Like, you can't be shocked, dude. If you need someone to blame, you only need to look in the mirror. No, I didn't. That's cool. I also heard that they were using Steam Decks to pilot stuff. Surprised the person's name isn't Smith or Jones with how racist they're being. Seriously. You know this guy's seen this before now. I mean, there's no way. Okay, you can't be surprised Pikachu facing at this kind of stuff. This is what your ideology ends up in. Walker had been in line to manage Republican Peter Urbacher's campaign for Congress in the state, upstate New York, but a spokesperson for the campaign said Walker won't be brought in light of the comments in the chat. Yeah, whatever, dude. They're only doing this because they got caught. Let's be honest. If none of this came to light, those very same people would be working just as they were. Just as they were. The private rhetoric isn't happening in a vacuum. It comes amid a widespread coarsening of the broader political discourse and incendiary and racially offensive tropes from the right become increasingly common in public debate. Yes, this is it. That's excellent point. Because it's true. It's not happening in a vacuum. They're being more open to this. They're being okay with this, is what I'm saying. Last month, Trump posted an AI-generated video that showed House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries in a sombrero. Yeah, the racist video. In the 2024 campaign, Trump spread false reports of Haitian migrants eating pets. Again, this disgusting, racist lie, which, again, never proven. Welcome, and at one of his rallies, I believe, that was the Republican National Convention, I believe, comedian Tony Hinchcliffe, who called Puerto Rico a floating island of garbage and joked about black people carving watermelons on Halloween because, Liz Houston, a White House spokesperson, rejected the idea that Trump's rhetoric had anything to do with the members' chat language. Nah. The guy, no, come on, please. There's no way we're going to get out of this one. Only an activist left-wing reporter would desperately try to tie President Trump to a story about a random group chat that he has no affiliation with. A random group chat, folks. While failing to mention the dangerous smears coming from Democrat politicians who fantasize about murdering their opponents and called Republicans Nazis and fascists. The dangerous rhetoric of the Democratic Party calling Republicans Nazis and fascists. Excuse me? Yeah. Okay. That's right. I don't think I have enough time to go through all of this. We're already 10 minutes above. But I think we get I think we get the gist of it. There's 2,000 something pages of this. This is obvious that this is the natural conclusion. I mean, like 1488. This is literally like Nazi shit. Okay, that is indisputably Nazi shit. There's no other context for it other than Nazi dog whistles. I mean, that's it. Like, there's nothing here that you can put out of context. In a statement, Orange County GOP Chair Courtney Carnfield said that the party was disappointed to learn that its teen group was mentioned in the chat. So, yeah. I'm not gonna read this out loud, but I think we I think we get it. So yeah. Another member of the master race. So it's not the video games? No, I'm afraid not. Oh boy, that last one, and then there's so much of this stuff to go through. Like it is a rabbit hole. Yeah, we cannot let this go. Do not let this go. It is undeniable that the Republican Party is a fascist party. There's no denying about that. We can see the natural conclusion and progression of this ideology. This is not a mistake. These people knew what they were doing. There's nothing here that can be taken out of context. No matter how much they try to hide and twist themselves into pretzels, okay? No matter how hard they want to do and perform Olympic levels of mental gymnastics to try to get away from this, they can't. There's no getting away from this. These are a bunch of Nazis infiltrating and successfully winning the positions in the Republican Party, and they're starting from the bottom. They're winning the youth. They're literally creating the next generation of the Republican Party, which is a bunch of Nazis. Meanwhile, centrists will always continue to say both sides bad. Yeah, true. In any case, folks, it's time for me to get out of here. Movie Night Extravaganza is next. Thank you all for being here. Please show your support here by making sure you do all the things, folks. Like, share, comment, subscribe, spread the word. We're here Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Thursdays. There's live content, syndicated content, pre-recorded content, content about video games, content about news. There's something for everyone here at this space, so spread the word. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate all of you guys hanging out. We'll be back next Tuesday at around 7 p.m. You can join my show every other day at around 5 p.m. Eastern Time. Appreciate it, guys. Thank you all. Stay tuned for Movie Night Extravaganza. As always, folks, please stay safe. Please take care of each other. However you on, I hope to see you guys in the next one, Tuesday, 7 p.m. on this space. See ya!
then shall you be banished from this plantation's liberties.
I would be glad on it.
Then take your leave and trouble us no further.
Tonight on episode 300 of Movie Night Extravaganza, we're talking about Robert Eggers' 2015 supernatural horror film, The Witch.
I be not mercy. I be the Witch of the Wood, and I have come to steal ye. Hear me stick a fly in through the trees. Clickety-clackety, clickety-clackety.
The film, which is constantly rated as one of the scariest movies of the 2010s, was Eggers' directorial debut and also the breakout film for a young Anya Taylor-Joy.
I grew up in New England, and if you've ever been to a rural town in New England, it's easy to see that New England's past is kind of everywhere. There's dilapidated colonial farmhouses and graveyards out in the middle of the woods. And New England's past was very much part of my consciousness as a kid. It sounds like a little bit like whatever, but it is true.
Robert Eggers was born in New York City in 1983 to a single mother and is never known his biological father. But as a child, Robert and his mom moved to Laramie, Wyoming, where she met and got married to Walter Eggers, an English literature professor. In 1990s, when Robert Eggers was 7, they moved back east to New Hampshire so that Walter could work as a provost at the University of New Hampshire, where Robert would spend the rest of his childhood. New England and the folklore surrounding it would go on to play a huge role in Robert Eggers' filmmaking. Both The Witch and his next film, The Lighthouse, would take place in New England. Robert Eggers attended the American Musical and Dramatic Academy in New York City with the idea of becoming a stage director and costume designer for the theater. Robert Eggers made a bunch of short films both in college and afterwards, including Hansel and Gretel, which was a silent film that starred his mother Kelly. An adaptation of Edgar Allan Poe's The Telltale Heart, and then while looking for financing for The Witch, the film Brothers, an adaptation of Cain and Abel. The Witch was produced by Lars Knudsen and Jay Van Hoy, who had a production company at the time called Parts and Labor. Although Knudsen and Van Hoy's partnership would break up, Knudsen is now known as Ari Aster's producer, having started working with him on Hereditary and all his films after that. He has also worked with Eggers on The Northman.
I kind of realized what this was or needed to be was like a Puritan's dream, a Puritan's nightmare. If I could upload a Puritan's nightmare directly into the audience's mind's eye, that would be the goal.
The Witch stars Anya Taylor-Joy, Ralph Ineson, Kate Dickie, Harvey Scrimshaw, Ellie Granger, and Lucas Dawson. Eggers has described it as the nightmare of a Puritan, and that's basically the best summary of the film. While he was writing The Witch, he frequently went to Plymouth Plantation, a place he was brought on many field trips as a kid. The Witch tells the story of a Puritan family in the 1630s who have been cast out of Plymouth over a religious dispute and must go live in the woods alone, where they encounter an evil force that begins haunting them, torturing them, killing children and the animals, and causing them to all turn on each other in a fit of paranoia and fear that one of them may be communing with the devil. They turn out to be haunted and stalked by an evil witch living in the woods. In a practice that would go on for his entire career moving forward, Robert Eggers worked with the British and American museums to get the details and costumes exactly right, going as far as casting the film in England so the cast members would have authentic accents for a first generation of American settlers, and working with agricultural experts to get the crops right for the time period. However, in order to get those nice incentives, he was forced to film in Canada rather than New England to save money. After a wide search, he eventually found Kiosk, Ontario, where the film was shot. Eggers has talked about the idea of feminine darkness, and in a time of religious extremism and extreme patriarchy, the idea that anyone who didn't fit into the society, whether because of mental illness, which didn't exist as a concept yet, or their natural temperament, or even just a desire to break out of the natural order, would be considered a witch. And some young women were even led to believe that they were witches themselves because they didn't fit in and couldn't understand why. Thomason, played by Anya Taylor-Joy, typifies the kind of young woman who didn't fit into this Puritan lifestyle. along with her aggrieved father, William, who she comes to understand is a very weak provider who is constantly failing and unwilling to stand up when his domineering wife, who is going through her own trauma, blames the children for mistakes that he made.
Well done, you. I cannot look at her. Aye, but you shall. Thomason. Thomason!
Jonas and Mercy. They made covenant with the devil in the shape of Black Phillip.
Nature is its own character in the film. The woods is dark and terrifying and all-consuming. Not the place where children should be able to play or wander alone. It's easily understandable why the woods would mold itself into a dark plague in the mind of these characters. And they're all very unsuited to living this way, as almost anyone would be, with hunger gnawing at them as they fail to make this farm work even for sustenance. And aren't good at hunting either, feeling tortured by animals like rabbits and the goats on their farm. They take on sinister dimensions. The witch represents this repressed darkness, but also a sense of complete freedom, as the devil, represented by the goat Black Phillip, ultimately asks Thomason, "Wouldst thou like to live deliciously?" The witches practice naked and can appear as animals, or a beautiful young woman, or an old woman, living together in an alternative community to the one that banished Thomason's family. Nudity plays a big role in the story. The witches are nude, young boy Caleb, kissed by a witch, returns nude, and Thomason joins the witches in the end, joining this lifestyle. Even while starving in the woods, the characters maintain their dress. The god of the film is not really a loving god, but a god who is feared, including a scene where Caleb, the son kissed by the witch, literally has to ask his father, what kind of god would possibly not save an infant who was born in sin like all humans, but has not had time to redeem himself? The film was only shot with candles and natural lighting in order to give it authenticity. And the costume designer, Linda Muir, who has since worked on all 4 of Eggers' films, read 35 books about Elizabethan and Stuart England. The soundtrack contains no electronic instruments in order to maintain the purity of the period. In the end, The Witch was filmed for $4 million and would go on to win Sundance's directing award.
Wouldst thou like the taste of butter? A pretty dress? Wouldst thou like to live deliciously?
Before I introduce the panel, please like this video and subscribe to the Movie Night Extravaganza YouTube channel. Then hit that bell to get notified whenever we're streaming. Super chats are now open. If you have any pressing questions, send us a super chat, which helps me maintain the expenses for the show, which I am obligated by the rules of the Geneva Convention to stop everything and ask the panel. Another way to help us out is to become a patron and give us money every month. In exchange, you get access to all of our after parties, bonus content, and we'll tell you even more movies we watched recently. Patreon.com/Movie Night Extra. We have a Movie Night Extravaganza Discord. There's an invite link in the episode description, and we have a Letterboxd HQ account. So those are 2 more places to follow along with us. Okay, let me introduce the illustrious panel. We are live right now on This Space. If you aren't following them, join This Space TV on YouTube. Link below. Conan Neutron is the co-host and senior producer for Movie Night Extravaganza, host of PROTONIC Reversal, an independent Film Critics of America film critic, and the frontman for the band Conan Neutron and the Secret Friends. Check out his music at neutronfriends.bandcamp.com. Kristina Oakes is a co-host of Movie Night Extravaganza, a streamer on Twitch, twitch.tv/cosmopolitics, a host at This Space, hosting Kristina's Corner, and is across social media at Cosmopolitics and on Letterboxd at Kristina. Lauren Chenard is a writer and social media strategist who writes film reviews for Merry Go Round magazine and is on Letterboxd at Lonely Goat Herd. I, of course, am your host and the Witch of the Woods, Forrest Miller. Wouldst thou like to live deliciously? This, of course, is episode 300.
This is Sparta!
There it is. There it is.
I had
I was hoping
we'd
we'd slip that one in there. That's perfect.
Yeah, well.
Yeah.
Hope answered. Yeah, absolutely.
Hey, episode 300.
Okay. By the way. Watch out. You thought this show was wild before. Oh, there we go. I mean, gone.
Yeah.
Jeez, that was quick. Record time. Lauren, welcome on the show.
Hello, I'm super happy to be here.
Always great to have you. Hasn't been that long. I think
Amadeus was the last
Amadeus was like
that
was like a month ago, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know. I'm like,
and that episode did really well.
Yay! I'm super happy to hear that. I know it did numbers with my film and music theory crowd from college for sure.
Good.
Well, maybe maybe they all shared around. It had within a few days, it had 500 views.
Nice.
Oh,
They
yeah,
were like,
people can-
look at how Lauren's using her degree. For her
I mean, I don't know. I feel like every time I post, it's like, oh, he got a media production degree and this is how he's using it. I feel like I'm really it's so I feel that for sure.
Living the dream.
So Lauren, the witch, or the vitch, if you prefer.
The bitch. I always call it the vitch, and I always will.
Same. It's because the letter W wasn't really used that much, so that's actually how I want to spell things back then. Which I'm like, what?
It's the double V.
Yeah.
Hey.
But
But
I
also,
think
it
I
kind
read
of reminds
that he saw that on a pamphlet, and he was like, okay, yeah.
Well, it's
he,
like
he
the
went
letter
deep in the
Y.
archives. Yeah.
Well, hold on. That was the first part of the sentence, by the way. I was gonna say, I know this is a movie you like. That's why you're here. When did you first engage with the Vitch?
Well, it's so funny because it's like, I think I've talked about this on the pod before about how I was very adverse to horror for a very, very long time. And I just I didn't really get into it until after I had graduated from film school. And I was I think my gateway into the horror genre was Get Out, because I just was oh, it's so smart and cerebral. And then I am from New England, and I am very much into folklore. And so my friend's okay, well, if you want to see something that's really really exciting and kind of taps into, your the stories of your homeland, you might want to check out this movie. And I thought that because the way that they marketed it was that it was going to be terrifying with a bunch of jump scares. So I was no. But I watched it, I think, about a year after it came out, and I was like, this is one of the best things I've ever seen. And then it just got me hooked on all things folkloric horror. I ended up going way back into the origins of that in film history. And now this is my niche interest. I love it. So this was my gateway drug to all things witchy in the cinematic universe. So
well, I mean, it's really interesting because watching, especially from this time, right? I feel like he's become a lot more confident since then about his kind of the mystique around Robert Eggers' whole deal. But especially here, where he's kind of a very earnest young filmmaker who's just kind of made this and did it in a very unconventional way, which I feel like a lot more movies are kind of doing historical context in this way, where they really go deep in the archives and try to make the entire thing as perfectly representative of the time as they possibly can. I'm not saying he invented that or anything. Obviously, people have been doing that for a long time.
Right.
But there was a lot more artistic license. I think. I mean, even something like Amadeus, right? It's not. They're not exactly trying to recreate as much as they're trying to recreate the feeling and the vibe of it. And he literally does this thing where he goes into the archives and he really researches and he creates all these because he wanted to be a theater designer originally, so he creates all these props, he creates these sets, and he remakes, which it's got to be crazy. I wonder how much money they saved with those incentives, because they remade the Plymouth Plantation in Ontario, which is crazy.
Yeah,
they could have just filmed there. But but he doesn't come to any of that as a horror person at all. Watching his interviews, he talks about how actually he was very scared of horror movies as a kid. Even Wizard of Oz was too much for him, he said, as a kid, because he was so he's he's coming at the horror genre in this very unique way, because he's not someone that's
Stephen
I watched
King
every
was afraid of this movie. He's like this is the scariest movie I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah.
Everyone thinks Stephen King doesn't like Halloween. He's not really a big fan of the genre that he really writes a lot in. That's why a lot of his other stuff gets more recognition these days, Life of Chuck or whatever. But it's interesting that it's you kind of, some of these directors who are known for directing horror are actually I was really scared of scary movies and horror films growing up. I didn't really set on to do a straight up horror that is very
they're not necessarily genre adherent. They're just making a good movie.
Yeah,
right? And
I mean, speaking of it being a good movie, Robert Pattinson, Willem Dafoe, and Bill Skarsgård saw I want to say the Vavitch as well.
Vavitch, yes.
It's a safe space, Kristina. You can say it.
They saw this film, and they all reached out to Robert Eggers, wanting to work with him. And look where we are now, 10 years later.
Well, and it's interesting as well. My experience with it, this came out at a time when I was not engaging with movies very much. And so I was aware of it. People would not stop talking about it. I'm like, wow, everyone's talking about this like witch movie. Okay, like that's interesting. I have to make sure to watch that somewhere. It took me literally years to actually get around to it. I just wasn't watching movies a lot of the time, and I especially wasn't watching anything horror adjacent because as hacky as I feel the genre largely is now, I feel like it was at its nadir around this time of just no new ideas of any kind, at least with the horror. And just very predictable, overly reliant on jump scares, overly reliant on the same sets of tools that we're using like the 80s and 90s, frankly. And I think one of the reasons why this hit as big as it is because, first of all, it's a gorgeous looking film. Like, and him using like all natural lighting and stuff, nobody was using that.
Something he's known for doing now in all
Absolutely
his movies.
now. But this time it was like, who shoots like, a relatively low budget horror movie like using all natural lighting, basically like the same that Kubrick did for Barry Lyndon. You know what I mean? Like
I was about to say it's like Kubrick and like Terrence Malick, but like not anyone who's adjacent to the horror genre. Like that was such a game changer.
And seeing those visuals, because there's one thing if you're like a cinephile and you enjoy things like Terrence Malick stuff and like Barry Lyndon and whatnot, but like if you're only kind of someone that engages with movies, like I heard this movie's cool, like whatever, and you see it like wow, why does this feel so different? And then that's just the visual aspect. There's also the audio aspect that I'm sure we'll get into of using the vernacular and the language of the time.
Yeah. Well, just like hitting the point that you were saying with like other horror movies around this year, right? Like looking up horror movies 2015, Insidious Chapter 3. The third Insidious movie. Guillermo del Toro's Crimson Peak.
Oh, I did like
Poltergeist.
The remake.
Yeah, the remake was not good.
Sinister 2, Bone Tomahawk, The Black Coat's Daughter, the Atticus Institute. Like not like a lot of these are kind of like sequels, kind of lower budget. And I Spit on Your Grave, The Vengeance Is Mine. Like the
formulaic
activity.
A lot of things that like I would watch on streaming, but like I'm not necessarily going to the theater for.
Exactly. It would for sure.
If I'm on Tubi,
Well, because I just as a time for it as a filmmaking genre, it was sort of like a fallow field at the time. Which is to say, it doesn't say there aren't some. Don't at me about it. I'm just saying that coming at it from a filmatic perspective, nobody was approaching this kind of material this way, and with this level of attention to detail to the same level of like historical like romantic drama or something, but just not the least bit of romantic drama in the results, but the level and attention of detail for the apparel, the way everybody's speaking, the mechanisms like used on this like little farm, because it's frankly not that complicated of a story. There's not a lot of story beats to it, but it's very vibey. And nobody was really doing vibey horror in this way at this time.
I mean, it's very interesting to me that Lars Knudsen, the Danish film producer that helped discover Robert Eggers and helped him raise money for this, which he made that movie the short film Brothers about Cain and Abel in order to raise money for this, because he was like, you haven't made anything in like 5 years. The last thing you made was like Hansel and Gretel with your mom as the witch, and it's like maybe it's time to make something so we can actually show it around, and that kind of got them enough money. The other movie that the other movies I guess that he really discovered, one of them was American Honey, that Shia LaBeouf movie that people were raving about for a while, and then the other one was I remember seeing it like I think in pieces at the gym, because they played it on the gym for like a weird amount of time. But the other one was Hereditary, and then he went on to really what Lars Knudsen is now most known for after the Parts and Labor studio that he was kind of working on, production house he was kind of working on and fell apart, is he's Ari Aster's producer. So he's literally he co-founded the Square Peg with Ari Aster, like that's their production company now, and he's done every Ari Aster movie. So it's the same kind of like really, really interesting, different kind of horror movie. He found two different people that kind of came into that genre around
and Hereditary is like 2.5 years later, something along those lines. But another one that kind of just upends the apple cart big time with
we're starting to see a trend
So it's like Vivitch, Get Out, Hereditary, and then you're basically like, oh, is there such a thing as quote unquote elevated horror, which is put off actual horror fans apparently. I'm like, get over it. I don't know what to tell you. You're saying that
you like your
Killer 7 is somehow at the same level as this. Of course, it's not.
Yeah.
Jesus,
it's a little bit better than the original title for art horror, which is like I like.
Yeah, I saw someone say that they're like times this thing goes some time has gone by. We can all agree that the substance wasn't really that good, and I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, I thought the substance was great. Body horror. What the?
Yeah, nobody agrees with that. Yeah.
But also but this is basically the film debut of Anya Taylor-Joy before she got her body fat removal.
He was such a baby in this movie. I couldn't get over it. I was like, she's so young, and
I'm like, how old is she? 12? Like, what the?
And now she's Furiosa, and I'm like, damn, she's been on a journey.
I know.
This is her first movie. This is the first.
Yeah,
one
it's her first. Yeah, it's her first. It's her first
big
real
feature.
role in a movie.
Okay, all right.
Because before that, she was a model, and I think she had been in the background of like a few like European kind of TV shows. But yeah, this is her first meaty role in a movie.
And now we're at the point where it was like, can we please stop casting her in every movie? And I'm like, guys, every generation has a bunch of actors who get cast in film. Like it's happened in the 70s with the De Niro's and the Redfords and the Nicholsons. Like it's the same thing. Like she has talent. I forgot that she was not American. Like I'm like I most of her roles she has like an American accent. I forget. That she's.
I'll watch her in anything. She just has one of those faces that's
pretty good.
like
Last Night in Soho was that's my favorite one of hers. But
Last Night in Soho is not a popular movie, but I quite enjoyed it. Yeah,
I am. And Blinders too. I thought something was gonna happen between Gina and Tommy, but I guess not. Anyway,
the first thing I remember seeing her in before, because I'd heard of I heard of Robert Eggers when The Lighthouse came out. That was like my I didn't hear for whatever reason, like The Witch kind of completely passed me by. I think it's like, I don't know, I'm not like that crazy into horror either. Like I feel like I've watched less horror movies than like most other genres, but I mean that blind spot's kind of being rectified with this podcast, but like it's not like necessarily the genre.
I was gonna say maybe at one point. No, this point.
The first time I really remember totally seeing her was like The Queen's Gambit, that show where she was playing.
Yeah.
And I was like, I was like, who is this? Like her face is so like she almost has like this strange like alien thing about her face
really
because of those
look
eyes
like an
and
alien.
but in like an attractive way, which I really like is like
she's like the perfect like Eggers, like you know how like Hitchcock has like the Hitchcock blondes. I think Robert Eggers is gonna keep casting certain female actresses like Lily Rose Depp. Like that kind of embrace like the goth, or even like maybe even me a goth, like do like a gothic, like the ones who do a gothic aesthetic like in their real lives. Because if you saw Anya Taylor-Joy's wedding, it was like a Roman Catholic gothic type of like vibe, and I'm like, I'm here for it. But like it was funny because I was talking to my sister about horror movies, because she's like, my sister even told me, I'm like, have you ever seen any of these movies? She's like, the only movie I remember seeing as a kid was Pet Sematary, being freaked out by that old lady who made like the weird breathing sounds. And I'm like, okay, well here's a few horror movies like that Robert Eggers that you should watch that are very, very good.
Did she enjoy it? Like, was it something that kind of spoke to her more?
She still refuses to watch. I'm more of the film buff. I grew up watching horror movies with my grandfather when I shouldn't have.
I feel that.
So I was just desensitized. I mean, my mom and I are gonna, because we're doing our show on Halloween. We're gonna spend the 30th mischief night watching Sinners.
Oh, great!
Because I've been harping my mom to watch Sinners, so that's gonna be exciting.
Oh, she has. I'm surprised she hasn't yet. When it first came out on HBO Max, I watched it for like the third or fourth time, and then my mom was like kind of just there, and she was like, "Oh, that's the movie you've been talking about." And sorry for that phone.
But also, this film is on HBO. That's how I was able to watch it again, was because it's on HBO Max. So I was like, oh shit, we got the episode coming up. Let me go and watch it. And I remember like, damn, it's such a good film. Like it really fits the aesthetics, and again tapping into like that folklore, because this film is basically based on a lot of storytelling, a lot of folklore.
Sure.
Especially at that time.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and also there's so much of it, like the whole heavy, English accents, the colonial Calvinists just starting off in the U.S. thing. That's important. I think that it's vital. The casting, as amazing as Anna Taylor-Joy is, and she is great, but Ralph Ineson, who I love, just with that super deep voice as the patriarch of the family, is so good. And I knew him from two things, which is the BBC, The Office. He had a recurring character in that.
Yeah.
No way.
All the way back. And hold on, not done. And the second season of Game of Thrones, Dagmar Cleftjaw, because he was in that as well. And he was definitely like, oh, I wish I saw more of that character, because that guy is so great.
He's kind of like, almost like another, because is he British or Irish? Because he's kind of got like an Alan Rickman thing going, where he's got
he's Yorkshire. It's a Yorkshire
that's why.
Yeah.
So, and also he's become a regular Edgar's collaborator, and he's become a bit of a genre actor too, because he was in The First Omen. Like he got a lot of praise for doing in Fantastic Four as well. He's very underrated, and I feel like
there's a lot of voice work. Some of these Discovery Channels.
He toes the line between like character actor and just like that guy supporting actor.
Yeah,
if that makes sense.
Yeah,
I'm surprised you guys didn't mention he's in Guardians of the Galaxy.
Yeah,
that's right.
Too.
That's right. Yeah. He's like one of the Ravagers, right? If I remember correctly.
Yeah.
So I mean, but he's just a good character actor, that guy, and just I don't think the movie works at all without him. Like in the same way that, of course, it wouldn't work without Anna Taylor-Joy either. But she's the lead. But I'm saying, like, if you don't have him, just with that
resonance,
right? The real engine hum kind of voice that he has, but then also that just stubborn patriarchal insistence as well. Like
I was gonna say, I think that he like really like lends himself to that, because it's like he's trying to kind of puff himself up to be like I am the provider, but he's like a really shitty provider, and like I love the toe.
He's so bad.
Yeah.
Well, she just lights him up in that one where like when, again, spoiler alert everybody for a movie that's over 10 years old, like when everybody is just convinced that she's the witch, and like he's basically accusing her, and she's like, well, you're providing what exactly are you providing? You can't grow corn, like you can't hunt, you can't do this, you can't do that, all you can do is chop wood. And it's like, oh well, you got him.
Yeah.
She just she read him to filth.
Yeah.
And that's what his answer is, just bitch, and he hits.
Yeah. He has no answer, and but that's,
I mean,
also
that is such a good and I didn't pick up on this the first time I watched this, which was like pretty recently. I think I watched it last year. It was the first time I watched this, which I had watched The Lighthouse before. But
when we did Nosferatu, I think you caught up with this in Northman, right? I think you caught up.
Yeah. But like I feel like there's such a like I don't know, like the commentary on patriarchal society, right? And like the idea of the provider, but like when a guy like as the head of the family, as like the the masculine head of the family, is a bad provider, even though he really isn't. The mother really is. It seems like he bends to the mother's will every single time. But as like this kind of figurehead person of the family, once you kind of get lit up like that, the only thing you can really fall back to in this time period is like violence, like anger, and like telling your daughter to like shut up, and like striking her and locking her in the goat house to like teach her a lesson. Like it's such a commentary on kind of this kind of like world that was kind of created in early America that's kind of based around discontent. And like, what do you do with the people who are discontented for this dude? Like, because the people that ended up coming to America and living in this community were already like the discontented of England, right? Like it's the people that couldn't really, they're like you're kind of the wild people, like you're the people that can't really function.
Well, the Calvinism,
which is
and like they're coming from a deep religiosity, like a deep sense of faith, so they could practice their faith, which is their most important thing to them. Which I guess it would be if like life was that bleak and horrific and crappy.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, it looks horrible.
But when you look at
Oh, go ahead.
Lauren. No, when you look at pictures of England at this time, like London is already like a metropolis. Like London is it's not the London necessarily of now, but it's like it already is an urban center. And like a lot of the places that would turn out to be these like huge urban centers are already kind of built into urban centers. So you're going from that, which is like a civilization. You're the discontented, people that couldn't function in that society. So you get sent to like the wilderness to be like, oh, it seems like you'd be more, you can practice your religion, you can kind of do this thing, and you can live this very austere Calvinist life, on a different continent, pretty much. Like we don't really want you on this continent anymore. But like, there's always going to be someone who's too discontented, even for that small society, where it's like, oh, you can't function in this Calvinist community either. Go into the woods. And like it's such a good representation of like that guy.
Self-definition, basically, right?
Yeah. But those guys,
the movie starts, and you don't have any frame of reference. You don't even know what it's about, and it's almost better that you don't, because it doesn't matter. It's some banal minutia we could have impossible hope to understand. Yeah.
I mean, you see those like initially, though, you see the pilgrim hats, and you're like, take it to that, because everybody in this movie, I mean, besides like Ralph Ineson now, I guess. But like at this time period, right? Like everyone, and Katie Dickey, the mother, was in Game of Thrones for like a couple seasons.
She was in Game of Thrones too.
They
never had any
use her
scenes
face.
together. Her and Ralph.
They would use her. They would use her face. I remember, like on some of the post, like Game of Thrones stuff, because it's such a good, like old ancient kind of face. And those, like the two of them, like living in like kind of this alternative space, it's like you instantly kind of get transported. You understand kind of instantly what's going on, and like everybody in this is kind of unknown, and you feel instantly transported into like this world of, because you see the Plymouth Plantation set up and everything.
And you can't.
Like,
and unfortunately, this is something that a lot of people are pointing out, is that when a lot of shows take place in a certain time period, it's hard to believe that these people look like they belong in that time period, because they're getting fillers, they're getting veneers. I mean, Anya Taylor-Joy with the buccal fat removal, it's really good to show, this film was 10 years ago, and we've come a long way, unfortunately, with the way people look, and that, everyone's, and with a lot of period pieces these days, is that they interpret it and like add like a modern flair to it, which this movie does not have at all, which is fantastic.
Which the only example specifically to that point, real quick, Kristina, because I want to get us back in point and hear what Lauren has to say. Nicole Kidman's character in The Northman, and they do a good job of that, because that character is supposed to be kind of otherworldly looking.
Thomason in this.
No, hold on. Lisa Aaron is the younger sister of Caitlin Stark from Winterfell, and that's what Katie Dickey plays. And it's important to note, because it's like you're saying that there's certain movies that are historical dramas or whatever, you just don't believe it. It's like, no, that face knows how to text. That face is online. That face has a TikTok account, So I wanted to drop that in. And also, Lauren, I wanted to give you a chance to chime in on what you wanted to say too.
Oh yeah, no, I was just saying, like, I think that, like just dropping us into the setting. And it's so funny, because it's like every time I go back to like New England, and it's like February in like Massachusetts, and like my family lives on the western side of the state, so it's like we drop into Boston, and then we're driving through the woods and things like that. And my dad, who grew up there, who lived there his whole life, but we moved to California when I was young, he'll just be like, I can't believe people live here. And I'm like, and he grew up there, but it's like that, but it's true. It's like there are people who like live so just like a completely different reality out there in the woods, and they're like still kind of like, they still kind of have that like outsider, like pilgrim mentality, like just in the like the self-reliance. And they are still discontented everywhere in Massachusetts.
Early Pennsylvania, like an Amish country. Like it's a very different like world over here, and I'm like, and
they really, like, I don't know, like if you look at the history of those sects, like there's like, obviously the Quakers in like in Pennsylvania, they kind of founded the colony of Pennsylvania. There's also the Shakers who were kind of pushed out of Quaker
Quakers and
communities
Shakers.
They would do this thing where like they would literally move their bodies and they would not stop moving them, and that's like they'd be like, oh, like
so they were
the Holy
stemming
Spirit.
Is what you're saying, Forrest.
Yeah, I mean, well, they didn't know, they couldn't diagnose autism back then because they didn't have Tylenol yet. But so
there it is, everybody. There it is.
So they had,
Dating the episode October 2025. There we are. Everybody.
But each of these religious sects would break off from the other ones because there would always be these people that were so discontented that they would be like, oh, we can't function in this world anymore, in this society anymore. We have to create our own new thing. Actually, God is telling us to do this, and you go further and further into it until kind of you create Mormonism, which is like the I think that's the farthest that they kind of allowed that to go, where they're like, okay, like, let's back it up.
And speaking of the religious sects, they Satanic Temple endorsed this movie. They actually were like, we hold screenings for it all the time. We do, like they say that it's
if your family sucks that bad, you're like, good for her.
It's an impressive presentation of Satanic insight that will inform contemporary discussion of religious experience, is what they said.
Yeah,
I have a friend.
Yeah.
I have a friend that's a drag queen that lives next to one of the last remaining like original satanic temples, like the ones from from the 20th century. And I went there and I shot a movie, like I shot my documentary like at his house. But like one of the he really is a lot like that, where it's like a movie like this, he 100%. We're like Facebook friends and he posts like the craziest memes sometimes. I'm like that's definitely like the kind of like really into this movie kind of crowd. I feel like where you're like, look,
I love that.
You just have to watch it. Like,
yeah, because it's like 1630s, right? So it's like it's a Puritan settlement. It's not. We'll go and say not the best time in history to be a woman. In general,
but there's a lot of nudity.
Can I just say, because to go back to your point about like the religiosity and the like endorsement by the Satanic Temple, I was reading a little bit about like people's like from the Christian perspective of this movie, because I was just like really curious, and so
they got into it.
Yeah, I was gonna say our friends from Focus on the Family obviously didn't love this movie. They said something. What was his name? It doesn't matter. But somebody from Focus on the Family said that William is absolutely devoted to leading his family in holiness in the ways of the Lord, which should be a good thing. But the fruit of his rigorous focus on dogmatic piety is a deep fear and morbid meditations on hell, damnation. And I'm like, you're missing the point. You missed the point.
Yeah.
But I listen to the Film Spotting podcast. I love those guys. And one of the hosts of Film Spotting, Josh Larson, is a Christian.
Oh, he wrote that the book, right? I forget what it's called.
He wrote a book on Christian perspectives on horror. He loves this movie. And like I really liked what he had to say about it, because he wrote an article about it for Think Christian. And so he said, when it comes to encountering evil, the family in the film veers wildly back and forth between triumphalism and defeatism, which is two theological extremes. In refusing to allow for grace, they become easy pickings for the witch. And I really liked that perspective, because he's talking about like, the further you go down into like those like niche groups, and then you get like too far into like the weeds on things, the more it's easy to tear you apart. And I think that that's a really, really like important perspective, especially as we're dealing with like far right, like Christian ideologies like today. It just seems like that message is very like ahead of its time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Because in a way they because there's different little like sections and groups within like in a whole group in itself, and it's like they like little minor things they have like disagreements on and fight over and whatnot. And it's the same obviously with like all religions. I mean, look at Martin Luther, his 99 Thesis, and Protestantism and all that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think like I was thinking about the advent of like mass culture, and like just looking at this movie from the perspective that it's in. There is no cohesive mass culture, at least in like the American settlements, besides religion and you know, like whatever English history that that they brought over, they were educated on and brought over from England. Like there's no cohesive, like this movie does a very good job of kind of creating this atmosphere of like destructive and like ambivalent boredom that I don't think a lot of other directors would be as willing to put on the screen, where you're sitting there and like The Lighthouse does this even more, where it's like he's not like Robert Eggers is not afraid to sit with that boredom and really show you that the reason that people, like one of the reasons at least that people are so fixated on religion is that it's the only form of kind of communal culture, and it's the only thing that you can really sit around and think about all day when you're kind of in the woods.
So especially in like the 1600s, like in what was, well, first of all, native lands, but secondly, like as far as culturally for them, there just wasn't a lot. Even like the cities that we think of as like big cities, they were tiny. There were settlements at this point. And getting away just from the quote unquote safety of that, that's a crazy thing. Anyone who's ever been in like really isolated areas, there is a certain feel where you're like, I am far away from like lots of stuff. And this movie does a great job of showing that as a vibe.
I thought it was so funny
like,
when the dad went and like built his set. When I was watching this movie with my spouse yesterday, he was like, shout out to William though for like building that like set, like his homestead in like record time. I'm like, yeah, that was like pretty cool because he's like way out there.
Yeah, that he seemed to be good at. Just once the building was done, like he was crap at everything else.
Yeah, it was like but
including fatherhood, by the way. But anyway,
like not great. It was interesting though because it was like as they were kind of moving into the woods, and and we're getting all of the ominous music. It's so funny because if you like take out just the music of that beginning part, like that ominous music that they have as they're being exiled, if you just like, I watched that scene twice, once with the scary music and then once on mute. If you just watch it on mute, it's like it just looks like a family that's like going camping.
And music does so much heavy lifting for the vibe. You're right.
So much heavy lifting, but it's like, it's so disconcerting. But the thing is, like, even in the silence, I'm like the woods, like it gives you this kind of, with the way that it's lit and things like that, it's giving you this thing of like, man thinks that they can always triumph over nature, and they they never will.
Yeah. Just looking at like the mass cultural idea of things too. Like just as a time period thing, right? Like this is the 1630s, the Pilgrim's Progress, which is like people went crazy for that book for the longest time in like early America, because it's like, what else really do you have? So that wasn't even put out until 1678. And then something like Paradise Lost, like the Milton poem that people really were like crazy about, that wasn't even towards like 1667. So it's like this is 3 decades even before kind of these beginning touchstones of like mass literature. And I mean, Shakespeare kind of was like in the 1600s too. It's like these things are starting to kind of come around, but it's still, they're not going to have Shakespearean plays or any real connection to that in early America, right? Like
you're not talking about ideas. They're just trying to like survive.
Although they're right, exactly. And there is that great, where the wife character she's been like, I want to go back. I want to go back to England. Just been like, well, why? Yeah, of course you do. Of course, like this sucks. Like this is like not like, and it's basically because you're, the Ralph Ineson character is just stubborn. Ultimately, about what we don't even know, but it doesn't matter. That's actually one of the things I think that it's best not shown. That it doesn't matter. Yeah. I want to talk about on the soundtrack. It's the Nyckelharpa. So keyed fiddle is a Swedish instrument from the 12th century, and the waterphone, which is like it's hard to describe. But it's like a series of like cylindrical bronze rods of different that you when you play on there, and that's what the soundtrack is. So he didn't want any traditional harmony or melody in the score. So the guy Mark Corvin made these like basically tense and dissonant sounds, like a super like Philip Glass style minimalist.
I was gonna say it reminds me so much of atonal stuff like Schoenberg and Philip Glass and so forth.
Yeah.
Well, also too, if we know, a lot of people have interviewed Edgar saying like, "Are you going to do anything modern?" He's like, "No." The most like modern he would probably tackle would be like the 1950s, and that would be very interesting to do.
Yeah,
but like he's not interested.
He said literally the quote is something like, because I saw this the other day. The quote that he pretty much said is, "I'm disgusted by the thought of filming technology.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I don't blame him.
Love
I don't
that.
blame him. That's why, and again, like it's funny because even though he's already done a few films since this one, they already have like highlighted his directing trademarks and his style and what he does, and a lot of people are like, we might not have seen it, but if you go back to watching like The Lighthouse in this movie,
Yeah, I think it's there.
It's there, yeah.
It's there. It's just that this is like an early iteration of it. Like, I think what he has done here is just so much more robust and grown in like Nosferatu and Northman than it is here. And part of that's budget, but part of it's just like he's just much more sure as a filmmaker. But it's pretty like the complaints I had with this movie originally, and I like it way better on second viewing, but none of it had to do with like the look or feel. The look or feel were all like, I mean, that was like notably like, wow, where did this guy come from? And in a way that I don't think I've seen. When I saw Green Knight, probably is the only other one I can think of in recent memory where I'm like, whoa, this guy, like, what's going on here? But it's rare to have that level of technical achievement and have it come through this genre in this way. And I think Ari Aster is another example, right? Being Hereditary first, but in a very different way. Jordan Peele, maybe another one, right? But it's just like, you'll be like, I can't, this is his first movie? Crazy,
Yeah, but also too, they don't let their style of filmmaking be like the main focus. It's like actually, it's like how people get distracted by good cinematography,
Paging Tim Burton, yeah,
or like or like good sets, but like the story and the characters lack. This actually has everything you need. Like he has a certain style that awesome, but that doesn't carry the movie as a whole.
Yeah. So on second rewatch, I watched this with subtitles last night.
Yeah.
Can I tell you, full star better as a movie because I could understand what the hell everybody was saying. And I'm sorry, I don't mean to be reductive. I also watched the great Ken Loach movie Kess that has like people have such thick accents.
I love Kess. I love
amazing. But I turned on them subtitles but I turned on those subtitles so quick because I was like, I can't understand what anybody's saying. Sorry, peace and love, but I can't understand.
I can't see without my subtitles,
Yeah, it's
funny.
It's better of a movie for me with subtitles, and I'm not even.
It's funny that you say that because the literal quote. Because I watched like a bunch of interviews with him. The literal quote of like he was talking about how it took a long time for the actors to actually realize, like, until they saw it on screen, that this was like a horror movie rather than like a period piece kind of
period piece.
And he said
that's what you think of. You like have costumes and old timey language, right?
So the quote that he said is, he said that they played it like a Ken Loach movie. Like that's how they were kind of
funny.
So
okay, I see it.
They saw themselves as like characters in a Ken Loach style, historical piece kind of, rather than seeing themselves as like. And then once they saw it on screen, it was like, oh, this is like this is a horror, like a horror movie. Like it just wasn't connecting with them.
That's
in, I guess, that same way. Yeah,
that's
well,
kind
he said that, like,
the only
like, it's not like
extravaganza, people.
Yeah. Well, he said it's not like he was like, it's not like I hid it from them, but like like it just kind of didn't click.
That's so rad.
Those twins are terrible, and I hate them.
Come play with us, Daddy. Just kidding.
Those twins suck, right? I mean, am I wrong here? Am I being too dismissive?
They suck majorly. Like basically, like they all suck, and like I'm an eldest daughter. Let's talk about it. Like, I feel so like I was so heated. The first time that I watched this movie, I was like going off of vibes. Second time I watched this movie, I was like really paying attention to the family dynamics and like really invested in Thomason's journey and like really kind of delving into like the feminism of it all. And I was just like so angry at how much I related to her as like eldest daughter that had motherhood, maternal shit projected on her immediately against her will. I'm like, well, no wonder she was like, it was like, she had one job, which was to watch the baby, and then the baby gets taken away, and now it's all her fucking fault because that's always what they do. If the eldest daughter isn't doing the motherly duty, then everything is her fault, and everything gets blamed on her. And it's just like, and if it's bad for people now, if it was bad for me as a kid, Can you even
Oh
imagine
my
what it
God,
would
yeah.
be like in the freaking 1600s? And so I just
Right.
really felt for her. But
400 years ago, no great
yeah,
shame.
I'm
Damn
like,
kids.
damn.
People, come on now.
Like,
Well, and she gets critique for everything, right? Because she does her best to like wrangle these terrors, and they don't listen to her, and then she gets critiqued for that. They don't.
Yeah.
It's just failing all around. But
Yeah.
it definitely sets up that like this sucks. Like this life is terrible.
Like,
Like,
get me out of here.
like when they're like, "Hey, we'll trade her to another family," basically conscript her into service. Like it's like, Jesus Christ, man.
I had this theory. I don't know if this is like if this holds any water, but I had this theory that I'm like the witch was doing her a favor by picking off her siblings to release her of the burden of having to play the role of a mother.
Yeah.
And like in that there was some liberation for her so that she didn't have to.
I
Like,
mean, I think in general, there's liberation for her. Like that moment where she finally gets to wander off and join the witches. It's like her life sucks, and it's like, you know, her father is a bad provider. Like, I don't know. Like, I mean, I think a lot of people probably can relate to just like this realization as you get older that your like family I mean, number one, like there's a realization obviously your family isn't infallible. They're like, you know, they're just people. They're people maybe trying their best, but they're not always great at it. And then the second one is like, if you realize one of your parents or both of your parents are like a complete disappointment, like that disillusionment that kind of comes you know, over you in that moment. It's like she realizes that, you know, has that revelation during the course of this movie where it's like
Without the utility to be able to do
the-
anything about it specifically, with her power at that moment in time. Yeah.
Well, and if her father is left to his own devices, like that family is gonna starve. Like that family is not like they are on the verge of starving throughout this movie because he's a bad provider. He can't hunt. Like the one time he hunts, he shoots at the hare, and then the shrapnel from the fucking terrible bullets because they probably gave him like shitty bullets. So they're like, oh, that's that crazy guy out there. Comes back and hits him in the face, and he's left like like that. Like that's the one time he tries to actually kill anything, and he's not good. Like he has some stalks of corn or whatever, and he can't even make that work.
and he can't control his animals in the pen, which I can't believe we're like an hour into this podcast and we haven't talked about my boy.
Black Phillip.
Black
Speak his
Phillip.
name.
Famously, they had a lot of trouble actually with that goat, trying to train that goat.
Like, like banned from future movies. They were like, this guy sucks. Like, don't work with him. And then they were like, just put him on a farm somewhere. No one hire him again. But man, is he a handsome goat.
He is
Also the hair too. The hair.
Yeah.
And you could tell he got that thing where it's like, look, this guy's a nightmare, like an early Hollywood style nightmare, but like, goddamn, is he gorgeous? Because there's so many shots of the goat's eye and face and like different parts of it, and like Robert, like you know that wasn't written in the script. You know that Robert Eggers is just like, this is a beautiful looking goat.
This
Like,
goat is spring looks right now, and I'm just gonna lean into it. Yeah.
They were out and they're like, we're looking for America's next top model goat.
Top goat.
Well, you know
I mean, goats are
interesting?
famously hard to manage because they'll just eat anything. Like they actually so along the Hudson River, right? Like the poison ivy grows too much. Like things will get overwhelmed by the vines and by the poison ivy and by all the things. They've actually hired goats to go, like they pay somebody to bring their goats over to the Hudson,
go get them,
and for like a month out of the year they let
the goat app hire goats on goat app.
Yeah, and just
they let the goats just wander.
I know.
There was this really funny New York like Department of Environmental Conservation post that was like, if you see goats along the Hudson River, do not disturb them. They are working.
These are working goats.
They're uncomfortable, but they are working.
Yeah.
Well, you know, and speaking, you know, with the animals, like the hare, apparently, you know, in colonial New England, hares were considered magical creatures in their own right. They were often associated with witches either as a milk hare, which stole or spoiled milk from the farm animals, or the witches themselves, who were thought able to turn into a hare in order to spy out and influence people.
Oh.
See, I thought that was the witch. I thought that was the witch in hare form. Is what.
Yeah.
But I mean, but think about
okay.
No, I was just gonna say, like the literature wise, right? Like even Alice in Wonderland, like the
white
hair, like
Well, the white rabbit is probably more magical than March Chair, but who's just a psychopath. But the peace and love coming up next week. The March Hare, everybody.
I love the March Hare. It's my favorite one.
So what was it like working with the Mad
Hatter? well, you see, Forrest, you know, he'd have a very distinguished. I'm playing a character. I thought the witch was in hair form or something, and caused the gun blowback.
Yeah,
that's what I thought. It could be that like they're like, yeah, this guy sucks. Give him the worst ammo you can possibly find, which is most of it because it's 1630.
But I mean, I think it's open to interpretation. Like, I don't think that there's a right or wrong.
Well, it's okay if there's no answer to it, right? Exactly.
Yeah,
because that's where you first get. Go ahead.
Well, no, I was gonna agree. Kind of like, you know, when people are like, "This is the definitive thing that happened," it's like, no, things can be open to interpretation, and it's fine.
I thought
didn't notice like upon like even because this is maybe my like 5th or 6th watch of this movie, and it wasn't clocking until like recently that when Samuel gets stolen, it's because she's using his blood for a flying spell. I didn't realize.
Oh yeah, like within like 5 minutes of the movie, it's like, oh my god, all right. It's so soon.
I only knew that because I was like going over like the plot on like Wikipedia. Like the first thing it says is like, oh, he just takes the baby and uses it for a flying ointment.
I'm pretty sure I did not get that the first time. I did not get that. That's why it was.
I didn't either, and that's why like I looked for it when I was watching that scene, and I was like, how would people know that? But then they give a little bit of like a like they're showing like the shaking and like, she's trying to like levitate. It's kind of like when you're doing like there's some people who, if they're doing like transcendental meditation, for example, they try and like jump in order to like levitate. It was like kind of giving that, and I was like, okay, that's where but I don't think that a person, unless they were looking for it, would have gotten that off of first, second, or even third.
Yes, looks like creepy witch shit.
Dude, and this
I also don't.
scarier than wrinkled old lady hands. Let's talk about it.
I mean,
it's hard. It's
just
also hard to like
X.
It's hard to like, you know, like it's hard. I think it's hard to shoot a scene of a baby being split open and used for like, you know, having their like entrails used for a flying. Like I think that they did a good job, like kind of keeping it mysterious because otherwise it's like you're like 10 minutes into the movie and she's like throw it, like rips the baby apart. It's just like
that's crazy.
Imagine this movie came out during COVID.
Oh god.
So
I thought they were going to eat one of the kids when I first watched it. I was like,
okay, and that's the real like, you know, Hansel and Gretel, you know, Red Riding Hood kind of vibes to it. So when the brother, who's a little hornball by the way, like imagine like being not only stuck with your little brother, but he's like at that age and like you're in the same like house together. He's like letting out like, oh man, it's
there's so much stuff everywhere, dude. Ugh, everything's so sticky.
I think it works really well when the dog takes off and he goes after the dog, and unfortunately later the dog does in fact die. If you're checking, you know, if you've never seen this movie because the dog dies.
It's just fake enough looking that like it didn't trigger that thing in my brain where it's like it's just far enough away and like kind of fake enough looking that I'm like, okay, it's not really the dog. It's not really the dog. It's not really the dog.
But the look goes to the shack in the wilderness, right? And you're like, oh no, this isn't like what you should be doing right now, right? And so, and then you see the witch, but like she's like young and hot, like she's like beautiful, and you're like he's all horned up. This is not going to end well.
Vaguely kind of Latina looking. She's like vaguely kind of Latina looking too, and it's like
she's like an Australian model or something, if I remember correctly. But it is such a good scene because it definitely rings that fairy tale visual bell within your mind of like, okay, nothing good will come of this. Like this kid should just haul ass and get out of there, but he's not going to. And when you see the withered hand, like when she's got him, and you see the withered hand come up, it's so effective. And it's just there's nothing creepy about it other than like other than the score, right? The score is very creepy that like you can tell, okay, nothing good's gonna happen with this score. But when you see the hand, you're like, And that's the closest thing to a jump scare you get in the entire movie. But it's like a 5-minute setup, or it feels like a 5-minute setup.
It's that. Wait, it's that, and then it's also when they're in the goat pen, and it's the old witch's face, and then she turns back and goes,
yeah. When she's drinking the blood from the goat.
This is the one kind of like hokey jump scare that I'm like, all right, buddy, you get one. You get one of those. But I don't know when there's gonna be another place to
happy 300th birthday and happy birthday, Kristina. Thank you.
Happy 300th birthday, Kristina.
Yeah, I feel like it.
No, so there's not gonna be another place to talk about this. We're already talking about the horny little brother. So
who to be
when there's
it's indeed horned up. Yes.
Yeah. So
we gotta talk about it.
When there's that whole scene where he's giving himself to Christ and the apple comes out of his mouth, which is horrifying. Like a full apple just comes out with like a bite taken out of it. That scene where he says like the stuff that he's repeating or whatever comes from the actual transcript of not the Salem witch trials in the 1690s, but the Hartford Hartford, Connecticut witch trials, which is like a witch trial, like a group witch trial that happened a few decades before, where and it's referenced in the Crucible with the good wife Ares, like that kind of. So they said, "Father, help me! Good wife Ares is upon me. She chokes me. She kneels on my belly. She will break my bowels. She pinches me. Good wife Ares torments me. She pricks me with a pin. She'll kill me. Get the broadaxe and cut off her head." And that's the thing that he repeats. Where he's like, "Get the broadaxe and cut off her head. Get the round axe and cut off her head. Get that whole part of it is from like the actual transcript of this very, very early witch trial."
That's metal as fuck.
Yeah,
it totally is. Yeah, it rules. Well, and that's another thing that distinguishes Eggers' movie from so many other movies that came out around the same time, is that he's pulling from those things that is just a scary part of history, and he's pulling from that, which is just as scary as the actual scary things that are happening. Like, just like, wow, that's like, what is this stuff he's saying? This is nuts. It doesn't strictly tie into a plot. Oh, well, it's a something that happened earlier in the movie. No, this is just like terrifying stuff nobody understands.
Yeah.
Little boy he was the first guy to go to Pizza Hut. That hat that he's wearing,
Kentucky Fried Chicken and a Pizza Hut.
The wool hat that he's wearing in the beginning. It's like a very modern kind of hat, which I thought was interesting. That they put on his head, the knitted cap. But it also reminded me of
him.
I was thinking about Bulworth, and I was like, that kid would grow up to be Bulworth's like great grandfather or whatever. When he puts on the hat and the sunglasses, he's like, "Yo."
Bulworth, wow, yeah, we did cover that movie, didn't we?
Forever ago.
But yeah, that all works really well.
That's where Kristina wore the Obama shirt.
Oh, that's right.
The
little brother character. The only of age woman that's not his mom is his sister. That's gross. That's like, horrifying, but that's more of like 1630s Calvinist homesteading, also in that sense.
Yeah, it's kind of that's what they're known for, I guess.
But I mean,
no one outreaches the hut. That's good. It's solid. Solid.
But like being like a preteen / like 12-year-old boy, it's already like it's a gross state of being, right? Like you're realizing these urges and hormones.
As girls feel, man, we're bleeding out of our vaginas for the first time. Yeah, that's considered witchcraft back in the day.
She does that. She does that too in this, where they literally she's reached her first sign of womanhood. But so it must be crazy to have that that Calvinist homesteading thing, and also realize like you have those same urges, and the only people around obviously are your family. But also, even if you're just a regular guy living in that thing, you're having those urges. Like it probably triggers that religious fervor in your brain, where you're like, well, my brain, like my religion tells me, like, any of this stuff is like devil's work. Like this is the devil talking to you, and it's like, but your body doesn't stop feeling that. So it definitely creates like this split kind of like schizophrenic style thing within like a kid like that, I'm sure.
I like it.
When you have that much like religiosity, like kind of baked into like your life, all sin is created like equal. So it's like sin on your sister and like lying to your mom about something small, same thing. All sin is created like across the board is bad.
And it's original sin too. Like if the dad gives no satisfactory answer when all the kid wants to know is like, did my baby brother go to hell?
Yeah.
And the dad's answer is more or less probably, you know. And then they have that whole back and forth. I don't want to talk about that though. But what I want to talk about is that, like, I think I expected when I heard about this movie, the first of all, Black Phillip would be just chatterboxing. I felt like Black Phillip would be like a major character in the movie.
Black Phillip. I've literally once a week in my brain goes Black Phillip, reads upon his head or whatever. Like once or twice a week since I want this movie.
What a nursery rhyme, am I right?
Like, so in the plot, it's very clear that he is basically more or less grooming the twins to be like his pawns, right? Who suck anyway, canonically established. They already suck, but like he's basically pushing them in a direction to get the outcome that he wants. But we don't see any of that on screen, right?
Yeah.
And it's one of those things where, oh, is she crazy for thinking that, like, you know, they're communing with this goat, and it's like, you know, it's like, well, it's clearly coming from somewhere. So you're left to think in that same way that the young lady is like, oh, well, she's crazy. Like you're, oh, maybe she is. Maybe like everybody's just gone nuts in this crazy little shack. And then, so saving the Black Phillip of it all until the very end, other than just like serving looks, is an aesthetic choice. That's an art house choice for sure.
Yeah.
And I like it, but I think I didn't appreciate it as much the first time. I just thought there was going to be some more, like the audience would have one over on the characters and know like, hey, something's not right with that goat. Even though I think you can kind of
that boy ain't right.
Yeah, right. That goat ain't right. Yeah.
That kid ain't right, I guess.
That kid.
Oh, that kid ain't right. There you go. That works. That works.
Well, the goat disembowels the other. I mean, you know, the witch and the other goats are left disemboweled.
Yeah.
Like the witch eats them, and whatever happens to Black Phillip. I like that they never really explain what happens to the like assumably the witch took them and like ate them or used them for a fly, but we never find out what happened to the twins. The twins are just gone when she wakes up.
Right. Yeah. And arguably,
and you don't really care because they suck. Yeah.
You're like, ah.
Yeah, it's probably doesn't end well for them, and that's probably fine. They suck. But I think it works well as a storytelling device to not show that, because then you're left to again question whether what's happening to Anna Taylor-Joy's character is in her head even or not, or she just like coming some rationalization as madness that everyone is having different flavors of at that moment in time.
Yeah,
that she's continually being blamed for. I mean, like
constantly,
we're
at all points.
She's a woman. Okay,
eldest.
Yeah,
but also by the mother hates her more than the father does. Like,
yeah.
I'm not like
it's
not
almost like a jealousy thing too. You know,
she's sleeping with. Like she accuses her at the end of sleeping with both the father and the son or whatever. Like that's how far gone her brain is by then.
Well, the Ralph character is very much on her side until he isn't, right? And that's something that this drives her crazy as well. And so this like starts these multiple schisms that are happening. You know, it's her versus the twins, it's the mom versus the dad, so on and so on. And the only mediating force is the brother. And then when the brother disappears, then just the apple cart just freaking gets overturned completely.
She's giving boy mom energy, and we don't like to see it.
Yeah. I really do like. So as the dad gets more pathetic throughout this, right? When you first see him, he's standing up to like the other, the other pilgrims, the other Puritans or whatever, and he's like, "Pretenders, all of you, you can't judge me." But then he says to his family, like, "You're all pretenders. You can't judge me, pretenders." And then he says it to the goat right before he dies. He's like, "You guys have made a covenant." And as he gets more pathetic, he's accusing more and more people of like the exact same thing, which is like, I'm the holiest out of everyone. You're all pretending to be holy. You've all, you're all conspiring against me. And it just sounds more and more hollow and more pathetic as you find out who this guy is. Mm-hmm. It's like over and over again. He's like, "Oh, my family's even turned on me. Oh, even now the goat, the goat's turning on me, and he's made a covenant with the father." Like, it's just this guy's, proclamations sound more and more kind of just pathetic and hollow, as to the point where he just gored to death in the middle of saying like his last one of them.
Yeah, like,
instead of being like,
I don't want to let you finish that sentence. I was gonna collapse this thing of firewood on you.
Yeah, and the wood becomes such a symbol of his impotence too. You know, just as the daughter's like, all you could do is the only thing you're good at is chopping wood, and like even that is not gonna, you know, it's not gonna help. Like we can't eat the wood, so it's not gonna help us. Like he's just crushed under his own, I guess, attempt to conquer nature. Is just like left on him as this kind of
he's crushed underneath his own hubris, basically.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not even really a metaphor. See, I expected there to be like Black Phillip talking the entire time, and like just based on
narrate the movie.
Because I had seen like the screen cap of "Wouldst thou like to live deliciously?" and with the goat, what is this? And I assumed it's like, oh, it's a movie about a talking goat. It's like the devil or something.
Well, what's that?
Not really. It's more about how Calvinism sucks.
I think it's a lamb, but there's that one movie that Jason told me about a while ago where it's like the lamb is like it's like the sheep or something is the father, and the sheep mates with like a person, so it's like a half person, half sheep thing. It's like another one. It's like the Swedish movie.
Yeah, it's called Lamb, and it's really good. It's really weird, but it's really good. Yeah, it's another A24.
Yeah, but I would think it's like that, but it's the Black Phillip story. It's like
I want the Black Phillip spinoff. I want the
yeah. Where's that Disney Plus prestige streaming series?
Yeah, give it to me.
Yeah, so it ended up being, you know, and so I understand where they came to use the term art house horror. I think that's just off-putting in a way that makes it sound like it's something that's not enjoyable.
Yeah,
I think for most people, and I think that's too bad. I think if anything, the endless hackery and sequel work and just rip off of nature of the low bar of horror movies should be considered like a slop paradigm to put them in, because there's so much more of those, and that's what should be focused on, is like, hey, don't look at these things, look at these things that actually are telling good stories.
The super chat says this is an advert for Land of Lakes.
It is the first thing he mentions. I mean, yeah.
Guys, my family has, this is so silly. We have an invention called the butter crayon, and it's like a housing that you can put a piece of butter in, and you can use it like a crayon to like use across band. You can go purchase it online if you want to, but I have done social media for years for my family. My dad always vetoes my witch memes of like, do you like the taste of butter? And he's like, Lauren, this is creepy. We can't use this for our family friendly invention. I'm like,
I need my butter with canola oil.
Everyone's gonna think it's so funny.
Yeah, absolutely.
we use that on Lakes. Oh God, I remember
Live deliciously with the butter crayon.
Live deliciously with the butter crayon.
Yeah.
It reminds me of the outrage when they were. It reminds me of the outrage over them removing the indigenous woman from the container from Land O'Lakes, but yet they put her back on. It's
right.
like
they should put they should put Thomason on there. She could
put Black Phillip on
Black
there.
Phillip are the new spokespeople for Land O'Lakes.
I mean,
they made Land O'Lakes woke by putting a Black Phillip on the.
Why is it got to be a Black Phillip?
Why can't it be Black Phillip?
Why can't
they
white?
And then they also get outraged that they're like, all right, the goat could be white, and then they get outraged that you took the black goat off there, and they're like, oh, this has gone woke again. And this guy can't win.
Exactly.
Oh,
Exactly. Yeah. So plot wise, I mean, I feel like it's a fairly simple story, right? And at the end of it, we everyone's dead. She's clearly better off, right? You know, it's like, well, all right, what's your alternative? You could be on this crappy farm with all your dead family, or you could you could sign the book and live deliciously and have some butter sticks.
So there's this whole thing where signing the book, which is like such a funny way, like I guess when you went to church, they'd make you sign the member book, and that was like, oh, I believe in like the Holy Spirit. Like,
I see those some old school religiosity. Yeah.
Yeah. So when they started, so they don't have very many reference points. So when they started doing the Salem witch trials, they're like, oh, how do you make a covenant with the devil? And people like the people at the witch trials kept being like, well, they signed the book, because already signing the book is what you do in a church. So they just flip that kind of, and they're like, oh yeah, like they signed the book and now they're like now they're a witch. Like that's how it works. The same way you sign a book to make your covenant with God, and it's like that's almost anticlimactic. Like I thought it was something like my thing is the devil. I said this to you guys, but my thing is the devil is I would like go up to women and be like, will you sign your autograph? And then they sign their autograph, and I'd be like, you're a witch now. You made a covenant with the devil. You're living deliciously.
Well, it kind of reminds me of People's Temple. They would have their Jim Jones and his planning commission would force people to sign like blank pieces of paper, and then later like type up like crimes that they done or whatever, and they're like, oh, you know, you're tied to us. You can't do anything about it. You know, you signed a piece of paper admitting that you molested your kid or whatever the hell.
Black Phillip fought for King Philip. That's a super chat. They used to just call people like, they used to be like, oh, that's Black Tom or something, and then that would be
what was it? Black Cat Tom or something from Deadpool and,
yeah, that started with the Black Irish. So basically, if you have black hair. Is what that meant to, and that
and then Red Tom is like, you know, red whoever is like people with ginger hair. Like,
right. It's less complicated than you think it is, and less racially fraught. But let's just get back on track here, and then we'll throw to one-liners. But Catherine, she has that hallucinatory vision where the son and the baby are back, and she's like starting to nurse them, and then you see it's a raven like pecking at her breast, which is pretty horrific.
Yeah.
Yeah, I understand why Anya Taylor-Joy had a body double to do all her nudity. I understand it now.
So you know, Black Phillip gores and kills the dad. You know, the twins are dead. Catherine just goes apeshit on Thomason and tries to strangle her, and she that's that hook thing, and just. Yeah, that's like one of those horror movie things in the movie of just like getting her with the hook, because she's clearly not ever going to stop. And then she enters the goat house and asks Black Phillip to speak to her, and we finally hear from Black Phillip, right?
And see some really good looking boots.
Yeah, he materializes to like a handsome dressed man.
He's a handsome devil.
Yep. And tells her to remove her clothes and sign her name in the book. And then she's like, well, what else am I doing? Sure.
Bound for life.
And she does. And she goes into the forest, and we get that crazy scene. I think they're actual dancers. They're the actresses. Like that. You see the coven kind of doing their coven stuff. And she joins up, starts floating away, and starts laughing. Right. And that's how the movie ends. And good for her, is what I say.
Oh my gosh. Good for her.
I mean, it's the Raven thing, right? Like, it's interesting because there's been so many things associated with like ravens, like indigenous, like early, you know, early Americans, like they viewed the raven actually as like the creator. Like the raven was the one who created life and would come down and like was like a bringer of light. Whereas like I think more in Europe they like viewed ravens as kind of like a sign of death, and it's this like. It's like there's so many different, and like even in England, there's like the thing that Arthur turned himself into a raven. It was like the sign that King Arthur is not actually dead. He's a raven now. Like
he's transmuted form.
Yeah. There's just like there's been so many different like iterations of what that symbolically means, because they're one of those few birds and like few animals I think that appear across all these different cultures because they're just so widespread.
Yep. That is very, very true.
Hi, I've returned. I just remembered something when you were talking about that scene with like the witches floating, that in 2020, my friends did a commissioned art thing. It was black horror for Black Lives Matter. So she just commissioned all of this art. I completely forgot that I have this. I got commissioned a giant one-of-a-kind painting of Black Phillip's head. And it has that scene.
Oh my God.
With the witches. She drew this like by hand.
We both pressed it once.
I'll take a picture of it so you can put it in the Discord so you can show people. It was like incredible hand painted.
Put it up.
It is
solo layout.
Oh, look at that. That's awesome.
Isn't that incredible? hand painted.
Black
It
Phillip,
cost
Black
me a
Phillip,
$50
crown upon his
donation.
head.
$50 donations to Black Lives Matter, and now I have this like one of a kind piece of art. Like she should make prints of it. It's really incredible.
That rules. I like that.
Yeah, it is my favorite thing in my house. And then I was like, wait, I have this. I should show people. But yeah, like such an iconic image, like just the levitating women at the end of the movie. I think about it all the time.
Yeah, it's pretty arresting. And again, this is in a movie filled with arresting images. Like it does very well for that. Letterboxd, of course, is a place for film lovers talk at, with, and to each other about the films they love, maybe the films that they didn't love, and maybe the films where their review was exclusively just good for her.
Good for her.
And good for her.
Yeah.
And of course, it's a bottom-up democracy. Everyone gets to have their say. Everyone gets to chime and opine, not just Siskel's and Eberts of the world. Everybody gets to talk all about it. And of course, this is best expressed succinctly for the purposes of this bit for episode 300. That's right, folks. This is the Letterboxd one-liners for the Vavitch. Let's roll them. Not a cell phone in sight. Just people living in the moment.
Robert Eggers would be like, yeah, because if I filmed these cell phones, I'd throw up.
It's historical inaccuracy. I can't do his voice. You got to sing the voice. I can't do it. Thomason, worst babysitter of the century, and should be grateful that Yelp did not exist.
Real.
Imagine the one person on Yelp is your mom, like the
your chief hater.
Babysitting services, and it's like, yeah, my kid went missing. My kid went
0
missing,
stars.
like the way the Lindbergh baby went missing.
I shall give thee 0 stars if I could.
See, now I wish we had some like unlimited budget. We just come up with like a fake Yelp site that just has all old English reviews, right? And it would be Yelp, YELPE. Yeah, right? There you go. Thank you. Fuck butter. I'd sign Black Phillip's book for a "Wouldst thou like the taste of Baja Blast?"
See, I was like when I was putting this together, I was thinking about like there was like I can't remember if it was like a tweet from like a while ago that was like it was like I think they've done the format with other different things, but it's like, oh, if like George Washington ever ate a Dorito, it would probably kill him. So if you ever had to try that like flavor profile. So I'm just imagining like a person from the 1630s like having to try the flavor profile of a Baja Blast. They're just like
them like this best witchcraft.
Well, yeah, that, like I guess they'd have to update it for the times a little bit to a certain degree, but yeah, makes sense to me.
You go back in time with a Baja Blast and you like give it to a pilgrim.
Yeah, their head just explodes.
You kill that.
I just killed Benjamin Franklin. Yeah. Actually, Benjamin Franklin was the only one that it wouldn't kill. Everyone else would.
Yeah, that's how we discovered electricity.
Like, see, now it sounds like we're doing a commercial for Baja Blast, which we should be compensated for. Thou don't fucketh with spooky ghosts.
Wouldst thou like to fucketh with spooky goats? Are you saying that I would sleep with you, Black Phillip, to become awake?
Hey. Ancillary to this amazing movie, I just really want to know what the witches do all day out in the woods. Like, they seem to be way out there, and there can't be that many babies and children around for them. What's a day in their life like?
And what they do before, like, I don't know, like European, like, because for a fact that like Native Americans ain't falling for that witch. Like, you know what I mean? Like, they're not just letting like a witch come into the neighborhood and start like fucking everything up. They're like, oh, they're doing what they did with Remick and Sinners, where the only people that like know that there's vampires and they're chasing them down are like the Choctaw or whatever. They're like, no, we're gonna kill this vampire.
Oh, that's great. That'd be a great sequel.
Yeah.
They probably came over from the old world, I would imagine. Nothing really sets a movie's tone faster than a baby in a mortar and pestle. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'll say.
Well, I need to make a flying ointment.
It's early on, too, friends. It's early on.
Yeah. It's like, she's doing peekaboo.
Yeah.
Peekaboo.
This Hocus Pocus prequel is kind of messed up.
Oh my god, I was thinking that
too. Well, she ends up with two sisters. She ends up with two sisters a lot dumber than she is.
Yeah, that's
We did
true.
that movie last week, by the way, which is even funnier.
It feels like so much longer for some reason. It's been a long week.
Yeah, it really
This
does.
last week went by very slow, and I hated it.
You, the witch, me, an intellectual, the Vavitch.
The Vavitch.
Yes.
Stop it.
Wouldst thou like to live viciously?
Suffering succotash.
I taught putty tat. I did see a putty tat.
The best of the cat as the devil. Anyway, the scariest part of this movie is the Calvinism. Hard to agree.
And I've always said that. Yes.
Well, like it's like the beginning of Calvinism is like the concept of like predestination, which you either think that you're predestined, which obviously they all did. They're like, oh, I'm definitely one of those guys. But also it's like, well, best not to think about it and just kind of act as if you are predestined. And it's like, you're in the middle of the woods. Like, of course you're fucking thinking about it. You're like wondering if you're one of the predestined ones, like, or if your dead brother is like that didn't do anything because he was only born like a week ago.
Yeah.
Exactly. Hey, listen, if Satan spoke to me in that voice, I'd probably do anything he asked too.
Yeah.
He also he has a thing where it's like a double, whisper too. Like it sounds like it's more than one voice layered on top of each other too. So it's like oh, all right, like no, like you're the 1630s. They've never heard that shit before. I've heard it now with like Lana Del Rey songs.
You can't fool me, Black Phillip.
I know you're. I know you're.
Heard Lana Del Rey. Look, those are Letterboxd one-liners for the Vavitch. Please follow the show. Please follow the show at Movie Night Extra on Letterboxd, or Letterboxd HQ account, where we're logging all the great movies that we do on this show, as well as extended short form content, clips, all that good stuff on the popular Letterboxd format. The Witch of the Woods over there at Always Flacco. You can follow him on Letterboxd for his various things. Well, with this shit, not. I knew you did the sting for Unkind Rewind because I saw you logged it. I'm like, oh, that's why do you log the sting? And I was like, oh, but that's what he did for Unkind Rewind.
It's gonna be abusing that soundboard in the after party, by the way.
Oh,
well, I gotta
you
add.
think?
I wanted to add. Would you like to live deliciously? But I didn't have. Like I just didn't have a.
Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I, of course, am at Conan Neutron, the Black Phillip Fiend Club. Follow me for the Highbrow Midbrow Populous Fair. Criterion Challenge 3 left to go. So I'm definitely clearing it this year. Just not.
Yo, imagine Black Phillip's like podcast.
I thought you say imagine Black Phillip's Criterion Challenge, and I was like, I don't know.
Too, yeah. Or his Letterboxd. Imagine your Black Phillip. I think it would look a little something like.
Yo, did you hear Black Phillip gave one bottle after another 2 stars? It's crazy.
And they
like be like
Psycho.
It'd be stylized in a way that it's all very small lettering and like in like some like italicized format in such a way that would look like how he speaks.
It's only movies about the devil. He's only rating movies about the devil. He's like
only about the devil and farm animals. So it'll be like Ken Russell's
Great Animal Farm. Charlotte's Web, okay.
Charlotte's Web. He's like, that's what life in the barn is really like.
Okay, if I had unlimited time, and I definitely don't, I would absolutely make this Black Phillip account, but I do not have the time for any of that.
I once lived like a spider. It was not easy. I give Charlotte all the credit in the world.
Poor Amy Adams.
A goofy movie. 5 stars. Would you like to live goofylishly?
The Vavitch of the Vavitch, Adam Kristina. Please follow her in the proper Letterboxd format, Adam Kristina. I gotta finish this bit, man. We gotta get out of here. Please follow the birthday girl down there. Give her a Letterboxd follow. She's logging stuff for the show and so much more. Of course, Lonely Goat. Lauren, one of my favorite and first friends on Letterboxd. Can't believe it's not the taste of butter. You can follow her on Letterboxd as well. We're going to go into our actual plugs in a second, but Lauren, go ahead and give us your final thoughts on the Vavitch, because I know you got to bail, you got stuff to do.
Yes. No, I just love this movie so much, not just for the vibes, not just for what it did for the genre, but also just like what it did for feminism and the start of the Good for Her movement. I really feel like it's such a like cathartic movie to be able to like see the liberation of women in this very unconventional way. And I think that the iconography of so many of these scenes like really just lives rent free in my head. And I mean, I have the fan art in my house.
You have
and,
framed art that shows it. You're backing it up.
I'll send you a picture of this for the Discord. I did dress up as Black Phillip for Halloween 2 years ago in a burlesque.
Oh, I think I remember
style.
that. Yeah.
Yeah, I wore like a leather cat suit with a little billy goat. It's like I looked hot. I'll send you the picture. But like
sexy Black Phillip costume.
It was like Black Phillip.
Black Phillip.
But yeah, I just think that this movie is so special, and I love what it has done to like revive the genre and move us toward this like really like cool, vibey, artistic, cerebral kind of wave of movies that I'm like loving right now. So yeah,
it's interesting that you say that, because I feel like the ultimate Good for Her movie is Midsommar, like the ending of that movie, right? And so it's like it's
the nadir of Good for Her cinema. Yeah.
It's like it's the same producer really that like made The Witch happen and Midsommar happen.
Yes.
All right. Back to our feminism. Lauren, we really appreciate you as always coming on. Until next time, let's hit it with the plugs.
If you're watching us on YouTube, please like and subscribe, and then hit the bell to get notified whenever we're streaming. And we'd humbly request that you watch the video to the end, because it helps us with the algorithm and helps more film fans to discover the show. We're also monetized. If you want to get your chat questions definitely read on stream, you can always send us a super chat, which will help us keep the show going. Every cent helps. If you're watching on Twitch, you can gift us a free sub on Amazon Prime with your Prime membership, but getting subs on Twitch is always appreciated, and it helps to follow us on there as well. We also have an audio feed, which is available wherever you download podcasts, if you prefer to listen to podcasts rather than watch the stream. That's updated usually the same day we stream, but watching on YouTube and Twitch is the best way to get the show first, live as it happens. If you want to support us with a monthly donation and get access to all of our after parties forever, which go patron only after we do them, you can become a patron at patreon.com/movie night extra. Link is in the description for that. It really helps us keep the show going, since we do have some expenses to make this happen. We also have a Discord community. Link is in the description for that. We sometimes watch movies we cover on there. We get into conversations about everything from film to TV shows to related podcasts. We even have a Discord channel for memes. It's really fun on there. You can find us on all the social media platforms: Facebook, Instagram, Blue Sky, Twitter, and Threads. You connect with us on all of those. Talk to us. We'd love to hear from you. Lastly, we recently made a TikTok at Movie Night Extra where we're putting up short form clips from the episodes. Okay, passing this to Conan so he can tell you about his music and this week's Protonic reversal. Conan, who's on Protonic this week?
Yes. So the Andrew Dalton Nuzzle episode is up in the general feed now at the time of this streaming. So go check that out. Should be a good one. There's one more if I go on tour. Justin Pearson of the Locust and Def Club and Planet B 31G Records is coming back on the show. It's been a long time since he's been on. That should be a good one. I'm doing one more before tour, so check out that. And again, Thursdays 8 Eastern, 6 Central. God damn it. 8 Eastern, 7 Central, 6 Mountain, 5 Pacific. ProtonicReversal.com. Streaming live on YouTube and Twitch. Podcast later everywhere. Always free. No ads, no sponsors, no kidding. Patreon.com/Protonic Reversal. $1 a month for those episodes in advance, and helps keep the lights on in here. Had a big fall off in patrons recently, and I realized because I'm just not pushing that like I used to, and that is something that I would like to rectify. So there's a bunch of good stuff coming post tour. So check out that on all the social media. NEUTRON, The Secret Friends on tour this week. First show is Friday in Chicago. So we got Chicago, Minneapolis, Lincoln, Denver, Salt Lake City, Boise, Eugene, Portland, and Seattle for the incredible Rat City Recon, which is an all-day event at a roller rink. Huge event, tons of bands, Pistons, God Bullies, Buildings, Charity Program, Cherubs are on there, Helmsley, so on and so on. Amazing time. We played a couple years ago. It was wonderful. If you're in the Seattle area, go see that. And then, and because of that, I will not be on next week to do Kiki's delivery service. It's Miyazaki, so I can't be on for it. That's apparently the established rule.
Yeah, it always happens.
It seems to always happen. I don't know. Maybe someday I won't. And then November, we're out as well. So Neutron, Secret Friends, Kansas City, Jackson, Mississippi, Atlanta, Georgia, New Orleans, Austin, Denton, Wichita, Santa Fe, and Phoenix. And then we're closing out the year in Los Angeles with Mr. Mike Watt for my birthday at the River Bar. And that's going to be lovely time indeed. So neutronfriends.com, neutronfriends.bandcamp.com. Follow at Conan Neutron and darn near everything. If you're any of those places, come by.
I like how the first question on we look up Kiki's delivery service. The first question is Kiki autistic?
Wow. Okay. Well, there you go. That's the state of the world, everybody. That is where we're at as a society. Also, we're going to be doing an after party in celebration of it being the 300th episode. So please, everyone join us live. Please join us.
And my birthday.
And Christina's deferred birthday celebration. Yes. As well.
You know, we always end up not really getting to do a celebration for myself. You guys always have the fun.
It's not for lack of trying. I mean, it's.
I should have been born in December. Why did I have to be born 2 months early? Why did I want to come into this godforsaken world so early? Anyway,
well, let me tell you, being born in December is no great shakes, but that's a separate topic. We'll get into it yeah, it's not good to be.
I was named after Columbus, for God's sakes. I was literally born on Columbus Day. Okay, I don't like it.
Wait.
All right. Well, that just gives you a taste of all the wild antics, everybody, and mirth to come on our 300th episode.
Conan Neutron, Wild Antics.
Yeah, hard to believe. I know.
That's a song. That's on the.
What is that? Oh! I almost forgot. Video premiere tomorrow morning for Villain of Circumstance, directed by Rick Valentin, a former guest of the show, friend of the show. It's noir themed, so you can play Spot the Noir because there's noir references all around, and it's really well. So we're doing a big announcement with that.
Sick.
I mean, I guess we could freaking play it on the after party if we felt so inclined. I don't know what else we got planned. So,
okay.
No harm, no foul.
I don't know what else we got planned.
We're trying to get into the mallet hit with the yeah.
No, but I do want to get the awooga. I'm gonna get the awooga as a sound. You can add whatever sounds you want.
Oh, great.
I want the Tim Pool.
Sam Peter saying pause it.
Happy 300th birthday, Christina.
Thank you, baby.
I do
300, and she looks so young.
I do. I know. Yeah, right. I do like the idea of the black.
I'm eating babies.
I do not like that idea. Black Phillips letterboxed. I think that's a bit that's got legs. We might get into in the after party. We'll see.
I also like
this is the Black Phillip podcast where we teach you how to live deliciously.
It's like basically ASMR.
He's selling your product, like he's hogging products that will help you live deliciously. He's like, this is a flying ointment.
One likes to live deliciously.
This is a flying ointment, 100%.
JustCoffee.coop.
He's like, look, we like to be ethical here, so we no longer make the flying ointments out of real human babies. But I promise it still works.
It's imitation baby, but it'll still fly.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay. Christina, what do you got?
Christina, yeah.
I'm considering just giving up the cosmopolitics brand and going back to Christina because I'm getting sick and tired of politics in general in the world.
Yeah.
And just do cozy gaming streaming in the new year once I get a new PC. But no Christina's Corner tomorrow because I'm going to see the Rocky Horror Picture Show with Little Nell tomorrow night.
Awesome.
Yeah. Yo, did you see the? I mean, I messaged you about this, but Bonnie went to a showing of the Rocky Horror Picture Show, and Tim Curry, they
and
wheeled
Barry
out Tim
Boston.
Curry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, good.
Like, God damn it.
That's crazy.
That's
I
Bonnie
love
Burton's
that
life, everybody.
Lucky her. I just had my birthday stream and I barely remember a whole lot of it because I drank and drank and drank, and then as soon as I was done, I threw up and I felt fine after that.
Sounds
this space on
like you're living
Thursday.
deliciously.
It sounds like that worked. Living deliciously.
Also, this Thursday on this space, we're gonna be covering the debate between Mamdani and the serial sexual harasser Andrew Cuomo. So that should be fun.
Or covering the debate between Mamdani and this can't be right. Black Phillip.
Yeah. Also, apparently, Majority Report's at Mamdani's rally right now.
They're at the.
But
Emma's crazy.
Emma's having major FOMO right now because she's sick, and I'm like, oh. Also, I want to promote Julia Linger.
Oh, Julia Linger, yes.
Her Guts and Glory is premiering tonight at 12 a.m. Eastern on Shudder and AMC Plus.
Friend of the show, Julia Linger. Yeah, it's. I'm looking.
You know what
forward to that.
Guts and Glory sounds like the name of a tattoo shop.
Yeah.
Like I can see that being like you'd be like, welcome to Guts and Glory. We'll tattoo the outside and the inside.
Yeah.
I don't know the rest of the cast. Black Phillip could be in it for all I know, but I know Julia's in it. That's all we know.
They're not letting him be. Well, I guess it's not a movie. Yeah, maybe Black Phillip. Maybe Black Phillip can only do TV now. They only let him do TV because
it's working. I heard Black Phillip's doing a film with Roman Polanski. Too soon? All right.
Well,
thank you.
Well, I mean, you know what? Never mind. I'm not gonna say anything.
Roman Polanski, everybody. Yes, that's the joke. Thank you.
This was like doing interviews with him, and I'm like, this is kind of weird, but okay.
Yes.
I'm not kidding. They've done interviews together, and I'm like, what?
Black Phillip and Roman Polanski?
Yeah, or what's her face?
When you were doing Chinatown, what were your influences?
Thank you, Black Phillip. Everybody, what are we doing? What are we?
I was gonna see. I was. It was taking me a minute. I was formulating a Last Tango in Paris joke.
Oh,
okay.
Okay.
The butter, where it's Black Phillip that gave Marlon Brando the butter to use in the scene where he sodomizes her with the butter. He's like, "Would you like to live deliciously, Marlon Brando?" And he's like, "I'm pretty sure I already am, but
I'm pretty sure he has to." Yeah.
By 1972,
Too late to ask.
By 1972, I think Marlon Brando was indeed living deliciously.
Yeah, he had a couple decades of living deliciously there. Yeah.
But
respect.
Marlon Brando coming on next week.
Next week, Marlon Brando and Black Phillip. Crazy.
I didn't know they were working together.
Exactly. It's a surprise casting.
But Conan. I guess we'll switch this around because Kristina's the birthday girl. We'll let her go. We'll give her the top spot.
That's right.
Hey.
So the Vavitch, as it canonically is pronounced, thought-provoking, visually compelling, full of pervasive dread. I think that there's a great sort of weighty, unyielding atmosphere in here, and all of the Eggers hallmarks are here in this film that are more finely honed and deployed in more complex and complicated stories later on. It's all here right out of the gate. It's an incredible debut. I do feel that the era-appropriate language and jargon can be jarring and somewhat inscrutable. So my suggestion to you, watch it with subtitles. I'm not even kidding.
Watch everything with subtitles, honestly.
I mean, certainly anything with a heavy accent. I mean, your call. But coming back to it, to re-examine after really engaging hard with all the rest of his movies actually helped for me to kind of get something more out of this one. The hype at this time was impossible, and at the time I saw it, it did not live up to it for me. But I think it's a cool movie, and I think it would be podcast malpractice to not include it in our Witch Month, and I think it was sits very nicely in that, and it was a great discussion. I thought, even with all the notes.
Pink Phillip, you're up.
Hey, I mean, I'm all horned up, you know what I'm saying?
Good. That's good.
Anyway,
Yeah.
yeah.
Tune in the after
I
break
mean-
for way more of that.
Wah, 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 wah.
Yeah, I mean, this really was, and no one saw this coming. That this would be the start of an amazing, trajectory for Robert Eggers as a director. This is where it all began for him. We see those early signs of his style, his trademark, what he's really into, what he's not into. This is like a top 5 witch movie for me, in my opinion. You kind of have to, again, like Conan said, maybe watch it with subtitles because, accents and all. Cinematography is great, but again, that's just a bonus for when it comes to, Eggers' filmography. It's on HBO Max if you want to watch it. I recommend it, especially with this month. If maybe you guys, since we're doing the witch theme, maybe you guys are watching a bunch of witch movies this month. Awesome. Again, highly recommend this one.
Us too.
Yes, us too. But if you're someone who hasn't even just saw Nosferatu and hasn't seen any other Eggers movie, just start from the beginning and do what Forrest did when we were doing Nosferatu.
Christina's all horned out as Pink Phillip. Pink Phillip. But yeah, I really, I think all 4 of his movies have kind of knocked it out of the park. People I guess quibble about The Northman, which I think is like
They're idiots because that movie's great. That movie's like the discourse around that one. So all right, I guess we can get into that in the after party. But I can sum it up pretty quickly. A bunch of the worst people in the world liked it for all the wrong reasons, and people assumed that it was like the dumbest version of the thing. And that
Christina,
that's never happened before in a film.
Pink Phillip's gonna eat that cat.
So the Northman is great. I would love to do The Northman on this very show because I think it's somehow was most underrated movie.
No, we haven't done The Lighthouse either.
We didn't do The Lighthouse.
I mean, come
on. Northman is
this is only our second
Ben Burgess's show, but I haven't done it on this show.
Yeah. He didn't really like it for whatever reason. I'm pretty sure, right? Or was it?
Typical
No, it was Nosferatu.
Ben Burgess.
It was Nosferatu.
I think Nosferatu. He was like the one person that was like, "Oh, I don't like it."
Yeah,
it's like I don't know.
Let's not be so
Like,
pretentious.
my mom doesn't even like horror movies, and she liked Nosferatu.
Yeah,
so it's
Well, yeah, gothic horror is a very different thing from like slasher and gore, and there's a very romantic aspect to it all.
My mom watched Nosferatu, and she was like, "This has really inspired me to want to work on more jewelry." And I was like, "I don't know if that's what he was going for, but I
I don't think that's what you come. That's the conclusion you come to.
Probably wasn't like the primary goal, but great art should inspire. Sure, I
know for a fact that when my mom and I watch Sinners, she's gonna want to film me dancing to Rocky Road to Dublin so bad.
And you should be dressed like that, and you should be
Pink Phillip, indeed.
Pink Phillip.
Right.
Is that like it's like Pink Pantheress or whatever that rapper is Pink Phillip?
Yeah, Pink Panthers. Yeah.
Right, we clearly shifted into after party mode already. I will not be on for Kiki's Liver Service and I think Love Witch, right?
Love Witch Baby.
Witch Baby. Josh has been prepared to hear that 1,000 times because I'm sure it's coming. But I will be back.
He bows out before the episode.
He just dips.
I can't do this anymore.
So I'm going to be out on tour, but I will be back for Weapons, closing out our Witch Month with a friend of the show, Renee Ruin, and then of course, make sure to tune in for Love Witch and Kiki's Liver Service. It's going to be great episodes.
Yeah, hell yeah. Holland already. Great episode. Thanks for joining us for 300 episodes.
This was
I was gonna put that as a sound, and then I forgot.